CrossWords, a Bookstrings novel, written by Shatona Havig, narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Dedication. To Sonia, the real Shiloh, to whom I could never do justice. Our God is a far better creator of characters. Thank you for allowing me to tell your story, even if it isn't, but it is. To Candace, the real Panda Marie, and in memory of Sushi, bless him. To Beth, thank you for being you and for all your help. And to Krista, the one and only, you bless me with your words and your heart, but most of all, your friendship. Finally, to Greenville, if I ever move out of California, I'll call you home. Thanks to author Donna Wickelman for telling me all about Valdez and making me ache to go there. Also for the idea for Mr. Winkleman. Her name gives away how that happened. And thanks to author Lori DeYoung for the idea for a Christian bookstore in this series. She's brilliant. That's all I can say. 1. Just because we are waiting does not mean that God isn't working. He is preparing us for our purpose. Sadie Huff. Monday, March 2nd, Greenville, Tennessee. A new chapter of Shiloh Scott's life would begin as soon as she decided which page to turn. But, like some half-crazed choose-your-own-adventure story, life presented options that all made sense. The Lord, on the other hand, didn't. Or rather, her brain couldn't make sense of his apparent silence. Spring break would be there before she blinked, and if she wanted to move that store while the college kids were home to help, she needed a building to move into. Leaning back in the old swivel desk chair, her gaze roamed the walls of the office her father had used since building the current location of Greenville's Christian bookstore. Good memories in this place. Hard ones, too. Still, the tough ones made the others all that much sweeter. Mashed fingers while moving in new boxes of books and Bibles, hearts broken time and again by the way the world seemed determined to crush people. Joy at a newly born believer's tentative request for help choosing a first Bible. Shiloh pushed her hair out of her eyes and sat up straighter. Panda Marie would be coming in a bit late this morning, so she needed to get out there and open the store. Maybe some of the regulars would come in and weigh in. She could almost hear Panda Marie. "We'll slap photos on a couple of jars and let people vote for which building. By the end of tomorrow, it could be decided." A plastic bag blew against the door as she passed. Backtracking, she unlocked the door and snatched it up. A man stepped out of his truck, one of those dog carriers in hand. "You have to be kidding me." Something about him was familiar, though. She waited until he got close enough and then held the door open. "Mornin'." The guy held up the carrier. "Mind if my bird comes in with me? It's too cold to leave Atticus in the truck." Well, that would be a first. "Sure, come on in. It's cold out today. Storm's coming in, they say." The minute the guy stepped inside, he relaxed. Setting the carrier on the counter, he began a slow walk around the store. First thing, he stood before their mannequin wearing a t-shirt reading, "Armor of God has pockets for snacks, right?" "I remember her." "That's Gladys, store mascot and frightener of unsuspecting customers." He cocked his head, taking in the shirt. "Pockets for snacks. Great idea. Of course, if God were writing those verses today, there'd probably be something about grenades of truth, love, or something in those pockets." Okay, so he was a little quirky, but she could see it. "Might be. Having trouble picturing the sword of the Spirit as an AK-15, though." At least he laughed. While she went through her morning routine, the guy wandered through the display tables, read the backs of several books, and moved over to the fiction wall. Where had she seen him before? He wasn't a regular. Church? No. Recent visitors had been the wrong age, color, or gender. The doctor's office? No. He stopped in front of the coffee bar and chuckled. The fiery furnace. I love it. Would you like something? We only serve a few options, as you can see. They're all good. We source our beans from a Detroit company. Bean to go. Great coffee. Sounds perfect, because I'll get it to go. I have cinnamon rolls from Peggy Ann's bakery in the truck. They'll go well together. My assistant, Panda Marie, will be jealous. She loves their cinnamon rolls. Over on the counter, the little bird chirped something that sounded suspiciously like, "Eat it." I won't forget you, Atticus. I've got a dried cranberry soaking. Pretty boy. The bird's speech, though not exactly clear, was surprisingly easy to follow. Shiloh raised an eyebrow and the man shrugged. Atticus is a bit vain. Good name for a bird. I didn't know parakeets talked. They do, I think. Budgies, anyway. He moved to open the carrier and lifted out what looked like a miniature parrot. Atticus is a parrotlet, though. Not Finch. Shiloh stared first at the bird and then at the man. Did he just say... That's a new one. I usually say it before now, but because he's picked it up, I've started waiting to see if he'll do it. The way the man stroked the little bird's head and smiled at him stirred an unexpected ache in Shiloh's heart. What was this guy's story? Well, I know Atticus, not Finch's name, but I don't know yours. She offered a hand. I'm Shiloh Scott. Shifting Atticus to his shoulder, the man met her gaze and smiled, an unexpected serenity in those eyes and that smile. Milton Coleridge. Have you been in before? You feel familiar, but I don't recognize your name. Then the ridiculousness of what she'd said struck her, and she laughed. Well, other than from my literature textbooks. Milton pulled a baggie from his pocket and put a couple of pieces of bell pepper in the carrier. Atticus sailed down and walked for his treat. Likes that carrier, does he? He'd prefer zebra stripes with pink piping, but I refuse, and pay for it in snacks and insults. Surely not. Insults? Atticus, what do you call me? As if not chowing down on a snack, the bird chirped out, Sucker! The sight of Milton rolling his eyes didn't fit the persona he exuded. He wasn't a tall man, slightly shorter than herself probably. Dark hair, silver at the temples, a bit of a beard but patchy, as if it couldn't decide if it wanted to be a scruff beard or a goatee, so it split the difference. Black framed geek glasses. Something about him hinted at seriousness, but that eye roll... I never answered your question. Yes, I've been in once before. Last year on my way through. Finding an independent bookstore thriving these days is always a joy. But a Christian bookstore? I've thought about this place 100 times since then. It's why I took the consultancy at the zinc company. It gave me an excuse to return and see it again. He pointed to their 50th anniversary sign. That is beautiful. My father started the store. I've been running it for years, but I've just inherited it now. At the concerned expression that wiped out the joy he'd expressed, Shiloh hastened to add, He's still with us, but as they get older, Mom and Dad are settling things to save hassle down the road. Wise. Milton ran his hand along the counter. I'll admit I'm amazed it's been here for so long. He offered a sheepish expression before shrugging and saying, You can't get a lot of foot traffic. We don't, which is why I decided to move instead of buying the building from the family. I'm having trouble deciding between a couple of properties. One is exactly where I want it. The other is a prime location and has more usable space. As he listened, Milton examined jewelry that Shiloh purchased from a woman in Israel. These are lovely. Before she could tell him about them, he turned and leaned an arm against the counter, watching her for a moment before asking, Is the one that's in the location you want most smaller than this place? I don't think so. Not much if it is, but no, I could look at the listing. The sound of car doors shutting warned that the first customers were arriving. Picking up Atticus's carrier and zipping it shut, Milton moved it off the counter. "Well, I've not spent a lot of time in town, but I'll admit that if I were planning to open a bookstore here, I'd want it down by the big Greenville sign. Those are wonderful buildings down there. They remind me of a store in Red Wing I helped out a couple of years ago." Two women entered, laughing and talking. Each greeted Shiloh by name, one stopping to give her a hug. "I told Barbara that we had to come get that Jen Wilkin book you recommended. We decided to take your advice and start studying and see who God brings to join us. That Women of the Word will be perfect for helping us when we start studying with others." He stepped back, moving to look at biographies while she helped the women. There was just one problem. She could hardly hear what they said with his words on repeat in her mind. "If I were planning to open a bookstore, I'd want it down by the big Greenville sign." Something else niggled at the back of her mind. Something about him helping a store and having something to do with the zinc plant. Those didn't really fit. "Shiloh, you okay, honey? You seem a bit distracted." Remembering Panda Marie's fictional comment about having the customers decide, Shiloh chanced sharing the dilemma. "I've decided to move the store, but I can't decide between Depot Street or a place over next to Ingalls." "By the phone stores?" Barbara's eyes lit up. "That's not far from me. I could walk. You absolutely should go over there." "But Depot Street. It's lovely down there by the General Morgan." Before she could continue, Barbara laughed and said, "Don't listen to her. It's closer to her house, so of course she wants it over there." So much for customers deciding for her. A glance over at Milton showed him perusing the fiction shelf. When Shiloh saw him reach for a book, she couldn't help but squint to see which one it was. It looked like an older title, but she couldn't see which one. Some folks thought she was crazy for keeping older books on the shelves, but they sold. Just because a book released a few years back didn't make it any less powerful in the hands of the right person. God used out-of-date fiction as well as yesterday's release to bless his people. Panda Marie breezed in, calling out a cheery, "Good morning." That broke up the discussion on buildings, which Shiloh couldn't help but appreciate. While waiting on the Lord had been harder several times in her life, right now it didn't feel like it. She saw Milton move to the coffee bar and asked Panda Marie to fix his cup for him, even as she wondered what he'd say about the inside of that building. And as she wondered why she cared about the opinion of a random guy with an obvious love for books and birds. Eventually, the women moved to the counter with books, highlighters, and a Bible case for Barbara, and stood beside Milton, exclaiming over the teeny-tiny parrot in there. Panda Marie accepted Milton's payment for a coffee and a copy of A Higher Call, one of the Harold Bell Wright books that Michael Phillips had edited back in the early 90s. He caught her gaze and grinned. "Haven't read this in 30 years. Can't believe you have it." "The right person comes along eventually. Happy reading." As soon as Milton paid, he moved back to her side and dropped his voice. "Look, you don't know me, and you have no reason to trust me, but—" He handed over a business card. "I help stores in trouble. Well, usually companies, but I've been having fun with bookstores of late." When she started to protest, he cut her off. "You don't need me, not for business help. Your store proves that. But if you'd like a business consultant's opinion of both places, I'd be happy to meet you at both and give you my honest opinion of location, how you can maximize the space, everything." He stepped back and added, "No charge. I just like helping stores. My number's there. I can provide references if that would make you more comfortable." Then, just like that, he raised his coffee cup in a goodbye and left the store. Shiloh watched him go and then stared at the card. It might be some kind of crazy scam, but how? He couldn't have known she was looking for a new location. Well, Lord, is that an answer? It doesn't help much. Do I research him or take him at, "if I had a store"? If only this were a Gideon moment where she could just say, "Show me by making him do something to make it obvious." But where was faith in signs that could be so easily misinterpreted? The door opened, and Milton strolled back in with the box of cinnamon rolls from Peggy Ann. He set them on the counter by Panda Marie's betta fish and said, "Heard you like them. Have a good day." Shiloh huffed. "Lord, was that supposed to be an answer? 'Cause it absolutely wasn't. That either means he's one of your people or he's a creep. So helpful." She'd have to keep praying. Tucking the card into her pocket, she also decided to show it to her husband, Dale. 2. Overheard in Greenville. If his brains were dynamite, he couldn't blow his nose. Tuesday, March 3rd. Greenville, Tennessee. The only thing worse than not being able to save a company was a company that wouldn't be saved. Milton sat in the parking lot, wondering if he'd made the right decision for all of about 15 seconds. Just as he put the truck in gear, 2 text messages chimed. Probably the guy who had tried to hire him, again. Still, he tapped and swiped to read it, just in case. Sure enough, the guy apologized for the board's lack of vision and attempted to convince him that they could turn the place around with a little help and his expertise. Milton barely resisted the temptation to type back, "The time to save a burning building is when the fire begins. What you have now are the blackened, skeletal remains, and one stiff breeze will blow them to smithereens." It almost sounded like one of the many Southernisms he'd already encountered. Sending it wouldn't do any good, though. Some people wanted help. They wanted advice and a sound plan to keep them going. Others just wanted to be told what they wanted to hear. Paul had written about those folks in church. Strange, though. Paul called it having itching ears, which also sounded quite Southern to his Yankee mind. Oh, yes, he'd also learned that he was most definitely perceived as a Yankee. They still had that here. Bless his heart. After consideration, Milton typed out a quick response, thanking the man for his confidence and reaffirming the decision to reject the contract. When he opened the next message, a slow smile formed. Shiloh Scott wondered if he had time that afternoon to visit both retail spaces and give his input. This he could and would do. He tapped out an agreement to meet at the little shopping center by Ingalls at 2 o'clock and hurried out of there. He needed to get back to the Lazy Llama campground and retrieve Atticus. If the spaces weren't heated, his friend could just stay in the truck. An hour later, he and Atticus drove up West Depot Street. A sign caught Milton's attention as he pulled up to the address Shiloh had sent him. The Gentry. He peered at the sign. Was that pizza? He'd hoped for a pastrami or Reuben with a nice bowl of soup, but... Shiloh's SUV pulled up in front of him, and in seconds she stepped down into the street. The woman was on a mission. Busy? Nervous about asking his opinion? Cold? Feeling bad about taking him up on his offer? It could be any or all of them and more. "Let's go, Atticus. I'll just tuck your carrier into my coat if it's cold in there." The first place had been fine, but it just looked colder here. "Sucker!" Ah, the little fellow was in fine form today. A cold wind prompted him to wrap his coat around the carrier now. "Sorry, little guy." Shiloh waited at the door, already inserting the key into the lock by the time Milton made it to the sidewalk. He gazed up at the tall building, taking in the windows, the brickwork, all of it. The vernacular commercial architecture, reminiscent of so many small American towns and cities, had been well preserved. Take away the cars, and you could almost believe it was 1910. Almost. Shiloh watched him as he took it all in. He could just imagine her hand gripping a phone in her coat pocket, ready to call for help. Maybe he should have asked if her husband planned to join them. Panda Marie? He'd have to find out about that name. There had to be a story there. "Great building," he said as he approached. "I can't believe it's empty." "I've always loved this building. They've done a lot of work through the revitalization project, got a grant and everything." A musty smell greeted them as she pushed open the door. Not exactly welcoming, but it probably just needed a good scrub. She'd know better than he. Milton tried imagining where she'd put things and decided to quit guessing and ask, "So, how do you see the store layout?" Off to the right, she pointed at a small section. "That used to be a soda fountain. This was a drugstore back in the day. I thought I'd put the fiery furnace there." "Will you expand?" He hadn't gotten the word "will" out before Shiloh began shaking her head. No. I'm not looking to do more than provide good coffee for shoppers. That's why we need to keep only a few options. And it's even more important if we move here. Catalyst is just around the corner. They're actually a local ministry. All profits go to helping the community. I wouldn't want to take away from that." "I'll have to check them out. First, though, having a late lunch across the street after we're done here." "Good choice. Everyone's raving about their wood-fired pizza." Then, as if determined to get back to business, she showed where she'd put the counter, the Bible wall, the fiction, the crafts, the clothing, even Gladys. "Maybe there people will see her as they come in and won't be startled by her anymore. My sister says we should just retire her, but she's been with us for so long. Some people who visit from out of state even come in here to say hi to her." When he couldn't hide his amusement, she shrugged. "Crazy Californians." More than the plans she shared, Milton noticed the difference in Shiloh's tone as she described where each thing would go. This place appealed to her in a way the other didn't. Not that it surprised him. The other building was as generic of a commercial space as you could find. There were probably thousands of those same boxy structures strewn across the great state of Tennessee. But how many places like this, and with those southwestern-facing display windows? "What's upstairs?" She beckoned him to follow and took him through a doorway at the back. From there, a staircase led up to the second floor. It appeared to have once been someone's living quarters. Now, a small restroom jutted out from one wall, and a large, room-sized closet stood in the far corner. Looking closely, and it didn't take much effort, he could see where walls had once been. "I thought maybe we'd have book clubs up here, a meeting space for Bible studies or something like that. Prayer groups? Someone was talking about starting a prayer shawl ministry after reading that book by Sharon Mondragon." "The Unlikely Yarn of the Dragon Lady?" When she gaped at him, Milton couldn't help but laugh. "I read widely, and I liked it. And its sequel, despite a possible theological disagreement." "Possible?" Even as she asked, Shiloh examined the space more closely as if trying to make decisions. "I don't know the author's intent, so I wouldn't want to accuse her of holding beliefs that she doesn't." Milton hesitated, because he really wanted to assess the space, and because this wasn't the time and place for a theological disagreement if Shiloh happened to agree with the author. To sidestep that discussion for a moment, he plowed on with the ideas. "I can't help but think this could provide an excellent side income as an Airbnb. People would love to stay in a bookish place. This area has so much to offer during the day, and then to come back at night and have a place to relax and decompress with good books and some of your excellent coffee." His heart yearned for it already. "I imagine local churches would prefer to put up visiting speakers at a place like this rather than an impersonal hotel." As he spoke, something shifted in Shiloh. This definitely had been her preferred location, but she hadn't married herself to the idea. One more proof of the woman's business acumen. Impressive. "I like it. I wonder if it could manage both. One more public area for the Bible studies and book clubs that wouldn't be used so late as to disturb guests. It'd be an extra area for those guests, too. It could house a nice collection of used books that they could read." Within minutes, they'd marked off a potential library area, complete with another bathroom backing up against the apartment's current one, which would also serve as a sound barrier. They both liked another layout, but it would mean moving plumbing. Too expensive. Still, the space would allow for a tiny kitchenette, another seating area, and 2 modest-sized bedrooms. Well, 1 modest-sized bedroom and enough room for bunk beds and a skinny chest of drawers in the closet room. I suppose it could be a project for the future as well. Too bad you couldn't have it done by summer. It would cover the slow, early winter slump. He eyed her. Or are you immune to that here? Oh, no. She laughed and began taking pictures with her phone. The J months, in particular, are slow. Milton suspected only January would remain slow if she moved to this location. Do you know a fast contractor? Have a cousin who does renovations. This is a slow time for him, too. What she was doing on her phone, Milton couldn't hope to guess. It didn't look like texting, so her cousin probably hadn't been contacted for his opinions. But her finger tapped down and swiped like a shopper gone mad on a double bargain day. I wonder if it could be done in 10 weeks, completely finished. Shiloh shook her head. No, that's a crazy idea. Don't know what I was thinking. This would be good. Milton had no doubt about that. It would be great, actually. He leaned against a support column and adjusted Atticus's carrier, so the bird was sure to get fresh air as well as stay warm. What happens in 10 weeks? The Iris Festival, our biggest event here. People come from all over. Milton knew business. Bottom lines, where to cut back, where to add risk, and when to avoid it. He had no idea about renovations and construction. What he did know was that nothing seemed to go to schedule. Maybe ask your cousin if he's busy for the next 6 weeks. If he can get it done in that time, it would give you time to furnish, decorate, and advertise it with minimal stress. If the project goes over, as they inevitably do. She looked at him, looked around her, looked back at him again, and flashed a smile he'd already decided personified her. I've decided, haven't I? Of course you have. You did that back the day you decided to move from the other building. You just didn't give yourself permission to actually do it. Her phone rang, and Milton moved toward the stairs. You get that. I'm going to go have some pizza and see if it's what it's fired up to be. Thanks. She answered the persistent ringtone before calling after him. Appreciate your help and ideas, before saying something to Dale. Must be the husband. All right, little buddy, we're heading into the Arctic. Hang on to your wings and we'll get over to a nice toasty place. Hopefully they'll be empty enough that they won't be bothered by the carrier. A man gave him an odd look as he strode past on his way up the street. On the one hand, he probably looked a bit strange talking to himself, but in this day of Bluetooth everything, well, maybe not here. He could fall in love with the town for that reason alone, if it were true. The young woman who greeted him took one look at Atticus and assured Milton that they'd be fine in the back. It's not like he'll be shedding all over folks' food. Anyone complains, we'll just call him your emotional support bird, and they can deal. For a moment, Milton thought he might get a fun Southernism for his new commonplace book of amusing sayings he'd heard since arriving. Then the girl just ended with, can deal. Kind of a letdown, but he supposed younger people might cling to sayings in national pop culture until blood won out and they slipped back into local vernacular as God intended. Well, maybe God didn't have any intentions of the sort, but Milton wouldn't put money on that. Instead, he'd give Atticus a couple of seeds, sip the sweetest tea he'd had in a coon's age. Did people around here say that one? He'd have to find out. And wait for his wood-fired, pepperoni, mushroom, olive, and green pepper pizza. Oh, and defrost. He and Atticus would most definitely defrost. 3. The right guy is a Christian, obviously. While Sushi perused the pen display next to his bowl, Panda Marie unpacked a box of new releases from Revell. Adding to inventory might not be as exciting as arranging an enticing display or creating a fun reel for Instagram, but as soon as she finished, she'd make a cup of coffee and dismantle the current display of books they'd curated for the Valentine season. Her gaze slid toward the box of cinnamon rolls. There was still one left. She could heat it up. The door opened and in blew wind that Canada had obviously sent packing, along with one of their regular customers. "I'm home from work for 3 days while they replace the flooring. Finally. So, I want a new book for each day. What do you have for me?" "Hey, Ashley. 2 fictions and a non?" When the woman's lips tightened, Panda Marie knew she'd buy a 4th book to justify having the 3 novels she wanted. Yep, Ashley scowled at herself, presumably. After all, she'd created the 1 nonfiction for every 2 fictions rule that Panda Marie was supposed to remind her of. It didn't stop her from her mission, though. "I want a romance, something with suspense, and either fantasy or women's fiction. You choose." "Your nonfiction?" With a sigh, the reluctant but determined nonfiction reader began perusing the books on the out-of-date romance display. The bold red cover of Carrie Scott's "Clothe Your Heart in Love" drew her attention first. Panda Marie wasn't surprised. It was a lovely book, inside and out. In her typical style, Ashley flipped half-heartedly through a few pages and put it back. She'd do that a few more times. Yep. There she went with Coffee and Jesus by Jean Fisher. No way would she actually buy that one. Ashley Johnson didn't like coffee. Heresy as far as Panda Marie was concerned. Almost as incomprehensible as hating sweet tea. Why don't they ever have things like this with Coke or Dr. Pepper or... Her eyes lit up. Sweet tea! Well, at least Ashley didn't go that far. "Maybe you should write one. I keep hearing that if you can't find the book you want most, you might be the one to write it." Ashley eyed her. "And what book do you never find that you want?" Before Panda Marie could answer, she added a qualifier. "Non-fiction. There are too many fiction options." She knew the answer. Most of her friends agreed. There were not enough. Ashley cleared her throat and Panda Marie shrugged. "Probably something along the lines of thriving in singleness instead of surviving it, like it's some barren wasteland you have to traverse until you get to the promised land of marriage." "Don't you want to be married?" Truth be told, she did. But Ashley's tone and expression hinted that maybe, just maybe, Ashley didn't want to be anymore. So while she explained the difference between desiring something and being bereft without it, Panda Marie went to the women's nonfiction section and pulled off a book, the one she really hoped Ashley would give a fair shot and knew probably would never happen. "There's a book over here. So good. Might just be what you want. Elizabeth Elliot." "There it is. Someone misshelved it. Love has a price tag. It says on the back, 'A delightfully engaging collection of essays about seeing God's love in everyday moments.'" Now, if she could just keep Ashley from picking it up too soon. "As for romance, have you seen—" "Oh, this is cool." Ashley broke in and kept going. "Digital detox devotions? I like that. Short and snappy." Resigning herself to not convincing Ashley to try Elizabeth Elliot, she moved to suspense. "Did you read Dark Designs, Nancy Mell? Weren't you reading that series?" When Ashley nodded, Panda Marie tried again. "How about Deadly Currents, Elizabeth Goddard's latest?" Okay, so if the name Elizabeth drove home certain nonfiction offerings, that wasn't her fault. Ashley loved Elizabeth Goddard. "Yes, I want that one, please." 2 rom-coms auditioned for first place in Ashley's heart, but in the end, she went with Sarah Monson's Hearts in Circulation. I mean, I loved an overdue match. She writes rom-com with depth, you know. And bookish, come on, you're singing my song there. Her fingers hesitated over the cover of Melissa Ferguson's latest, but she shook her head. "Okay, what about fantasy or women's fiction?" Panda Marie had her next suggestion in hand, but had already begun to reshelve it. Another bookish book. Sorry. Let me think. Bookish? Seriously, the woman sounded just like a dog looks when he hears or smells bacon sizzling in a pan. Fantasy and bookish? Sign me up. The Charmed Library by Jennifer Mormon? My cousin read it and liked it. I haven't read it, though. I'll take it. Oh, and I better get my mama-in-love a card. Her birthday's in a couple of weeks. While Ashley picked out a card, Panda Marie stacked the books she had scattered all over the counters into piles to make room for Ashley's books and a bag. That woman carried a small backpack for a purse. A nice one, but still. It had room for a few books and everything you could need for an overnight trip to wherever you wanted to go. Panda Marie had just picked up digital detox devotions when Ashley arrived with 2 cards, asking her opinion of which was most meaningful. What could she do but read each one thoroughly and hope one stood out? She never did get to do it. Ashley took one look at the books stacked next to her and squealed. Jennifer Dibble? She wrote those Irish historical romances. And this is a devotional about Irish blessings? I want this. I don't spend much time on digital stuff anyway. I'll just put that one back. So back went digital, and in went May the Road Rise to Meet You. It did sound lovely. Panda Marie hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. Devotionals weren't usually her thing, but she had enjoyed Jennifer Dibble's novels, and now a devotional exploring Irish blessings? It had to be good, right? Something to read to get you focused on the Lord on mornings when everything went wrong and you didn't have time for your usual quiet time. She'd probably pick one up too. Before Ashley made it out the door with her 3-day book binge, a confused-looking man entered, his gaze roaming the room. May I help you? I'm looking for the sewage plant. There's just something wrong with how many people come in here looking for sewage. Panda Marie couldn't say that, but she could give him a pleasant smile and directions to his stinky destination. Have a nice day. Shiloh entered just as she'd taken her first sip of coffee and dropped a news bomb. It's official. We're moving over spring break while the kids are home from college. Which store? She didn't pray, please be depot, please be depot, please be depot, on a warp speed loop, but she might as well have. Depot. And we're turning the upstairs into a meeting room and Airbnb before the Irish Festival, Lord and Greg willing. Oh my. Thursday, March 5th, Milligan, Tennessee. Judah Hensley's phone alerted him at 1 o'clock. His mom would be home from Bible study, always a good time to get her to agree to something. Why a guy of 24 had to get Mama's permission to do anything all boiled down to who paid the college bills. There's nothing free about my degree. Still, he couldn't argue that he'd made the agreement. If he didn't like it, he could have chosen student loans and independence, an idea so dumb a box of rocks would know better, as his grandpa would say. But he'd waited almost a week for today because, once again, Mom always came home from Bible study with all the warm fuzzies that she managed to accumulate there. Flopping down on his bed, Judah put the phone on speaker and hit the call button. Mom picked up with an exasperated, "What's wrong?" Uh-oh. Everything okay? You sound flustered. For reasons only God knows and isn't sharing, there's a tractor going 12 miles an hour down the road and I can't get around him. So much for her being in a good mood. Oh, that's the worst. I can call back later. I thought you'd be home by now. Should have been home a half an hour ago, but we had to pick a new book today, and now this. Pick a new book. A double whammy. Mom hated book picking day. They never picked the one she nominated, which was probably good because Judah had long suspected that his mother chose books that made her look spiritual rather than ones she really wanted to study. I just called to see how you are. He'd started to add, and tell you about what I'm doing for spring break, but his mom broke in. Oh, Judah, I needed that today. The Lord must have put it in your heart. So grateful. How are classes?
Gearing up for midterms. Grades are good.
That's wonderful. Can't wait to see you. I'm planning to make lasagna for your first night home. Oh, and don't forget your laundry.
About that.
But she wouldn't let him speak. No, sir. I know you're not separating things properly. I bet your whites are all dingy. He didn't have any whites, not that she'd acknowledge it. Oh, she knew it, but knowing and acknowledging weren't even related. At least he had a good rebuttal.
Don't have much dirty. I wash on Tuesday nights while I'm studying.
Okay, he'd been studying how best to approach this, but that didn't make it any less true. Well, good. But you'll have dirty clothes by the time you head on down, so don't forget 'em. Under her breath, she added, Just pull over a bit on the straightaways, will you?
About that. Daniel's parents are heading to Colorado for skiing during spring break. They offered to take me with them. All I'd have to pay for is my lift tickets and equipment rental because they're using Mr. Bible's miles to pay for airfare.
Judah held his breath and internally begged her not to ask how much lift tickets would be. The price had staggered him, but he had it and could pull it off as long as his parents were prepared for it at the reckoning. Again, why a man of 24 had to have budget talks with his parents at the end of each semester could only be explained by that fat check they wrote. Okay, they used a debit card every semester for books, tuition, and lodging.
Just 2.5 semesters. Just 2.5 semesters. Just 2...
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yes.
That's not something we could afford, that's for sure. I'll talk to your daddy and get back to you, but you should probably go. If Mom would talk to his daddy, really, at his age, it was as good as approved. I'll see what he says about contributing some spending money. You sure you have enough to cover it? I heard those lift tickets come dear.
I have it. Been careful this year.
She chuckled at that, and he could hear the tension in her voice relax. Well, after last summer's reckoning, I can imagine you have been. All that coffee last year. Well, it helped that she'd bought him a Keurig. Not as good as the coffee company, but he could drink all month on the cost of just a few coffees. He still allowed himself one a week paid for by change from other places. Not that they needed to know that. Her squeal told him that either the tractor had pulled off or she'd gotten around him. We'll see you before you go, right? You'll leave from the Bible's house.
Yeah, I'll come stay overnight and then they'll pick me up on the way to Charlotte.
That's fine. At least we get to see you. I'll call as soon as I've talked to your daddy, but it should be all right. Almost home, so better go. If I can find the button. Honestly, I think it'd be safer to just tap the phone screen. There it is. Bye, honey. Judah didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. The call dropped, probably because she'd dipped down into a holler instead of because she'd gotten the right button. Ever since Dad had bought the new-to-them Hyundai Santa Fe, she'd fumbled like crazy. Giving a lefty a right-side control, never a good idea. His 2:40 class was coming up. Judah pushed himself off the bed and called Daniel while throwing his Signals and Systems book into his backpack and grabbed his coat.
Hey, man, talk to Mom. She's all excited, so unless something weird happens, I'm in.
That's great. I'll tell Dad so he can reserve the tickets. That could be great. If Dad had objections and Mr. Bible had already used his miles, Mom would fight for him to go. But better not.
Just give me until tonight to be sure. Wouldn't want to waste your dad's miles.
Before Daniel could suggest anything else, Judah mumbled something about heading into class and disconnected. His conscience protested yet another half-truth. He'd gotten rather good at never actually lying. Whenever that made him uncomfortable, Judah reminded himself that if his parents weren't so controlling, he wouldn't have to do it.
And it's their own fault for making me so stuck on the truth in the first place.
People believed you when you were known for being honest. Another reason he made sure his lies and evasions could technically be true. He did what he had to do to survive this whole college thing.
I'll get my degree, get a job in Kingsport at Eastman, and they won't have a say in how I live my life anymore. Meanwhile, Colorado, here I come.
4 hours later, he sat on a bench in the central quad, eyes closed, ignoring his cold butt.
Why does Aunt Shiloh need me home? She's moving the store down on Depot Street and needs to do it quickly. You'll get paid, too. Maybe it'll help you decide about working there over the summer. I'll take out student loans before I spend all summer in a Christian bookstore. Sorry about the trip, son, but I knew you'd want to help Shiloh, so I told her you'd be glad to. His jaw clenched. Can't some of the other kids do it? I don't know when I'll ever get this chance again. I know, and like I said, I'm real sorry, but this is family. Not just family, but Shiloh. Do you really want me to call her back and say, sorry, honey, but Judah decided to go freeze his fanny off on the slopes instead of helping his favorite aunt?
Fighting his destiny, futile.
Whatever. See you when I get home. Gotta go. Bye.
The dark coldness around him suited his mood just fine, but Judah's body complained. On his way to the old Jeep Cherokee he'd inherited, one more way his father kept him in a chokehold. Judah called Daniel. 4. Overheard in Greenville.
This cold is meaner'n a skillet full of rattlesnakes.
Friday, March 13th. The Lazy Llama Campground, Chuckey, Tennessee. For once, the forecast didn't exaggerate, much to Milton's dismay. When he opened his trailer door to find the snow level with his floor, he decided it was a good day to settle in with a few cups of tea, his favorite throw blanket, and a higher call. The manager of the Lazy Llama Campground pounded on his door around 10 o'clock just to make sure he was all right.
Got plenty of water? Pipes didn't freeze?
Worked a bit ago. I have things insulated, so it should be fine.
Good, good.
He stood there, just inside the door, snow dropping off his legs and melting all over the mat.
It's a deep freeze out there. That stupid groundhog saw his shadow, and this is what we get. I'm making groundhog stew for lunch.
When Atticus swooped onto Milton's shoulder, the guy added,
Your little bird warm enough?
All irritation at the interruption fled. Sometimes Milton feared he'd become the male bird equivalent to a crazy cat lady. Say something nice about Atticus or show concern for him, and Milton tended to assume the best of you. He didn't get a chance to respond, though. As if he knew exactly what the man had asked, Atticus piped up,
Pretty boy.
Did he just? Well, daggum.
And there was another for his commonplace book. Milton had placed that phrase solely in books and movies. Another illusion shattered, much to his delight. He has timing, I'll give him that.
Eat it.
He tore off a piece of kale from the baggie he kept on hand and set it on his little end table. Right on cue, the bird chirped out a
Sucker.
before hopping down to snag it.
That's right, cute.
After one more look at Atticus while Milton tried to think of something to say, the guy added,
Well, I need to get on back. More snow is expected later, so I'm trying to get us cleared out first. Makes it easier if you don't let it pile up.
Kind of like dishes. However, inspired by the guy's diligence, he asked to borrow a shovel, and when it came, he scooped a path away from the trailer to his vehicle, and from his vehicle to the path that wound around all the campsites. By the time he crawled back up into the trailer, he was cold, and the snow and wind had picked up again. Going to take a hot shower, Atticus. Warm my bones. I'll be out in a few minutes. By the time Milton returned to his favorite chair and his blanket, he was ready to dive into Harold Bell Wright's Ozarkian world of performative and often hypocritical Christianity. Atticus came to read from his shoulder as if the bird knew what those chicken scratches on the page actually said. It's amazing how a book almost 120 years old is addressing problems we still see today. He reached up and stroked Atticus's head.
Solomon's nothing new applies to everything, doesn't it?
Sucker.
Well, the bird wasn't wrong. New one born every minute, or some banker once said. Turning to look Atticus in the eye, he added, but people like to say it was P.T. Barnum.
At lunchtime, he found a treasure of a quote.
Listen to this, Atticus. To the churches, Christianity has become a question of fidelity to a church and creed, and not to the Spirit of Christ. Tell me that doesn't fit everything going on in the church today. I wonder if it's proof that we, too, are the same yesterday and today. Just tomorrow, though, not forever. Praise God for that.
Deciding that was a good place to stop, Milton put his book aside and began rummaging through his fridge, trying to decide what would spoil first. He'd rather not drive into town for supplies if he could avoid it. Why people insisted on driving around on slick roads and making things difficult for road crews and first responders when, inevitably, they ended up in a ditch or spinning out and hitting a tree, he didn't know, but he had no intention of joining their ranks. A small container of leftover beef and vegetable soup wouldn't satisfy him, but Milton decided to go ahead and heat it up.
I suppose I'll make a grilled cheese sandwich to go with it. Still have that sliced Gouda and add it to a bit of Havarti. Yum.
Sometimes Milton suspected that his habit of speaking to Atticus would prove to be step one of a delusional sort of dementia.
Still, it's nice to have a friend to talk to who usually doesn't start a lot of drama.
His phone pinged while he fried that sandwich. His friend, Meredith, down by Asheville, asked how he was doing. Milton finished cooking his sandwich and went to snap a picture of the snow for her. But when he opened the door, a blast of snow hit him full in the face, and now the snow had been blown up to a foot above the floor.
Wow, so fast.
Once the picture had been taken, he zipped it back with another one of his meal, one of his current read, and one of Atticus looking particularly dapper on his perch.
He says to tell you he misses you.
A reply followed almost immediately. I miss him too, and his best friend. When this mess is cleared away, you'll have to come down. We still haven't explored Valdez. The Waldensian Museum is open Wednesday through Friday, or Tuesday by appointment. Maybe if the snow is gone next week. Between bites, Milton tapped out his agreement. He'd expected to get down to see Meredith before now, but he'd met with a company in Johnson City and had helped them identify a couple of hemorrhaging departments. They'd eventually landed on a few solutions, which had made his trip to Tennessee worth it after the disaster at the metal company. He'd had a billable consultation, helped prevent the very thing that he'd come down to fix, and couldn't, and was now free to explore Greenville and the surrounding towns. Well, he would be as soon as this storm blew out. Atticus hopped around the table, obviously needing some stimulation, so Milton suggested a shower.
I'll get it going while I wash dishes.
He'd have asked how that sounded, but Atticus had already flown to the bathroom. The swing-out shower perch just barely caught the outer spray of Milton's shower nozzle, perfect for the little bird to clean himself. Sometimes he'd hear Atticus attempting to imitate his singing, but it always came out like a few chirpy squawks before he just chattered at nothing. So, with Atticus splashing and playing as he groomed, Milton washed the lunch dishes and hid a couple of dried mango pieces among some beads and wadded-up smut book pages. Did he get a bit of perverse pleasure out of watching his bird destroy a perverse novel? Of course he did. Once a nice play tray had been assembled, Milton went to turn off the shower, but Atticus had other ideas.
Pretty boy, shower.
He'd only added shower to his pretty boy a couple of times, each time when he wasn't through with his avian ablutions. Twice more Milton attempted to lure the bird out to the living area, but nothing worked until he sprinkled a washcloth with water and heated it in the microwave for 30 seconds. The minute Atticus saw it, he hopped right into Milton's hand.
You need to learn to ask for a towel, buddy. Towel.
He tugged at the cloth, hoping it would fix the word in the bird's mind. A hopeless move. If Atticus didn't want to say towel, he wouldn't. Still, the little guy did like to cuddle up against Milton's chest with a warm washcloth lightly draped over his back, after he'd shaken off most of the water, that is. Of course, the moment Atticus saw the play tray, he abandoned Milton in favor of destroying paper and finding snacks. Milton placed a folded paper towel next to it for the inevitable potty break before pulling out his book again.
Eat it, read it, eat it.
We're both devouring books today, aren't we? A chapter later, Milton sighed and pointed at a line. Listen to this. What a triumph it would be if he could win such a character to the church. Again, that's what's wrong with us. We shouldn't be focused on the church, but on Christ. Oh, Dan, come on. Not for the first time, Milton imagined what it would have been like if two different authors could have had their characters meet. Thomas Wingate and Dan Matthews, such different people from different times and situations, but they could have learned from each other. Atticus didn't seem to care, so Milton turned the page and read on. His phone began playing his aunt's ringtone. Hi, Aunt Callie. How's Maine?
Cold. Milton, I'm at the hospital.
Oh, no.
Slipped on ice. Not outside. In my kitchen. The stupid ice thing in the door spat out an extra or something because I walked in and went down. Broke a couple of ribs and my hip.
He knew what she'd ask before she had a chance to ask it, so Milton pulled out a duffel bag and began packing. When can I spring you?
When can you get here? They're talking about sending me to a nursing home until I've healed unless someone comes to get me. Milton, I can't go to one of those places.
The sniffling began. It's all right. No matter how he soothed, it wouldn't help. Well, it wouldn't help her. It settled his nerves to try. I'll get there as soon as I can, but we're in the middle of a nasty snowstorm here. I don't know if I can get to the airport, and even if I do, I don't know if flights are going out. She pleaded with him to try, which he promised to do. Let me call the manager here at the Lazy Llama. Fun name, isn't it? And see if maybe he has ideas. Surely someone around here has the driving skills and the vehicle to get me to the airport. It's not that far away. Less than an hour in normal conditions, if I remember correctly.
But you'll come?
As soon as I can get there. If they move you to a facility, we'll just move you out, okay? Let me find a ride to the airport and I'll call you back. No way he or anyone else should be on the road. And yet, here I am. The guy in the office at the Lazy Llama had a friend he thought could carry him to the airport. Did Milton have a particular time he wanted to leave? Whenever is convenient. I'll pay for my trailer, though, through the end of the month. 3.5 hours later, Milton paid his driver, against protests that it weren't nothin', and hustled into the airport. The departures and arrivals board had a few delays and a couple of cancellations, but nothing like Milton had expected. He took a picture of it and sent it to Aunt Callie with a text. Looks like I might be able to find a flight after all. And half an hour later, he sent another. Got a flight to Charlotte that leaves in 4 hours. There's a flight to Bangor that leaves 3 hours after I arrive at CNA. Best I could find. Just hang tight. We'll be there soon. Praying for you. I love you. As Milton and Atticus went through security, one TSA agent asked how he'd gotten approval, and Milton shrugged. I asked if he counted as a carry-on, and the ticket agent said yes. Another shrug for good measure. Didn't think much about it. I thought, well, have a good flight. The flight was the least of his concerns. 7 hours of wait time in an airport, that would be the worst. All right, Atticus.
We'll get settled in a corner somewhere, and I'll put on your leash.
Fly.
The rest, Me to the Moon, was garbled, mostly because Atticus tried to sing it rather than speak it. Milton had tried to remember to say it rather than sing it each time he put on the bird's leash, but he usually failed.
Yep, fly me to the moon, or at least to Maine.
5. This too shall pass, like the wind of an alpaca in your face. Monday, March 16th, Greenville, Tennessee. While his best friend zipped down the runs at Telluride, Judah glared at the thermometer hanging in his mother's kitchen window. 36 degrees. He might get out of working at the store today, but at this rate, tomorrow was a given. Mom hovered over him, spoon at the ready, and asked if he wanted more scrambled eggs.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Dad's voice behind him made him jump.
You go off to college and come home without the manners your mama taught you? Yes, please requires one less word, son.
Mom hurried over to kiss Dad and shoo him to the table. Judah just glowered at his refilled plate.
And when I say thanks, it evens out. So who cares?
Obviously, Dad did. This would be a long week if he started off saying what he really thought, so Judah gave his mom the grin he knew she loved most.
Best eggs ever. They're either runny or dry at McCormick.
And why was it that once he'd said something nice or done something nice, he felt nicer? It should be so much more satisfying to do or say what he really thought sometimes. Halfway through his meal, Dad pulled out his phone and read something.
Shiloh suggests I drop you off. She says she'll bring you home, but the roads are still bad. The fewer cars, the better. She's probably just afraid I'll do something dumb. I can handle it.
Would Dad resist the temptation to throw past mistakes in his face? Probably not.
Can't see Shiloh saying one thing if she meant another. And just because you can get there and back without killing yourself or anyone else doesn't mean she's not right. If I didn't need to go get things filed today, I'd be staying home myself.
Would he say something he shouldn't if he stuck around the table? Definitely. So Judah did the only smart thing. He rinsed his plate, popped it in the dishwasher, and mumbled something about brushing his teeth. Even he didn't know what he'd actually said. He grabbed warm gloves and his warmest toboggan. For all he knew, they'd be packing boxes all day and not need them. At least boxes of books were easy to pack and hard to do wrong. But if he had to carry them into a truck or out of a truck and into the store, Judah wanted something warm. The truck? Freezing, even after warming up for 5 minutes. They hadn't made it half a mile before Dad said,
Need to say something, Judah.
Great, now what have I done?
I know you wanted to go to Knoxville with Daniel, and I know you probably think I don't understand. I do.
He took a sip of steaming coffee from his travel mug before continuing.
Just want to say we've noticed you trying not to complain lately. Those first couple of years were rough, and we probably weren't as understanding as we could have been. You'd been through a lot. I tended to forget that. Anyway, just wanted you to know that we see you making an effort, and we appreciate it.
Oh, he was making efforts all right. The effort not to end up destroying relationships or to end up a slave to the U.S. Department of Education.
See, Dad, I learned my Sunday school lessons. I know all about borrowers being slaves.
Because Judah knew one thing for certain. If he ever said what he really thought about their rules and religion, that's exactly what would happen.
Thanks.
What else could he say that wouldn't get him in trouble?
Shiloh sure is excited to see you. She missed your last visit.
Good. A change in subject was just what he needed.
Off at that conference, wasn't she?
The rest of the drive was punctuated by occasional idiots trying to get themselves or someone else killed, updates on classes and clients, and a few texts from Daniel.
Sounds like Colorado has clearer roads than we do. They're used to this stuff. Sorry you didn't get to go. It would have been a fun trip.
Huh. Dad actually sounded like he meant it. A moment later, he pulled onto Snap's Ferry Road and whistled.
Looks like Dale brought his truck.
We'll need it. Judah grabbed his backpack from the floorboard and thanked his father for the ride. Have a good day. The words didn't take the effort they might have a couple of weeks ago. His more rational side said that was probably a good thing. Preserving family relationships was important, supposedly.
Now you're just being a jerk. They're doing what they think is best. They're just wrong.
In one corner, little Tirza Hull packed the kids' section as if it were an Olympic competition. Aunt Shiloh saw him and hurried over with a huge smile and an even bigger hug. No one hugged like Aunt Shiloh.
So good to see you.
So you're actually moving, huh?
What kind of idiot question was that? Judah jerked his head in Tirza's direction.
And when did she get old enough to work here?
People grow up.
She gave him one more squeeze before pointing to an empty shelving unit.
We need to disassemble that and get it in the truck.
I can do that.
That's pretty much how the morning went. Aunt Shiloh would say, "We need to take down these shelves," and he'd do it. Panda Marie followed behind him, filling little baggies with any hardware and marking what they went to with tape. Yeah, it was smart. He'd work out why he'd always thought she wasn't later. Or not. Probably not. But regardless, it was also annoying. It wasn't like he couldn't write a stupid number 3 on a baggie and a piece of tape on a shelf.
What are we doing about those shelves along the wall?
Panda Marie gave him an odd look before saying,
Nothing.
From inside the office, where Aunt Shiloh seemed to be focused, she called out,
We're leaving them, Judah. Once we get over to the new place, you and Dale will start building new ones. The wood's there already, and Dale's already cut stuff to size and sealed it. Just need to assemble.
And as if that were Uncle Dale's cue, he stepped through the door.
Are we ready to take a bulky stuff over? Judah, Jeremy, and I have some shelves to build.
Jeremy. He hadn't seen any sign of his cousin Jeremy. When he asked, Uncle Dale grunted something about the kid meeting us over there.
He's helping with the upstairs stuff until we get there.
That answer prompted more questions that Judah wanted to ask. He figured he'd find out those answers soon enough, so he hefted the round display table and inched his way to the door and huffed.
I think this is about all we can get in there for now.
Wednesday, March 18th, Greenville, Tennessee. 2 days and a half. 2.5 days of putting up with Judah Hensley's attitude. Worst of all, Panda Marie couldn't even complain to her boss. The guy didn't show it around Shiloh, of course. Okay, to be fair, he really did seem to enjoy her. Maybe it was just the rest of them.
Or me. Maybe he just hates me.
As she snatched up 3 more boxes taking up space, Panda Marie decided that if that were the case, he could just suffer. The sound of the drill's battery pack being snapped into the charger greeted her as she came back into the shop after depositing the boxes in Shiloh's SUV. Judah looked up.
I'm making a coffee run. Want anything?
Great. Now he'd made a liar out of her. Maybe he was just one of those guys who hyper-focused on whatever he was doing, and it came off as grumpy. Deciding to meet him halfway, she smiled and went to see if she had any cash.
I'd love a cold brew with cream and cinnamon, 16 ounce.
Got it.
Let me see if I have cash.
Aunt Shiloh gave me plenty. Thanks, so.
The moment the door shut behind him, Shiloh called Panda Marie over to the new Bible bookcases.
What do you think? Should we add artwork above them? It would be a pain to get down, but the ceilings are too high to take the shelves all the way up. I like it. Those cool ceilings will set off the artwork, too.
After another good look, she added,
We'll have room for more if we want them. Oh, and we could have one of those library ladders installed to access them easier. We'll see.
Shiloh went to grab another box, but one of the guys from the upstairs project came in and asked if he could show her something. After promising to be right there, she asked Panda Marie to get the Bibles on the shelves.
It'll feel good to have 'em in place.
Box 1 held King James Version Bibles. She'd start there, but there would be at least one other of just KJV. Soft cover, leather, hardcover, large print, note-taking, they had it all. Once that was front and center, she moved to the English Standard Version and began unpacking them onto the shelf above. Shiloh's father came in just as she finished and eyed the shelves.
Maybe those would be better a couple of rows down.
Panda Marie smiled at him.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Giles. Did you come over to see Shiloh? She's upstairs talking to the guys about something they're doing.
Is she? Well, I'll just go see what's what.
He'd made it 2 steps before turning back and asking,
You got a good Schofield up there?
Yes, sir.
Trying not to show her amusement, she spread her hand across several options.
All these at this end of the KJV shelf are Schofields.
Oh, good, good. Thank you, honey.
As he passed through to the back, he patted the sarcophagus they hadn't been able to part with. Mr. Giles had entertained countless customers with stories about how and why he'd acquired it. The place wouldn't be the same without it, or without Gladys.
She goes up next. I hope Shiloh's right, and being front and center will keep folks from jumping at the sight of her.
Panda Marie's phone rang, and seeing her sister's name pop up, she answered with,
Greenville Pack and Stack. We move it, you'll lose it. How may I be of assistance?
Has anything gone missing?
Won't know until I need it and can't find it.
The sight of Judah nearing the door prompted her to add,
Actually, yes. I lost my patience a couple of hours ago, but I think I've found it.
When the door opened without a chime or anything to alert her to his arrival, she decided that maybe they'd better put some bells on that door.
Well, hold on tight to that patience. I just overheard a couple of guys from church talking. Sounds like Austin has been working out how to ask you out.
Of course, her groan escaped just as Judah showed up.
Sorry, talking to Alyssa. Anyway, thank you. This is perfect.
Sure thing.
He handed her a cup before going to distribute the rest of the coffees. Was it her imagination, or did he give her a frowny look just before disappearing into the back?
Whatever.
Panda Marie didn't have time to decipher the vagaries of Judah Hensley. After a sip of coffee, she dragged the next box over and cut it open. The New Living Translation could go right below the KJV. Those two were their most popular Bibles, and you couldn't get more opposite. KJV with its Elizabethan language right alongside NLT with its modern phrasing.
People are funny.
About that time, she realized she'd missed most of what Alyssa had been saying, but she didn't miss her sister's blasphemous suggestion of,
Maybe you should just give it a chance. I mean, he really is a great guy. No, yes, he's a perfectly lovely human, but he's blonde, he's tall, and he's an introvert, a triple threat. I bet he has at least 3 of your top qualities. He's a Christian for one. He's kind and a bunch of other great things, but while blonde is manageable, tall is not. That is not the way I want to look up to a man.
Of course, at that moment, she turned around to find Judah standing there in all his tall glory, offering her a couple of sugar packets.
Forgot to see if you needed sweetener.
Then something sparked in the guy's eyes, something unnerving, and he squatted down a few inches before adding,
Or is that sweetening?
He dropped the raw sugar packets on the counter and disappeared into the back again.
Was that Judah? Did he just call you sweetie? No.
Panda Marie dropped her voice and whispered,
I think he overheard me talking about Austin being too tall. Actually, I know he did. Got all snarky with me and pretended to shrink down so I wouldn't have to look up at him. I should have kept him talking just to see how long he'd squat there like someone frozen in a CrossFit class.
Well, you could always ask him out. He's not blonde or an introvert. She definitely needed a bigger coffee to get through all this. After a sip that turned into a gulp that almost burned her mouth, Panda Marie informed her sister that there were worse things than tall, blonde introverts.
Sarcastic? Remember that one? No, thank you. But thanks for the warning about Austin. I'll at least be prepared.
After disconnecting, she held her cup in both hands, allowing its warmth to seep into her fingertips, and tried to forget that she had 3 more days of working with Judah. No way would he let it go. If only there was some way to... Wait, cinnamon rolls. Maybe they would sweeten him up.
And if not, at least I get cinnamon rolls. It's a win no matter what.
6. Overheard in Greenville.
I got a hitch in my get-along.
Wednesday, March 18th, Cherryfield, Maine. Getting Aunt Callie up the porch steps proved why the hospital had been so adamant that she get enough therapy to be able to do it with help before leaving. Milton absolutely could not have hefted even his willowy aunt up those steps. Once inside, he made her comfortable on the parlor sofa and set about starting a fire in the grate.
How are you doing?
Stove up for sure.
Well, breaking ribs and hips will do that to a soul.
He kissed her forehead and promised to be right back.
I think Atticus would like to be let out of his cage.
Bring my drugs. If I can't get to sleep, I'm going to want the good stuff.
Milton didn't blame her. The woman was a greenish-purple mess, even after 2 weeks in the hospital and rehab center. The house was definitely the problem. In fact, the question wasn't how it had happened, but how it hadn't happened sooner. His gaze took in no fewer than a dozen stacks of magazines on tables and on either side of the fireplace. It didn't do the shabby, not chic, Victorian decor any more favors than it had brittle, elderly bones. The mantel held a collection of glass jars and metal tins. Perhaps collection was too generous a word. It was a jumble, with a few things stacked precariously on others. And that was just the parlor. The dining room, the kitchen so outdated that it was almost in style again, the sitting room, every room downstairs and up had piles upon piles of magazines and collections of those random containers. It appeared that they'd been dusted on a regular basis, the current layer being too fine to have been neglected for long. But the stairs. That one corner of the stairs that curved around the front had been the culprit. A stack of strewn magazines shoved out of the way had told the tale. She couldn't hold on to the banister with those blocking the way, and had tripped on them. Meanwhile, Atticus's chatter was becoming agitated, so Milton hurried upstairs to let out his friend again.
Sorry, buddy. Let's go take some pain medication to Aunt Callie.
Eat it.
Well, that was one way of putting things. As they left the room, he counted the piles of magazines. 11. To be fair, that was because there was a pile on each nightstand with only about 10 in each pile. A desk also held a couple of small stacks, but the bookcase held 4 more stacks on the shelves and another on top. How had he not noticed these the last time he'd been there to visit? A glance in her room hinted how. She'd run out of space there. He peeked into her closet and sighed. It was almost filled with neatly stacked piles of even more magazines, and on the shelf above the closet rod, probably 50 small containers, tea tins, fat jars, skinny jars, and nearly everything in between. Once more, the dust looked minimal. How could she keep everything so clean? It felt like a hoarder's paradise, except, for all he could see, it was just those magazines and those containers. Books,
neatly sitting on the shelves they belonged on. Vases, the same 3 she'd had his whole life. In the kitchen, nothing had changed aside from the stack of cooking magazines and a box of containers on the work table. Shivering in the cold room, he set about making coffee and reading the information on her prescriptions. It looked like they'd given her mostly high-dose ibuprofen, vitamin D, and calcium. A further perusal described the infusion she'd had to strengthen bones. Zoledronic acid, that's what they'd given her. It all sounded a bit overwhelming to him. He couldn't imagine what she was going through. Might have to take it easy on the magazine discussion. Maybe let her settle in.
Read it.
Well, that's what he'd have to hope she'd do. Read those magazines while laid up and toss. A sinking feeling told him it might not be so simple. She'd dozed off by the time he returned with the ibuprofen and coffee. He wanted to suggest orange juice or water, but it would be an argument if he even tried. He removed a stack of magazines from the end table, scooted it around beside her, and set the coffee mug on a braided coaster. She'd had those things since he could remember. His mother had always complained that she had a fussy room of gilt and roses and wrought iron, rusting now, and those tacky braided mats for coasters. Milton liked them. Remove a few roses and that stupid cherub on the mantel, and they'd look like they belonged to the farmhouse. When he stirred the coffee to cool it, Aunt Callie blinked open her eyes.
You get it? My head's about to burst.
Coffee wouldn't help, but they'd start there. Brought your supplements, too. Guess the pharmacist went and grabbed them for me. Nice guy.
I don't need any.
If you don't take the supplements, I take you to the nursing home until they declare you fit to return here.
You wouldn't.
Milton just hunkered down on his heels. No joke, one knee cracked. Great. And gazed at her. Aunt Callie scowled and ordered him to hand over the... She dropped an almost but not quite incomprehensible expletive there. Stuff. He shrugged and handed them. Getting your mane on isn't going to change my mind, but it will annoy me, and I might just make your least favorite food.
Won't eat it.
Then you'll starve, and that would mean coffee would be bad for you. No coffee.
And you were such a nice boy.
He cupped her cheek and grinned before standing, much to the relief of that knee. Just returning the favor from my 2 weeks of sheer torture when I was 9.
Not my fault you fell through the hay hole. I told you where it was. At least you landed on hay.
And whacked my head on that stupid rim. Worst summer of my life, lying there on that sofa's predecessor. A gasp escaped as she fought to sit up. Sitting there, gripping his hand and trying to regain composure and hide her pain from him. Fruitless, but he understood. She looked so old, so frail.
You,
she wheezed out,
spent the whole time reading through my books and loved every minute.
It was true. He'd read everything in the house. It had been his introduction to Agatha Christie. He might not have understood all of the books, but he learned to appreciate them nonetheless. But reminiscing wouldn't get the work done. All right, while you take... He broke off at the glint in her eye. Let me rephrase. After you take your supplements where I can see you, I'll move your bed down here so you can sleep more comfortably. Do you want it in here or in the sitting room? She started to suggest under the window. He knew it from the way her gaze slid in that direction. Then Aunt Callie sighed and said,
Better put it in the sitting room so I'm forced to walk a bit a few times a day. Good thing it ain't finished, or I'd feel like you had to put it down cellar.
Well, in her Mainer accent, it came out more down cellar, but still, he knew what she meant. I'll have it all set up before supper. And if you think you're getting away with just a few shuffles around in that walker, you're delusional. Every hour you'll make a lap or two. No blood clots on my watch.
I should have smothered you when I had a chance all those years ago.
Ah, now there was the Aunt Callie he knew well, loved dearly, and feared just a little. Friday, March 20th, Cherryfield, Maine. As Milton walked away from the fridge, the ice dispenser spit an ice crescent onto the floor. Something about that felt familiar, but it had never done that to him before. He stared at it, curious but not exactly intrigued. Not until he reached down to grab it did something click. Aunt Callie had said she slipped on ice, in the kitchen. But the magazines strewn at the bottom of the stairs told a different story. Had she lied? Why? Then again, those magazines. And how would she have broken ribs on the kitchen floor? If she broke just landing, her bones really were in bad shape. But those magazines. There was only one way, one extremely uncomfortable way to find out. He'd have to ask, which was the last thing Milton wanted to do. There were just enough magazines to make him nervous about a hoarding situation beginning. But with it only being those magazines and quirky containers, was it really? Was she saving them for someone? Yep, time to ask. He'd bought brown bread at the store and made his aunt's famous baked beans. If that didn't butter her up, he didn't know what would. But he brought butter for the bread just the same. It was obviously the right choice. She sat there, pillows piled around her, staring out the large window at falling snow.
Looks like a dustin',
she said as he entered. A dustin' could be anywhere from 2 to 4 feet, so not exactly helpful information, particularly since it had begun with somewhere around 3 feet of snow already on the ground.
Well, we'll stay warm with beans and brown bread.
Milton set the tray on the couch and began shifting things around on the end table to make room for her plate, her bowl, and the glass of milk she'd requested. If she thought it would get her out of taking the supplements, she could live that in a dream world somewhere. Milton waited until she'd nearly finished her food. Aunt Callie didn't like waste, but he suspected he'd overfilled the bowl. Atticus watched the scene even as he ate his pellets in the windowsill. For a parrotlet, he wasn't as messy as most. As long as there was something to keep the food from rolling around too much, he kept it reasonably tidy. Milton suspected it was living in the trailer that accounted for it. Sure enough, with just a few bites left in the bowl, Aunt Callie leaned back and sighed.
Can't eat another bite. Full as a tick.
Funny how he'd heard that one down south, too. Some sayings either migrated or were universal. Then again, she could just as easily have said, "I've had a sufficiency." That one always made him smile. That and all mugged up. He couldn't let himself get sidetracked, so now was the time.
The fridge is still spitting ice. Want me to get that looked at?
It's always done it. Stupid thing.
Time to address the china elephant that there wasn't room for on the mantel.
It's strange, though. When I came in and I saw the magazines strewn all over the floor by the stairs, I thought you'd fallen there. Forgot you said something about ice until it spit that thing out at me.
Aunt Callie's guilty expression said more than her,
I did take a digger there, too.
When he just looked at her, she huffed and folded her arms with all the defiance of a little girl refusing to admit whatever she'd done. When that didn't work, she gave in with no good grace.
Fell in the kitchen first. Probably did my hip there. Tore me up trying to get up off of the floor. Thought I'd lie down, got to the stairs, and lifting my leg for that first step sent me sprawling. Just glad I had my phone in my pocket. You were right about that.
She didn't mean that for a compliment. It was her way of trying to end the discussion, but he'd let her have it.
Just glad you got help. You could have been there for some time before anyone found you.
Susie Parsons comes over on Thursdays.
And if this happened Thursday evening?
She didn't answer, but they both knew that it was possible no one would have come around until she didn't show up for church. He could see the resistance building, so Milton shifted to casual fix-it mode.
Again, glad you got help quickly. Meanwhile, we need to move those magazines. So are they the donation pile or—
No. Those are the ones I pull from when I'm going upstairs to read. I don't have space up there for them, so I just left them where I could grab one on my way up.
Before tackling the problem in all those magazines, the hundreds of them tucked around the house, Milton asked about the containers.
What about the containers in the kitchen and on the mantel? Oh, and—
Aunt Callie had been staring hard at the fire, but she broke in so abruptly that Milton didn't know if it had inspired the answer or if she meant it.
I thought it would be nice to make candles, like that little tea tin there. Isn't that just a lovely container? It should be airtight, holding tea and all. I could just add a wick and pour in the wax. A lovely way to repurpose things that would otherwise go to the dump.
That surprised him.
I didn't know you enjoyed candle making.
When she didn't meet his gaze, he knew what she'd say.
I've never done it before, but I've been accumulating a few containers so that I can do a big batch and see if I really like it.
That didn't make sense.
Why a big batch? You'd be stuck with all those containers and no use for them.
But the supplies come in large bags. I didn't want a lot left if I didn't like it. I don't have a house full of stuff I'll never use.
By the grace of God and his love for his aunt, Milton managed not to laugh at that idea. Before he could ask any more questions, she huffed and said,
Now, I don't want any pain medication, so just leave me alone.
Be right back with it, Aunt Callie. It'll all be fine.
By the time he returned with her ibuprofen, calcium, and vitamin D, she'd calmed considerably.
Thank you, Milton. You're good to me. I'm sorry for being short with you. Sounded like you were saying the house has gone to a culch pile.
Culch pile. Drawer. Closet. How confused he'd been the first summer he'd come and asked if he could have a rubber band, and Aunt Callie sent him to the culch drawer in the kitchen. He'd had no idea. Once he'd found it and realized she meant the junk drawer, he'd tried to educate her, but Aunt Callie had a mind of her own.
It's my house and my drawer. It's been a culch drawer since your great-grandfather's day, and it'll be one when you're a great-grandfather. Mark my words.
That would likely never happen. Not at his age. Still, culch pile. How he'd missed her mannerisms, as Dad had called them.
Don't mean anything of the sort.
The way you were talking, I thought you were going to accuse me of being a hoarder.
Oh boy, time to diffuse.
Not at all. Hoarders don't have a large collection of a couple things and that's all. It's just new. Takes getting used to. Now, how about a good book before your after-lunch walk? Have an old friend you've longed for a visit with?
It's been a while since I indulged in an afternoon with Rebecca Randall. A visit with her is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm it is.
Inwardly, he smiled at her Manor pronunciation of "doctor ordered." Just when he thought he'd reacclimated to her accent, she always threw one at him he hadn't expected. 7. Beware of little expenses. A small leak will sink a great ship. Benjamin Franklin. Friday, March 20th, Johnson City, Tennessee. While Dale and the Home Depot guy wrestled her purchases into Dale's truck, Shiloh went through the list of things she needed to decide on. Beds, chairs, tables, sofa, curtains, bookshelves. Did she do the crazy book headboard or allow practicality to decide against that? Dusting would be a nightmare. No book headboard. But maybe a bookcase headboard? Was that pushing it too far? Definitely. While the need for an immersive, bookish experience couldn't be overstated, she also needed to provide comfort, relaxation, and a dust-free sleeping experience, or as much as humanly possible. Books and dust were kissin' cousins, and it didn't do to foster that relationship. Then again, maybe she should ask Milton about that. The bookish retreat had been his idea, and he had suggested that she call him any time. Almost as soon as she'd decided to do it, Shiloh changed her mind. The whole thing had become ridiculous. This was a small apartment for occasional guests, not her focus. It would be good, of course it would. But the store was her focus, because Jesus was the focus of the store.
Let us fix our eyes on Jesus, the author and perfecter of our faith.
Dale interrupted her musing when they'd finished.
Are you following me back, or do you have more to do?
Might take a look at sofas since I'm here.
Cold air blew open her unzipped coat.
Brr, need to get in the car.
As she hugged him goodbye, Shiloh added,
Sure wish it was warmer and we could take a nice long ride.
Their Harleys had been waiting for warmer weather since before the first snowfall, and she was ready to hit the road and let the wind clear the cobwebs.
We'll make it happen, soon. This weird cold snap can't last long.
Last week's rain didn't help either.
Out of the blue, the furniture solution appeared.
The Amish furniture place. They might have just what we need. Let's go.
It'll be pricey.
But it might just help me decide on what I'm looking for, and maybe they have seconds at a discount.
She doubted it, but the idea had grown on her. Then again, maybe couches and chairs didn't come as dear as all wood furniture. She'd let herself think that at least, until it got her home again. Halfway across the parking lot, Shiloh heard someone call her name. She knew that voice.
It's Emily. I'll go say hi. Be there as soon as possible.
With a quick kiss, she diverted toward the young woman with a baby on one hip and a toddler hanging from a hand.
Shiloh, I went to the store, but it said you'd moved and I had to get over here. Lowe's is out of our water filter, and Bryce said if I want that filter changed out this weekend, I needed to have it waiting.
Something in the woman's voice held an edge that Shiloh didn't like the sound of. Emily Correll was usually soft-spoken and optimistic. This sounded like anything but.
Let's get in and find that filter. It's getting colder by the minute. If we get more snow before we're all moved in, Gran would say, me and the Lord's gonna have words before I finally repent.
That sounded like Carol Belton.
How's your Gran doing these days? Still getting around at her place. Dad keeps trying to get her to come live with them, but she won't have it.
If the problem wasn't extended family, and Shiloh hadn't thought it would be, time to check on the likely one.
And you? Things are rough. Bryce is grumpy all the time. I'm exhausted trying to keep us fed and the house from getting condemned.
She squeezed the baby's thighs.
TJ creates toxic waste sites instead of dirty diapers, so everyone has to go out to the trash cans.
Once more, the edge. Sounds like it's been a hard few weeks. The doors opened at their approach, and Emily hesitated before plopping the baby in one of the bright orange buggies.
I'll regret it when he comes down with something, but he's just so heavy, and I'm so tired.
A second later, the daughter plopped into the buggy's basket.
Maybe it'll build their immune system like Gran always says.
Or give them a systemic infection. You never knew these days. It took until they'd gotten into the checkout line to work out that Emily was living on fumes and a prayer, when she remembered to pray. and definitely feeling the difficulty of being a mom of littles with a cop for a husband.
He's never there when we need him. He comes in and either gets the kids all worked up just before they're supposed to go to sleep so I can crash for a minute, or he plops into bed exhausted when I need help.
Other wives had warned Emily that being a policeman's wife would mean a tougher time of it sometimes, but she'd been so sure that it just required flexibility and dependence on God. Now it seemed both had gone out the window. Asking how her quiet time was going seemed almost cruel, but not asking would be even more so.
Get in any Bible time these days? I don't know what it's like trying to juggle sleep and housework and 2 little ones, but...
The girl at the register asked for $62 and some change, and Shiloh just waited. She might not have had a house full of little ones herself, but she'd been Judah's primary carer for the first 6 weeks of his life, while his mother had recuperated from a traumatic childbirth. Sleepless nights, sleepless days, trying to keep up with the house and meals, exhausting. She had a short break when Roger came home, but she'd worked so hard to have everything done, so all he had to do was care for Carlin and Judah until he had to go to bed. Then she'd been on again, except for weekends. Emily didn't even get those off. Once they pushed the cart toward the door, Emily answered the question.
I barely get time for a God help me poop fast before Hazel destroys something prayer.
Maybe it was just the blast of chilly air, but Emily's cheeks turned pink as she murmured,
I can't believe I said that out loud.
Though it wasn't what the overwhelmed young mother wanted to hear, Shiloh spoke truth, reminded her that as easy as it was to become weary of doing good in her family, God whispered gentle reminders to come to Him with those burdens. Only in Him would Emily find perfect rest.
It's easy to say, but there's just no time to pull out my Bible study stuff, much less open it.
At Emily's car, Shiloh held the baby and suggested keeping a Bible open on the table with a sticky note to mark her place.
Just read a verse while you're waiting for water to boil or something to heat in the microwave. Try to think on it. What's the point? How is that going to do anything? I'd probably get stuck with begats or some bizarre law about how to sacrifice a pigeon if I sneezed and lost control of my bladder.
Pretty sure that's not one to worry about. Shiloh gave Emily a hug and added, You can survive on junk food for a time, but eventually you need nourishment. Snack on the Bible as much as you can. Let God handle the rest. Emily had backed out and started to wave when Shiloh felt another nudge. She hurried over and gestured for Emily to lower the window.
Also, ask for help. There's no shame in saying, I need help. Don't ask Bryce. Ask your mother or a friend. Call someone at church. Ask Bryce's mom. But if you can't take one more day of not having a clean bathroom, call for help. That's what we're all here for. The words hit home for Shiloh, too. She just didn't know why. Is there an admonition there that I'm supposed to take note of, Lord? Friday, March 20th, Greenville, Tennessee. Above the sections of books, Georgie used her chalk skills to identify genres and subgenres. Panda Marie had been surprised to walk in and find chalkboards affixed to the shelves in random places, just a hint as to what needed to be done. So much of the new store was just that, new. But carrying over the chalk art to this space helped anchor it in the familiar. And Georgie got a bit of a creative outlet after days of exhausting labor. Tirza was organizing the greeting cards, something that they'd put off for the whole week. Judah, on the other hand, had been upstairs for the last hour. Whenever they needed muscle, someone called him down, but he'd been a grump all day, some of which might be her fault. She'd agreed to bring snacks and had promptly left them on the dining table. So far, no one at home had been able to bring them, and the guy had done all the heavy lifting. He had to be starving. When Panda Marie stepped behind the Bible counter for the umpteenth time,
She realized what bothered her. It felt natural, as if you were meant to peruse those shelves. She'd hoped it would make it easy for staff, but customers would just march right back there. No, she needed something to block it. She went to the stairs and called up the moment hammering, drilling, and who knew what other stuff was happening ceased for half a second.
Judah, can you come down here?
Yeah, just a minute.
And he was. The last time she'd asked him to do something, he'd taken almost 20 minutes to show up.
Do you know if we have any shelves left?
Don't have anything that isn't on the floor now.
A scan of the store didn't show anything that would help her.
Hang on, I'll call Shiloh.
Of course you will.
Despite every effort to ignore yet another dig, Panda Marie heard herself snap.
What's that supposed to mean?
Whatever, just make your stupid call.
Shiloh wouldn't care. She never cared. But something in Judah's tone made her nervous, made her question herself. Instead of calling, she zipped a text message, Shiloh Ward, and asked Judah to bring another box of breakables to her.
I'll get up on the ladder and you can just hand them to me. It'll save my legs for sure.
There. If making fun of herself wouldn't calm him down, nothing would. But before either of them could respond to it, Judah's phone rang. She knew it was Shiloh without him saying a word. Something in him shifted.
Sure, on the same wall as the door? What do I do with the stuff on it?
A few seconds followed before he nodded.
Got it. Okay, sure. Heading out now.
Judah stuffed his phone in one pocket while digging for his keys in the other.
Okay, off to get your oh-so-necessary bookcase. And snacks.
He called out to the girls.
You guys want anything? I'll stop wherever has what everyone wants.
Tirza asked for a banana and some baked chips. Georgie wanted a drink. When he turned to Panda Marie, she nearly lost it.
I'm sorry. If my car wasn't getting a tune-up, I'd have run home by now, okay? Will you be happier if I don't have snacks while y'all eat?
What a juvenile question. The stupid guy was systematically destroying brain cells or something.
Just tell me what you want.
The only thing that stopped her from asking him to get her a cinnamon roll was the fact that Peggy Ann's was closed.
I could use a sandwich, actually. I'm really hungry.
The look Judah gave her told her he was, too.
Maybe a bit hangry.
That earned her a slight smile.
We all are, and it's not like I haven't forgotten my fair share of stuff this week. Sorry, I'll stop at Subway.
In minutes, he had orders for all 3 girls and 2 of the guys upstairs and was out the door. Georgie looked over at her. I don't get him. One minute he's a bear, and the next he's more of a teddy. I thought it was just him being nicer around his aunt, like he's afraid he'll get in trouble or something. But then there's that. Whatever that was.
He is better around Miss Shiloh, Tirza insisted. Mom said she took care of him when he was little, when his mom was sick after he was born, and later when she had the cancer stuff going on. I didn't know about Carlin Hensley having cancer.
Panda Marie asked Georgie to hand her a set of fruit of the spirit mugs that she did not want to go up and down that stepladder with.
When was that?
Tirza said she didn't know exactly.
But he was really little, before he started school. It lasted for 2 years. I guess he even came to the store with her sometimes. Maybe that's why he hates it here.
The thought brought her up short. He really did, didn't he?
I wonder if that's why, or if it's something else.
8. God helps those who help themselves, and preserves them from alpacas. Of course, he had to go all the way out to Aunt Shiloh's house to get some bookcases that Her Highness, Panda Marie, couldn't live without for reasons he'd been too irritated to ask. And then he'd suckered himself into going to get Subway for everyone because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He could have gotten and eaten a sandwich before returning to the store, but now... At least he'd gotten to dump some of those burning coals on her head. She'd been completely mellowed by the time he left. Her foul mood most likely had been inspired by his, and the dearth of snacks. But come to think of it, the sandwich had been her idea. He'd probably have bought a beef stick and then blamed her for the greasy slime in his mouth. That would have felt good, too. Judah drove home to grab their copy of Aunt Shiloh's house key and then headed out again. At least Mom wasn't there to question why he dared to leave the store. Probably not fair, but it felt good to think it. She'd made cookies. He could smell them, so he found the container and liberated several. That'd keep him going until he got to Subway. He'd eaten his first cookie before he backed into the road. Cinnamon, sugar, and raisin-coated oats. Delicious in a flat disc. Gross in a bowl. Why was that? The drive out to Aunt Shiloh's place soothed his nerves. Trees were budding with the greens of the few leaves bold enough to open vibrant and determined, despite the late snowfall. He'd always loved spring. After all those months of dreary grays and the snow that just made a muddy mess everywhere, clear blue skies signaled the coming of time off from school and freedom. Okay, he had to work now, but nostalgia liked to ignore things like that. Some part of him sneered at that. Nostalgia. At nearly 25? Wow. 25? His accident that summer after his first year at college, it erased the 2 years it had taken him to fight back to normalcy, and most of that third year he'd spent just trying to reintegrate into his old life. 3 years off college made him older than most of his classmates at Milligan. Another reason he'd wanted Knoxville, and the one that had almost gotten him his way. If Mom had only kept quiet about how he'd need someone he knew around him. Judah pounded the steering wheel. If she'd only left Daniel out of it. The moment Daniel's name came up, Dad reminded her that his goofing off with Daniel had gotten him in the accident in the first place. They didn't exactly blame Daniel for the accident, but he owned the quads. The Hensleys didn't waste good money on ambulance beacons, as Dad called them. He'd known his parents didn't want him on those things, but at just barely 19, he'd flaunted his, "I'm an adult and can make that decision." Yep, just like some arrogant toddler who insisted he could do it all by himself. At Aunt Shiloh's drive, he pulled in and cut the engine. Better get it done. Grabbing a second cookie, he jumped from the Jeep and strode to the door. Uncle Dale's truck was gone, so he'd probably made the right decision to go home first. After another bite of cookie, he decided it had been the right decision regardless. The guest room was at the far end of the house. He'd never slept in there. Judah had always liked to sleep down in the basement when he stayed with Aunt Shiloh and Uncle Dale. Stepping inside reminded him why. Too fussy for a kid. That bookcase had all sorts of books on the shelves, but on top was some kind of figurine. Why did people buy that stuff? And a lamp that looked kind of like stained glass. When he picked it up, a piece of glass dropped from the metal frame thing holding it and smashed against the corner of the bookcase. If he'd been anywhere else, Judah might have allowed himself, no might about it, a word or two that would have gotten him scolded as if he were 5 again. At least Mom and Aunt Shiloh wouldn't try the scrubbing with soap thing again. Or would they? But at Aunt Shiloh's, no way. He respected her too much to go that far. Loved her too much. In the garage, he found an Amazon box and lined it with paper towels. He dug through the carpet for every piece he could find and only managed to get 3 drops of blood on the carpet when he stabbed himself with a sliver. Hydrogen peroxide. He learned that trick from his dad when he was little. Mom didn't do blood well, so whenever possible, he made sure to clean up his own bloody mess. He left the lamp and the box with the pieces on the breakfast bar and returned to extricate the bookshelf without further destruction. He even succeeded in getting the thing in his Jeep without scratching the paint. Of course, he rewarded himself with another oatmeal cookie while he input all their sandwich orders into the Subway app and headed out to retrieve them. Eating that last cookie just moments before wrestling the bookcase to the door of the shop? Not his most brilliant move. Panda Marie met him at the door, froze, and demanded to know where that cinnamon scent had come from.
Got cookies?
The girl lit up like something. Metaphors and similes weren't Judah's strong suit, despite his Southern and Appalachian roots.
Cookies? Yum.
The sandwiches are in the car.
It actually worked. Panda Marie dashed for his passenger door while he continued to wrestle the bookcase inside, determined not to break anything else with the dumb thing. His semi-nemesis arrived carrying their sandwiches and lacking even a hint of the joy and joyness she'd had just a moment before.
I didn't find the cookies.
Where do you want this?
That stopped her.
Oh, at the end of the counter. We need to block it off a bit.
She'd started to ask about the cookies again, but Judah's irritation had returned.
Why do you guys insist on making it impossible for people to look at Bibles? It's like you don't want them to buy one.
After staring at him for a moment, she stepped forward, ready to battle for Bibles behind counters.
What is your problem? This works well.
What, keeping them behind barriers like they're some sort of contraband? Are you trying to make them more appealing by making them hard to get or something?
No, she didn't put both hands on her hips, but she might as well have.
We put them back here to protect them, and so that we can help people find the one that they really want instead of just buying the first one they see because they don't know what they're looking for. We have a conversation, interact with them, and we help them make the best choice for their budget and needs.
If he were honest with himself, Judah would be forced to admit a certain wisdom in that. But he wasn't. It, or maybe other things, still rankled enough to keep him protesting.
I wouldn't want to have to answer a bunch of questions if I went looking for a Bible.
That would have been sufficient if he weren't on a roll, but his mouth just kept on going.
Not that I ever would.
What do you mean, not that you ever would?
He really should keep his mouth shut, but her eyes blazed and her lips thinned, and it set him off all over again.
Why would I ever want another Bible? There's a reason I don't read the half-dozen I have as it is.
Crazy girl stepped closer again, and her voice got scary quiet.
So, what's the reason?
Something about that quiet pushing did just that. Pushed him right over the edge. Judah gave the bookcase a shove into place before yelling,
"Because I don't want anything to do with God, okay?"
At first, he thought Panda Marie's gasp was due to his blasphemy or whatever. Then he saw her eyes, staring past him, behind him. Without bothering to glance over his shoulder, he knew. Aunt Shiloh. And it gutted him. Mom and Dad knowing would be bad enough, for his sake. They'd hound him until he decided that student loans were a blessing. But Aunt Shiloh, Judah would have done anything to keep her from hearing that. It would break her.
It's looking good in here, y'all. I say we call it a day and finish up tomorrow morning. If we all work together, we can probably have it done by noon.
Judah snatched up his sandwich and bolted for the door, but before he could pull it open, she added,
Judah, can I get your help with something first?
Great. What could he do but say,
"Yes, ma'am,"
and go settle that bookcase in better while he waited? With his sandwich stuffed in his jacket pocket, he fiddled until the store emptied
and Aunt Shiloh came to stand beside him.
"What's going on, Judah?"
"I really don't want to talk about it."
"Well, I really do. I'm concerned about you. I love you. Talk to me."
He couldn't do it. Couldn't hurt her like that, and it would. It would tear her up. But when she gave you that look, tried to offer that smile that solved problems by its mere existence, you answered. It's just what you did. Swallowing down the lump that tried to choke him, Judah did his best to rip off the Band-Aid quickly. "Aunt Shy, I love you, and I don't want to hurt you, but I'm done with the God thing. I'm so done with it. It's great for people who need that emotional support, but just hearing people talking about him just..." He couldn't describe it well. "The further I stay away from anything God-related, the happier I am." Though her look said, "I don't believe that at all," what she actually said was, "Since when have you gone all deconstruction?" Steeling himself and refusing to look at her, Judah said, "I don't know. I just don't want anything to do with God." Why he punctuated that with a hug proved how stupid he was. She held on. No one gave hugs like Aunt Shiloh. He broke away and took off for the door.
"Wait a minute, Judah.
I've got to go. I'll be here tomorrow if you want me, but I'll understand if you'd rather not." Oh, the irony of his having to stop himself from adding, "Please, God, make that a rather not." In all the years she'd held weeping mothers as they'd shared their children's departure from the Lord, Shiloh had thought she understood the pain. She'd seen friends wander and had family members choose painful paths as they ran hard and fast away from him. But until that moment, she'd never felt the full weight and searing pain that came with the turning away of a child.
"He's a man. We forget that sometimes."
She needed to pray. Where were the words? Did she need words? No, of course she didn't. But she wanted them. The sawing and pounding and drilling and whatever else was going on upstairs drove her back outside to her SUV. At least it would still be warm. Sitting there, hands gripping the steering wheel, Shiloh allowed the tears to fall. How long had she been holding them back? How did we miss this, Lord? How? Maybe she hadn't actually shouted, but the words blasted her own ears anyway. If shaking the steering wheel could have rattled loose answers, she'd have done it. Instead, she shook. Shook with anger, pain, sorrow, sobs. Her mind knew all the right things to say and think. Her heart just screamed, "Why? How? Help!" Do I call him? Ask him to talk to me? Not today, but before he goes back on Sunday? Maybe I'll go to the school next week sometime. Next weekend? Would that be best? Do Carlin and Roger know? Is that why he's been so insistent that Judah work the store this summer? Should she allow him in the store when he obviously wouldn't want to be there? He wouldn't encourage people to dig into the Word. Then again, he wouldn't discourage them, would he? What about the girls? She had them to think of. Panda Marie was strong. She'd be good for him. But what about Georgie and Tirzah? Lord, where do I begin? What do I do? She wanted verses to comfort and restore her. The first ones that came to mind didn't. Train up a child in the way he should go. Even when he is old, he will not depart from it. All she could think was, well, he departed. What about, I have no greater joy than to hear that my children are walking in the truth. No wonder joy seemed impossible. Her child no longer walked in the truth of the truth. A verse from Psalm 119.
Which one, who knew, nudged at her spirit. I have strayed like a lost sheep. Seek your servant, for I have not forgotten your commandments. It was one she'd often shared with parents of prodigals. Now the Lord shared it with her. He's strayed like a lost sheep, Lord. He looked so lost. Seek him, Father. Please don't let him forget your commandments. Remind him that you will climb hills, descend into craggy hollers, and ford streams and rivers, whatever it takes, to bring him back to you. Shiloh swallowed back a sob. Remind me too, Lord, and give Carlin and Roger the strength and wisdom they're gonna need. She'd better call now. They should be prepared before Judah came home. He'd know she'd call. He'd be on the offensive. They needed a heads up and time to pray. 9. The right guy always orders dessert. There was just one problem with your best friend being your sister. You couldn't hide your worries from her. Panda Marie managed to dodge questions over dinner, but when Alyssa came in after her shower, she huffed and marched over to the couch, plopping down and saying, "All right, what's wrong?" "I will not pretend you don't know what I mean." Then she sat up as if fog had cleared and she could finally see through it. "What did that jerk do today?" Was he a jerk? Panda Marie had thought so, but now she wasn't certain. Maybe it was just the conviction of the Holy Spirit. Maybe. "Come on, talk to me." She eyed Sushi. Beta fish had one advantage over pushy sisters. They didn't demand answers you didn't even have yet. "Had a showdown with Judah today. Sort of. I knew he had to be behind it." Unexpected sorrow weighed on her as she said, "We argued over the Bibles being behind the counter, and then he—" The memory of the look on Shiloh's face pierced her. "He said he doesn't want anything to do with God, just as Shiloh came in. It broke her. You could see it." Why she felt like crying over a guy she didn't even like, Panda Marie couldn't explain. Her head said that nothing could be more natural than grieving over someone's rejection of Jesus, but there was more to it. When she admitted that to Alyssa, she remembered why her sister was also her best friend. Well, duh. It hurts someone you love. I mean, it hurts me to think about it, and I hardly know Judah. With her knees pulled up and her arms wrapped around them, Panda Marie laid her head on them and closed her eyes. "I was trying to deal with the fact that Shiloh had mentioned him maybe working with us over the summer. Was not looking forward to that. Now, I'm kind of sorry about it, because I don't think he will after today. I mean, it's sort of the best and worst idea ever. Good for him to be around people who love Jesus and bad for the people coming in. Yeah." After a couple of minutes just sitting there, Alyssa got up and left the room. A few minutes later, she returned with a mug of hot chocolate and Panda Marie's Bible. Talk it out with Jesus. A hug, an admonition, some chocolate, and the Word. The perfect recipe for clarity. And 20 minutes later, with lukewarm chocolate abandoned on the table beside her, Panda Marie hadn't cracked the Bible, hadn't prayed a word, hadn't done anything. Too many things bombarded her at once to make any sense of it. A glance at her phone showed it nearly 9 o'clock. Had he gone home yet? Were his parents waiting? Hearts breaking? They'd have to be. Shiloh would warn them, right? But would she warn them in time? What if he'd gone home, packed up his stuff, and drove back to school already? There. She'd start praying there. She'd pray for the Hensleys. Tomorrow she could pray for Judah, but now his parents needed the support. "Okay, Lord. About Judah." With Daniel gone, avoiding home was a bit harder.
Most of their other friends had moved away after college, moved away or got married. The crazy thing was that he'd always assumed he'd be that guy, the one who got married right out of college and had a few kids before he turned 30. Okay, always assumed might be a bit much. More like he'd have said as much if someone had asked. It's not something a guy thought about, except on nights when he kept driving around town and out through the countryside. Except on nights he just wanted to get home late enough that his parents were in bed. Except on nights when he deluded himself into thinking that was even a possibility. But Aunt Shiloh would have called his parents, no doubt about that. He just had to hold out for a while and hope Dad was too ticked off by him ignoring his phone to wait around for him. If Dad went to bed, so would Mom. Just another hour or two. His phone pinged again. Yep, another 2 hours for sure. As much as he wanted to message a few friends and see if anyone wanted to do something, he couldn't say he hadn't checked his phone without lying if he did. Why he cared about that was something to deal with another day. After turning onto Snaps Ferry Road and passing the old store, something clicked in his mind. Sweets. He could go there, get something to eat, and play a few games of pool. Even if no one else he knew was around, he'd be able to practice until closing. Perfect. The door said the place stayed open until 2 o'clock. He wouldn't be out that late. That would worry Mom, and then things would get really ugly. 10 o'clock. He'd be out by 10. A few games of pool, maybe some darts. He could have some loaded nachos and a Coke. Considering he nearly missed the dartboard with every throw and should have ruined the pool table with his pathetic jabs at the balls, Judah had to admit defeat by 9:30. A woman who shouldn't ever stand behind a microphone butchered, "I will always love you," as he pushed out the door and into the frosty air. Seriously, it was cold. He zipped up his coat and jogged to his Jeep. At least it was too late for a long, drawn-out discussion, wasn't it? Apparently not. Judah found his parents sitting at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around mugs of something hot. Great, just what I needed. Mom spoke first. "We need to talk." "Right now? It's late. I've been working all day and I'm beat." He knew he'd said the wrong thing when he mentioned working all day. Dad had worked all day too, and he wouldn't let that go. "Considering you're heading back to school after you get off tomorrow, yeah, right now is pretty much the only time we can talk." Pretending not to know what they meant wouldn't get him anywhere, so he tried his last, useless escape route. "What's the point?" "You had to know Shiloh would call." Mom's choked-back sobs stabbed at his gut. As much as they drove him crazy sometimes, he didn't want to hurt them. It was part of why he'd not said anything. "Yeah, which is why you ignored our texts?" Maybe honesty would get him somewhere. "I didn't look at my phone. I knew I could say I hadn't seen them if I didn't even look at it." Dad just stared at him. "It's easier to convince yourself you don't know who it is if you never look." "You had to know we'd be worried." Mom got up and started making hot chocolate. He did not want a mug, but decided he'd better just drink it. The awkward, tense silence grew until he wanted to beg them to kick him out so he could get away with it. They wouldn't do that, though. While he couldn't imagine his father being like the prodigal's father, Dad would be more like the older son. He wouldn't want to drive someone further away from the Lord. And they loved him, no doubt about that. Remember that. "I just didn't want to have this conversation. There's no point. You love Jesus, I don't. That hurts you. I hate that it does, but thanks to Panda Marie pushing today, I can't pretend anymore." That wasn't fair either, but Judah let it stand. Maybe they'd go off on his unjust condemnation and forget to try to push him back into a right relationship with Jesus. When Mom set a mug down in his usual place, Judah gave in and sat. Without giving him a chance to object, Dad began praying. Of course he did. Then Mom reached for his hand and asked,
"What happened, son?"
Maybe they'd feel less like Christian parental failures if they knew he wasn't the only one at his Christian college who no longer identified as Christian. If it helps, it's not just me. There are lots of us at Milligan who are fed up with Christianity. Don't know why you think that would help anything. Had it really only been a few days ago that Dad had thanked him for making an effort? Apparently, that no longer counted for anything. And the back and forth began. Mom asking what happened to his faith. Dad asking where they could help him work through his doubts. Mom fighting not to cry. Dad fighting, Judah didn't know what. Tears, anger, despair. All because he wouldn't sing I Surrender All or even Chris Tomlin's Surrender Again. Really? The fact was, he'd known it would hit hard and deep. He'd seen it in friends' families, in his own. Cousins who had walked away from the Lord and how it had affected everyone. He'd been that young teen who was so sure he'd never falter. He'd serve Jesus forever. Now he couldn't understand what the appeal had been. Of course, that was the problem. There was no appeal to the whole Jesus thing now. And truthfully, back then, he just wanted to fit in, to belong. Today he fit in with a group that no longer wanted those things. That should matter. We're just tired of it, he blurted out. All of it. And we're all in the same boat. We all have parents who hold our futures hostage. We're at Milligan because it's that or student loans we'll never pay off. Though he ached to say it, Judah decided to leave off. It's manipulative, because again, why irritate the guy writing the checks? Dad started in on something, probably a bit about how he could just forget any more tuition payments, but Mom talked over him. I don't understand. We brought you up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. His mouth spoke the abundance of his heart before he could stop it. Oh, I know. I got lots of lordly admonition around here. Their protests began again, and Judah lost all hope of patience. You don't get it. The others at school, we're all in the same stupid boat. We have to pretend to believe stuff we don't just to keep peace at home. And to keep your bills paid. Always about money with Dad. Always. See, that's the thing. Most of us would just deal with the loans if that was all there is to it, but we love our families, even when they drive us nuts. All right, maybe he shouldn't have added that last bit. How long? Mom whispered. How long have you felt this way? Why do you think we had all these arguments about where I go to school, when I come home, and what I want to be doing? I've been done with this since the accident. Dad picked up the baton. He should have known that would happen. So what? God didn't prevent an accident and now you're mad at him? Really? And this is exactly why I didn't want to have this conversation. You think you know everything. Speaking that truth wouldn't get him anywhere, so Judah tried coming at it from a different angle. No, but it was the first time in my life I really looked at my relationship with God and realized I didn't want one. But why? Mom's question ended on a wail. I just don't know. But you know enough to reject the God who provided the education that gave you the opportunity to meet these so-called friends who encourage you to reject him. That's convenient. Roger, that isn't helpful. Dad pushed away from the table, and Judah nearly cheered. Maybe he should have been pushier earlier. But no. Dad just rinsed his cup and put it in the dishwasher and leaned against the sink. You don't have to keep going if it's that bad. Yeah, I do. I can mortgage my whole future, another thing that you taught me, not to go into debt for things. So instead, I have a choice. I can either become a slave, to the lender for my student bills, or I can be your slave, go to church and to a college that wants to ram God down my throat. I chose the latter. Stupid me. Maybe we should just...
As if she knew what he'd say, Judah did. Mom rose as well and cut Dad off. "We're not going to make major decisions like that tonight. None of us will be satisfied if we do. We just wanted to understand where you are. You should have told us. We could have been talking about it and—" This time, Judah interrupted.
That's exactly why I didn't tell you. I didn't want to talk about it. At all.
He turned to his room, a bit relieved that he hadn't already been thrown out.
Good night.
Before he shut the door, Judah heard the soft sounds of his mother crying and wondered why Panda Marie couldn't have kept her stupid questions to herself. 10. Overheard in Greenville. "Nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs." Tuesday, March 24th, Cherryfield, Maine. The sun shone bright and clear after a week of overcast skies. The temperatures hovered at just below 40, which, compared to the previous week, felt downright balmy. Cabin fever, however, had arrived, looked around, and decided to put down roots. At first, Aunt Callie had only been mildly put out about being laid up, but now she'd gone all wrathy. She needed diversion, and Milton had just the thing, if it didn't make her more wrathy. While she napped after a hearty lunch, he assembled a play tray for Atticus, who was busy destroying a copy of 50 Shades of Smut, and planned his attack. She'd wake up, need a trip to the bathroom, and then he'd pounce. And it worked. She made a couple of laps around the house with her rolling walker, sat down only once, and then headed for the chair by the window. That was a first.
"I think I'll sit here for a bit. Want to feel the sun on my face."
How about you sit, and I get you to help me with some of these magazines? We need a better system for storing them. I tripped last night and nearly fell.
"You all right?"
Yes, but obviously we need this place to be safe enough to walk through.
Milton set out the play tray with its buried treats and toys and plenty of paper to destroy before settling into the chair opposite her.
As I see it, there are 2 things that are overflowing in here. The first is magazines. They're everywhere, and we've gotten 2 more this week. Added to the last 2 from last week, and who knows how many before.
"I like my magazines."
Each word dropped hard and cold on the floor between them.
"It's nice to have something short to read between chores."
He leaned forward, hands clasped in front of him, eyes locked on hers.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have all the subscriptions you want, but I've been looking, and you have magazines that are over 8 years old.
"Well, I haven't read all of them."
This wouldn't be easy. Milton kept his tone light and leaned back in the chair, hoping to pull off a nonchalant air.
But will you? Will you actually read them all?
Books talked about people's chins jutting up when they got stubborn. Right there, Milton decided that those authors had definitely met his Aunt Callie.
"Well, of course I will. I'll get to every last one. Someday."
Time for a different approach. He described the coming spring when she'd be out in her garden all day. He had to hope that would still happen.
You come in at supper time, and you're exhausted. You eat supper and go to bed. You don't even read your books during those months. From spring to autumn is at least 5 months of 10 or so magazines a month. 50. When will you have time to read them all?
"It'll happen. Like now. I have plenty of time to read all of them now."
And yet, she'd read 4 books in the last week he'd been there and hadn't even touched a magazine.
And yet we have 8 years of back issues from some of these. Why he repeated himself, he didn't know. It just agitated her further.
You just want to take my things away from me.
That's not true. Milton eyed Atticus before continuing. If they're that important to you, then we keep them, but we'll have to find more places for them, maybe get rid of other things you don't need. Lips pursed and eyebrows drawn together, Aunt Callie spat out,
I don't have excess things.
Well, he couldn't let that go. Actually, you do. You have excess magazines and containers, but we can fix part of that problem. Now Aunt Callie flat out scowled.
There is no problem. I want to get rid of everything.
He'd ignore that. She'd calm down once she saw his plan. Come with me. I got you something. Maybe he'd filled in her thoughts for her, but Milton could have sworn she muttered something about how he was the one bringing in stuff. But she allowed him to help her to her feet and walk alongside her to the kitchen. He'd moved one of the more comfortable armchairs from the sitting room in by the large kitchen window. I have a place for you to sit and rest between steps, but... Lifting the box covering the candle supplies he'd ordered, Milton attempted a goofy, ta-da! Here, eyebrows lifted, but so did one corner of her mouth.
What's all this?
Bought everything we need to make candles. Wax beads, essential oils, wicks, stickers, the works. All we need are containers, and you've got them. It'll be today's physical therapy. Stand and assemble. Rest while the wax melts. Stand and pour. Rest while those set. Repeat. It's more fun than just the stand and sit exercises. The protests began.
I'm not ready.
If it's too much, you can be the supervisor, reading directions and criticizing everything I do.
But we don't have enough containers.
There he had her, and she probably knew it. If she didn't, this was a deeper problem than he'd bargained for. You have plenty. First, Milton helped her to the chair. She sank into it, sighing.
This feels good. Real good.
With her happy and relaxed, Milton began carrying in all the containers from around the house. Jelly jars from her favorite preserves company, what he suspected was a pen cup but was nice and thick and perfect for a candle, a short, thick milk bottle, a few tins, okay, a lot of tins. Some he was certain would not work for candles, but they could test them for leaks first. Every armload that he carried in to cover the counters and table made her eyes widen just a bit further. With the last ones, he added, You definitely have enough to know if you'll like the process.
I didn't realize I had so many. I guess there's enough to at least try it.
Try it? Once made, there'd be enough to light half of Maine. What will you do with all the candles? Suddenly, this didn't feel like such a good idea. It would be harder to convince her to get rid of something that she'd made. Great.
Thought they'd be good to have when the power goes out.
And how often does that happen? She sat up straighter as if ready to propel herself from the chair.
It happened last winter, remember?
Oh, he remembered. Milton set about pulling the best choices for success from surfaces all around him. Aunt Callie, it was 2 whole hours during the day.
You're a real piece, Milton Coleridge.
Moving to the chair, he hunkered down before her, smoothing her hair from her face. I'm trying to get you to see that you don't need as many as you have. It's not that you shouldn't have these things, but you don't need as many. Her expression softened.
They're such nice containers, though. And they're always going on a wicked long holler about keeping stuff out of the landfills, repurposing.
Agreement. It always helped if you could agree. Some people got into compliment sandwiches, but Milton was all about agreement sandwiches. They're all lovely. They are. But maybe we need, just a few less. That's a lot of candles. 15 pounds of wax worth, and I don't know if it'll fit all those containers. That did get her attention. Aunt Callie held out her hands, ready to stand and examine things closer. A tiny cauldron, smaller than a mug, caught her attention.
Couldn't believe this one. An apple cider cake mix came in it. You baked it in the toaster oven. Delicious. I couldn't throw it away.
I agree, and it'll be a wonderful candle. I even got apple oils to scent the candles. Bet it would be good with cinnamon, too, but that still doesn't tell me where we're going to put all these candles. As she rearranged a few containers on the worn wooden table, Aunt Callie murmured,
Well, I could give them away as gifts to my friends at church.
Milton picked up kitchen shears and cut off the top of the beeswax pellets. Absolutely. That's a wonderful idea. And if you enjoy making these, then maybe once a month you could assemble the containers you've saved, make the candles, bring them to church, and let people take them home. When he felt resistance, he added, Of course, you'd want to save the nicest ones for yourself or for gifts. When Aunt Callie said,
I just want to get rid of it all, right now,
Milton had to do something fast, reassure her. Just know that I'm not trying to take away things that you love. I only want to show you that you don't have the space to keep adding these things to your collections. If you get injured again, things could go badly. For all I know, the social workers could get a judge to say you had to move. I know you don't want that. Though he could see her capitulating, Aunt Callie said,
But it's my house, my things.
They'd end up in circles, so Milton tried something else. He picked up a tea tin. Can we make a deal? At her wary look, he said, We'll turn everything that is heat-proof and watertight into a candle. You pick out the 10 or 12 best for yourself, and you'll give away the rest. He saw the objection coming, but Milton kept going. And then you'll see how it feels. If you don't like it, there will be more tins, more bottles, more jars. Next time, you'll just put them in a cupboard until I get home again. I'll build shelves down cellar for it. He rocked the tin in the air. But any that leak, you'll let me recycle. For an eternity crammed into just a few seconds, Milton felt certain she'd refuse. But she didn't. She reached for the candle-making book he'd bought and opened it.
All right, then. Let's do this while I'm still standing.
Wednesday, March 25th, Milligan, Tennessee. Digital design usually kept Judah interested, but he'd been floundering with his assignment all evening. He'd told a friend about his showdown with Mom and Dad, and news spread among other defectors, as one of the group called them. Why it bothered him, he didn't know. Then the call came. Mom. As much as Judah wanted to ignore it, he couldn't. He'd hurt them enough, and despite the part of him that wanted to lash out at the unfairness of it all, he still had a rational part reminding him that they might be holding his college money hostage for a Christian education, but it technically wasn't his. It was theirs, and they'd saved it to give to him. He'd agreed to the stupid rules, so... The call cut off, Mom probably giving up. Too soon for voicemail, wasn't it? He called right back, not willing to put her through more. Hey, Mom, sorry, was studying.
Oh, Judah, I'm so glad you called me back. I was picturing you over there avoiding us.
Mom, I love you guys. You know that. Yeah, this whole thing ticks me off, but I love you. And before his natural resistance welled up again, he asked how the new store was doing. Have you been over there yet?
Yeah, it's wonderful. Shiloh showed me all the work you and Dale did. Those are beautiful shelves, Judah. Didn't know you knew how to do that. Of course, Mom thought he'd been more than an installer.
I just assembled what Uncle Dale made. Oh, and brought over a shelf from their house.
He remembered the lamp, and not to use the word that came to mind while speaking with his mother.
Forgot to apologize. I broke her lamp when I went to get that. I need to call.
I'm sure she'd love to hear from you.
Doubt it.
I think you'd be surprised, son. Listen, your dad and I have been talking and praying about all this.
Of course you have.
So, what we think is that you've only got these last few weeks, and then next year. Then you graduate. She choked up, and his own throat constricted. Hurting parents. If he could only push them away so it wouldn't hurt, but... Mom had continued speaking, and who knew what he'd missed while he battled with himself. Stick it out. We'll keep our end of the bargain. We told you that if you went to the school, we would pay the bills, and we'll honor our word. You just have to honor yours. Work during the summer. Save at least 60% of what you earn toward your personal expenses at school and all that. Additionally, we're willing to do one more thing. If you'll talk to someone about your faith, someone that we agree on, we'll replace your tires for you as well. The manipulation. Just like everything he and his friends had talked about. Bold as a chihuahua facing off with a pit bull. Judah clenched one fist and tried not to throw his phone. So much for calmness.
So now you're bribing me to talk to someone about God? Really?
The weariness in her tone almost broke through his defenses. You don't have to, but if you're willing to do that, we're willing to help out a bit more as well. Either way, you'll still need a summer job, and Shiloh says you can still work there.
Mom, no.
I know you've never wanted to. I kind of understand why now, I guess. Well, that was more than he'd expected. But she was right. Aunt Shiloh's store? All day with Panda Marie and sweet little Jesus-loving Tirza? No, thank you.
Thanks. I'll thank her too when I call to apologize about the lamp. But yeah, not going there. I've been contacting places already. Started looking for a job on Monday. Thought I'd get ahead of the game.
Judah had done it because he thought he'd need a good job to pay his own bills, possibly for his own place if they decided to kick him out. He'd even contacted a counselor at Knoxville to find out how many of his credits would transfer, that he wouldn't have to do it.
Thanks, Mom. Thank Dad for me, too. I've been trying to figure out if I needed to work on transferring or if I'd have to take the year off to save up. If I'd have to move out.
You're our son, Judah. We love you. And I know the store isn't your first choice, but if you can't find anything else, it's still there. Again, her voice broke, but she pushed onward. At least it's now across the street from Great Pizza.
Love you, Mom. Thanks for trying to understand. I'll think about talking to someone.
He would, too. He'd think about what a stupid, stupid idea that would be, and how tempting it would be to just do it to get new tires. Hopefully he'd have the integrity not to take advantage. Hopefully. 11. God whispers to us in our pleasures, speaks in our conscience, but shouts in our pains. It is his megaphone to rouse a deaf world. C.S. Lewis, The Problem of Pain. Wednesday, April 1st, Greenville, Tennessee. Despite the store being finished, it wasn't. A million little things needed new homes, and no one knew where to put them. At first, Panda Marie had tried to mimic the other store's layout, but it didn't work. The store's shape and size was just too different. When that failed for the third time, she began rearranging things. The emergency craft kits for church Bible classes, they didn't work on the same shelf anymore. While Shiloh sat in the back, working through the last of their tax return, she could hear the young woman's frustration spilling out. As far as she knew, no one was in the store, but Panda Marie informed someone, maybe the Lord, that the craft kits needed to be somewhere people would find them easily, even if they weren't familiar with the new store yet. That, of course, meant that other things had to move, bit by bit. Just to be certain Panda Marie was all right, Shiloh stepped out of her makeshift office, they really needed to get it set up better, and went to stand in the doorway, ready to help and eager for a break. Taxes were never her favorite thing, but this year they crushed her. Who cared about deductions and credits? Okay, she did. When her nephew was fleeing God. And how could she hope to make the 1,000,001 decisions regarding the upstairs apartment when they couldn't find the box of bookmarks? At another exasperated huff when the mugs didn't work on the shelf Panda Marie wanted, Shiloh stepped forward.
I think we're still trying to keep it all too much like the other building. Let's just create a flow through the store and not worry about whether this item is near the things it used to be. That's what I've been trying, but some of these shelves are serving... Wait, what if we moved the baby stuff off those shelves along the back?
Without waiting for an answer, Panda Marie was off, and as far as Shiloh was concerned, the problem was solved, even if those baby things later ended up on a dresser by the front window. Of course, they didn't have a dresser to put there, but would that stop her? Apparently not. The door opened, and a woman Shiloh had never met wandered in, taking in the store in a slow, sweeping glance. Shiloh smiled at her when their gazes met and then called out, "I'll be back here if you need me." Before Shiloh even sat down, Panda Marie had asked if she could help. A few seconds passed before the woman said, "Oh, no, sweetie, I was just curious." A long pause followed before she added, "Never been in here, or at the other place either. But a friend gave me this book, and in it the guy said something about how there were more Bible versions than political parties. It took me a minute, because I always think of there being two, you know. Then I remembered Independent, and Greenpeace, and Libertarian, and well..." The woman's laughter sounded a bit nervous. "I just had to see it for myself." Panda Marie said, "Oh, you must have been reading Redeeming Neil Kirkpatrick. That guy has opinions, doesn't he?" "Doesn't he? I thought it was weird at first. His nickname fits, though. Poor guy. But the kittens." "Right? Did you read the book that comes before it? Christmas Stockings?" The bookshelf-covered wall between them did nothing to hide the stunned and indignant expression on the woman's face. It practically reverberated. Who knew an expression could do that? Throughout the store. "She gave me a sequel first?" A huff followed. "I need that book." Shiloh Scott had no objections to Christians reading fiction. None whatsoever. Read a biography, a Christian living book, something on theology. No trouble. Devotionals? Go for it. Bible study aids like the Bible Recap? Please. Whatever it took to encourage someone in their walk with Christ, she was all for. But why, oh why, did she so rarely hear people say, "I need that book," when talking about the Bible? Friday, April 3rd, Cherryfield, Maine. As if the weather were determined to cheer up Aunt Callie, or perhaps just keep her from a repeat performance after a month of excellent recovery, The sun shone on their trip to her physical therapy appointment and her orthopedist's office. Too exhausted to think about making lunch after running around all morning, Milton ordered melts from the Paisley Loon. Cherryfield for Aunt Callie, of course, and the Nash for him. He did love a good pastrami. By the time they'd gotten her home and in the house, her graduation to a cane for indoors when comfortable didn't happen. He had to half carry her to the bed and help her get her legs in, despite all the practice at physical therapy.
Sorry, Milton. I wanted to do it, but I'm just stove up. We've been right out straight since dawn.
They had been busy, getting her bathed, dressed, fed, down the steps and into his rental. It was a lot. At least she managed most of the bathing and dressing herself. That bit of dignity returned had boosted her spirits.
It'll be just fine. You take a nap. I'm going to go root around and see what books I can take to my storage unit tomorrow.
Will you bring back some of your Stevensons? Maybe Mrs. Tim and Charlotte Fairley? Oh, and maybe one of Molly Clavering's books, Mrs. Lorimer's Family?
Did I ever share E. Nesbit's The Lark?
Apparently he hadn't, and as a lover of the railway children, Aunt Callie had opinions about that. By the time he'd finished fleshing out a delightful domestic novel reading list, Milton had added one more, one he knew she'd love.
I just discovered it a few months ago, and I knew you'd love it. I can't believe you haven't read it yet.
Reginald R. Kell's Old Herbaceous fit its subtitle well. A novel of the garden had practically been written just for her. In fact, he'd decided by the halfway mark that it was the gardening equivalent of a James Herriot book. Aunt Callie had a habit of taking the boxes of books he occasionally shipped home for his someday library and shoving them into corners and under beds. He never knew where he'd find them, except that she never took them down cellar. Heavier boxes never went upstairs, and he knew there was a particularly fine copy of Aunt Crete's Emancipation in one of the smaller boxes. Did he already own a copy? Yes, but it was a bit battered, and this one had likely never been read. The dust jacket hardly had a rub on the edges and not even the tiniest tear. Since he'd bought it in Oregon, he felt confident the end papers wouldn't be so brittle that they'd break when he did open it. A search of all rooms didn't reveal the right box, and though Atticus helped by flying hither and thither, his downstairs creeping turned up nothing as well.
Come on, little fellow. Let's go back up. Maybe that box was smaller than I thought. We'll check under the bachelor's chest in my old room. It's possible.
Read it.
And as if his friend understood everything he said, Atticus flew ahead of him up the stairs and landed on the hall table. Once Milton arrived, he soared into Milton's room and landed atop the dresser. If the creature could have tapped his feet, he most certainly would have. Sure enough, the box he sought, much smaller than he remembered actually, had been shoved under the bachelor's chest, hidden from view. A bit of cloth tickled his nose as he dug under the chest for it. That was unlike Aunt Callie. The woman liked her things neat and tidy. That a scrap of fabric of any sort had dared to try to escape the confines of wherever she'd relegated it, well, it was bold. He'd give it that. The moment he pulled out the door, an entire army of scarves mushroomed out and onto the floor.
That, my dear Atticus, isn't a scarf collection. It's inventory for a women's boutique.
Pretty boy.
As he began refolding them, Milton agreed, somewhat.
I'm sure Aunt Callie is lovely in every one, but no one needs this many scarves.
After the 10th one he recognized had been stacked on the pile, he stifled a sigh.
And some of this is my fault.
Sucker.
Yep, sure am. Now, if they were books, Milton remembered a man he'd met in Connecticut and changed his mind. There might just be such a thing as too many books, if you included multiple copies of the same ones anyway, or perhaps multiple copies of every one. Surely that counted as overkill. When it overfills an entire mansion, definitely.
Read it.
Boy. Milton reached up to stroke his friend's head. Your timing. I could sell tickets. By the time he'd reloaded the drawers, Milton still had a dozen scarves that needed a home. Pulling out the drawer above that stopped him short. On the left, there were 3 or 4 pullover sweaters. On the right, more scarves. It took some finagling that resulted in him rolling every last one, but he finally got the drawers shut without having to hold things in with one hand while he pushed with the other. Aunt Callie was still asleep by the time he'd carried down all his boxes, so he loaded them up in his rental and left a note for her. Leaving for a couple of hours? Not optimal, but she'd been making fussing noises about how she didn't need help anymore, so perhaps it was a good test. She'd had a hard morning and a good nap. If she did well, maybe he could make plans to leave in a couple of weeks. Maybe. Brewer, Maine was about 50 miles from her house, a good hour's drive or more. Still, he had time to get there before his climate-controlled storage facility closed for the evening. He'd grab those books and return home in time to reheat the stew they'd made on Wednesday. He might even bake biscuits. They sounded good. Atticus rode on the seat beside him, bebopping to Bill Haley and his comets. Rockin' around the clock, boy.
Rocket.
The bird did not say that. Not possible. And yet he had. If only Milton could figure out how the bird mimicked the right word each time. Why rocket instead of round it or clock it? Aunt Callie sent a text just as Milton and Atticus climbed back into the car to drive home.
We're almost out of milk, because I spilt it, mostly on the counter. Got some on the floor, so don't slip on it when you come in. Did you take Atticus?
Idling in the exit, Milton tapped the call button and waited for her to pick up before pulling onto the road. Hi, I assume you're all right, or you'd have told me?
Yep. Pulled out that bottle and put it on the counter while I made me a cup of coffee. It had some condensation and slipped out of my hand. Didn't break the bottle, though.
Won't be able to stop at Boucher's for the good stuff. It'll be too late. But I'll grab a quart at Elmer's before I come back. Want anything else while I'm there? Do we have plenty of butter? I was thinking about biscuits.
Better get a pound. You can never have too much butter.
He couldn't have prayed for a better opening. Or too many scarves.
What about scarves?
Keeping it as light as possible, Milton tried for teasing. I think someone should have told me she doesn't need any more scarves. I've been burying you in them, it seems.
You've been digging through my drawers?
Found a rogue corner peeking out under the bachelor's chest. When I opened the drawer, they straight out attacked me. Though she giggled, he also heard a bit of apprehension in her tone as she said,
Well, you do buy such lovely ones. I always wear one for special occasions.
I'll be sure to find you a different gift in the future. You always seemed to love them, so it never occurred to me just how many I bought. There. She couldn't take offense at him chastising himself.
I love every one you've ever given me. They're so lovely, and they don't take up very much space.
Atticus's chatter should have been a warning, but Milton couldn't let the opportunity go. You could wear one every day and only wear each a few times a year. Maybe it's time to go through them and see if there are any that...
I want to get rid of every one of them, Milton. Do you hear me? Now, I'm going. Don't forget the butter. I don't want those biscuits.
The call dropped, and Milton sighed. Well, you tried to warn me, Atticus. Now she'll never get rid of any of them, And now I'll never get out of making biscuits tonight.
Sucker!
The bird might not know what half he said meant, but when it came to sucker, he never got it wrong. 12. The right guy is easygoing or outgoing. Or both. Definitely both. Saturday, April 25th, Greenville, Tennessee. National Independent Bookstore Day. After 2 weeks of social media content around the shop local theme, she'd expected a good turnout. It only made sense. But every time she had a moment to breathe, the store looked like multiple tornadoes had sprouted, wreaked havoc, and disappeared before anyone noticed. While Shiloh counseled a woman in the back corner and Tirza bagged a customer's purchases, Panda Marie scrambled to rework the Mother's Day display first. After all, it was only a few weeks away, and people had finally recognized that. Gift books for mothers. Check. A last-minute thought prompted her to grab the Bales Farms cookbook. Cookbooks were great for Mother's Day, weren't they? She'd have to ask her mom. Water bottles and tote bags? Got 'em. Jewelry, a couple of decor items, and for the fiction lovers, she'd have to get creative. Most of the obvious choices were gone. While that might be a good thing for the customers and the store's longevity, it didn't help in creating a display. Her gaze landed on The Nature of Small Birds by Susie Finkbeiner. That was about mothers and daughters, wasn't it? Adoption, maybe? Actually, another of Finkbeiner's books included a woman mothering her sister's son, or so a customer had told her. A quick check proved her right. That's when she remembered that the secret keepers of Old Depot Grocery definitely had a mother-daughter thing going on. Why weren't there more books about mothers and sons? Needing one more book, she snatched up Melody Carlson's Welcome to the Honey B&B and began trying to assemble a display that would make shoppers stop and take note. The door jingled, and a customer they hadn't seen in a while entered. Shiloh waved before turning back to her conversation. Georgie smiled and waved, but it was up to Panda Marie to help out.
Hey, Miss Becky. How are y'all? Doing well. Saw your thing on the Instagram and remembered to stop in while I was down here. I keep forgetting you moved. Well, we've missed you. How's your mama? Still liking her place out at Barton Green?
Becky moved closer and dropped her voice a bit.
She's using the cycle machine in their little gym thing. She says not paying for the privilege of not using it. She's going to get her money's worth out of that place.
That sounded like her.
Well, you tell her we said hi. Bring her in next time you take her shopping. We'd love to see both of you. I'll do that. She'll like seeing what you've done here. Looks nice.
The woman's gaze swept the store.
I like it. Think I'll just get a good look-see before I grab Mama's Mother's Day card.
She pointed to the display as if Panda Marie hadn't been working on it when she came in.
It's only a couple of weeks away, and I forgot about it already.
In less than a minute, Becky called out.
Oh, and you're carrying essential oils now. That's great. I could use some lavender.
What else she said, Panda Marie didn't hear.
We've had those oils for years.
And yet, Becky wasn't the first customer to say something like, "Oh, you're carrying t-shirts now. How cute." The performance track kiosk. Not one person who usually came in for a track had been in while Panda Marie was working, but since moving, she'd burned a dozen CDs for people she didn't know. Oh, and bulletins. The people who bought them regularly suddenly thought they'd gotten all new stock or something.
You're carrying warmies now? I just have to purchase this little lamb for Josie's baby shower.
Instead of pointing out that Becky had purchased a warmies for the last baby shower she'd attended, Panda Marie asked how Josie's pregnancy was going and showed Becky their His Little Lamb onesies. She chose a yellow one and also a green one that said, "I love Jesus and naps." Probably wishful thinking for the parents, but perhaps it counted as a prayer too. The door jangled again and Becky's son entered.
"Ready, Mom? Coffee's getting cold."
He turned to her.
"Hey, Panda, how you doing?"
It's Panda Marie.
She wouldn't say that, though. Not in the store. Well, unless he did it more than once.
Great. How about yourself?
Just trying to keep Mom out of trouble. He nodded at Becky's full arms. Looks like I'm too late.
Jed, look at that little lamb. Josie's gonna love it.
Some people had the enviable skill of managing to sound like they'd rolled their eyes even if they didn't. No doubt. Dad, on the other hand.
Oh, hush. If he doesn't want me shopping for his grandbaby, he should be the one taking me out on errands.
And much to Panda Marie's amusement and Jed's dismay, Becky decided to get her mama a nice candle for Mother's Day, too. She thought she'd managed to get them out of the door without Becky making one of her not-so-subtle remarks about how she and Jed would make such a cute couple about 3 seconds too soon. The door hadn't shut all the way when she heard Becky hiss,
Ask her out. She's a nice...
Thankfully, the jingle of the door shutting cut it off.
God, you are so good.
Music competed with screaming kids to deafen all adventures as Panda Marie, Alyssa, and a group of their friends pushed their way through the doors at the factory adventure. Tonight's plan: beat the 80s escape room. Their booking began in just 10 minutes. Once they'd checked in, Alyssa waved at a friend in the cafe and promised to be right back. 2 of the guys in their group saw friends heading in for laser tag and went to say hi. Panda Marie waited with the rest, debating within herself if getting a drink made sense now. The answer might be obvious, but it settled the nerves that always built before a long-anticipated event. The last 2 attempts to do this had been thwarted by a nasty virus that swept through her church, and therefore her family, and last month's blizzard. Lost in her thoughts, she missed the approach of Austin Cutshaw until he was nearly upon her. No escape room there. Now what? Hey, Panda Marie.
At least he gets my name right. Now, diversion. Austin!
She turned to the others.
Does everyone know Austin?
A couple of her friends nodded. One girl shook her head. Kat Salisbury was new to Greenville and didn't know very many people yet.
This is Kat. She just moved here from down by Ruffton. Kat, this is Austin Cutshaw. He goes to Calvary Baptist.
All she had to do was keep everyone talking.
I feel like Dory. Just keep talking, just keep talking, just keep talking, talking.
Well, at least Sushi would approve. Just as Austin started to say something, Alyssa beckoned to her, and the guy behind the desk said that the room was ready.
Be right back. Need to get Alyssa and the others.
Since it was only from her peripheral vision, Panda Marie couldn't be certain or anything, but it sure looked like Austin wanted to throw things.
Saved.
She couldn't avoid it forever. The guy would ask, and she'd have to turn him down. But a bit more time to prepare a response, please and thank you. Okay, so she'd had over a month, but she hadn't seen him, so she'd avoided the whole thing. But it was real now. Very real. While he could have gotten her number and avoided an in-person awkward moment, Austin apparently wanted that face-to-face invitation instead of taking the coward's way out. She'd give him that. And rue his determination to overcome his shy introvertedness. On the other hand, she had every intention of being a coward herself until she figured out how to say no in the kindest, but no room for doubt, way possible. Easier to convolute than execute. Maybe she could just pray about that tomorrow, especially if she avoided him tonight. Panda Marie latched onto Alyssa's arm and hissed,
They're ready for us, and Austin is determined. How do I tell him to forget it so he feels like I've done him a favor? And this is why I keep asking if you're ready for this. It's here, and you're not.
The guy tried to inch away from the group, and Panda Marie squeaked out,
Help! We've got to go. Our escape room is ready.
Alyssa's goodbye could be heard even over the music and cheering kids. Alrighty then. As she pulled Panda Marie past Austin, she waved,
Good to see you. Our room is ready. Wish us luck.
Isn't his family one of the never-say-the-word-luck ones?
Maybe,
Alyssa murmured as they neared their group. But I'm not going to ask him to wish us God's blessing on beating an escape room. The clock began. While Alyssa read out their first task, Panda Marie tried to listen even as she worked on a thanks but no thanks response to someone asking her out. Someone she didn't want to go out with. Someone who only had the whole not what I'm looking for thing against him. Otherwise, Austin was a great guy. Awesome, even. Just not for her. Her mind whirled with excuses that she promptly shut down. She didn't have to give a reason. She just had to kindly say, no thanks. And why wasn't no thanks an acceptable way of saying no without some stupid implication that you thought the guy was a creep? But the way some, actually most, people she knew acted, a girl had to justify her no. Why was that? One of the guys figured out the first part, and Panda Marie got swept away in helping with the next, and the next. As the clock counted down and the pressure built, she forgot all about Austin. The corkboard clues pointed to one thing while fixing the boombox led them in another direction.
What was that movie about the DeLorean?
Hey, listen, it says, what does she want? What do you think?
The debate raged. Based on it being on a mixtape, they played snippets of each song, and it came down to she either being Girls, Just Want to Have Fun, or Whitney Houston, I Want to Dance with Somebody. Houston for the win. The timer ran out just as one of the guys figured out the last clue. Panda Marie apologized.
It took me a minute to focus.
We all got distracted, Kat insisted. There's just so much cool stuff to see. It's no one's fault, and we technically did it. We just didn't input it in time. As she'd expected, Alyssa already had plans for afterward.
We'll all be winners if we go over to Scoop Dogs and get ice cream. Y'all with me?
That sounded perfect.
Let's go. Waffle cone, sea turtle, please and thank you.
Alyssa gave the others a knowing look as they made their way to the doors.
That's only because they don't have cinnamon roll ice cream yet. I'm working on them. As soon as they figure out a recipe.
Panda Marie made a chef's kiss.
Perfection.
That's when she saw him. Austin Cutshaw, right there. She swallowed hard before forcing a smile.
We sort of failed and sort of didn't. 3 seconds more to input our answer and we'd have escaped. Come on, Panda Marie, let's go. I'm craving sorbet.
Panda Marie allowed herself to be dragged away even as she hissed.
Why did you tell him where we were going?
Oh. Alyssa wilted a bit.
I guess I did. I wasn't thinking. Sorry. Well, it's not like he'll follow us or anything.
20 minutes later, with a waffle cone in hand, Panda Marie made her way to their table and found one empty chair. Right next to Austin Cutshaw. Alyssa didn't look as apologetic as she should have, and Kat had obviously figured out what was up. The girl looked like she'd gotten an advanced reader copy of her most anticipated book of the year. The guys, of course, were oblivious. Right about then was when she saw that Austin didn't have ice cream.
Don't you want to get something?
Not really into ice cream or sweet stuff.
Alyssa's eyeballs nearly popped out of her head as she tried not to react. Panda Marie shot her a telepathic response.
The right guy always gets dessert. Always.
Okay, so that was kind of her bonus points sort of preference, but right now it felt like a lifeline.
I don't know if I could survive a life without cinnamon rolls and ice cream.
She took a bite to punctuate her assertion and, apparently her cone decided to test that theory. The cone cracked, and a chunk of ice cream landed on her shirt before bouncing off and hitting the table with a heartbreaking splat. One look down showed a caramel streak across her chest. Panda Marie thrust her cone into Alyssa's hand, hopped up, and dashed for the restroom. Maybe she couldn't get it off, but it was her favorite shirt. The paper towel shredded as she scrubbed at the sticky goo, but she managed to prevent a stain. Yay, despite soaking herself. Boo. A zipped-up hoodie would have to do. Austin stood outside the restroom door, a new ice cream in hand. Oh, great.
Got you a new one. The cone kept crumbling.
Oh, thank you. You shouldn't have.
Shaking his head, Austin tried again.
I didn't buy it, just showed them how it fell apart and they replaced it.
Well, thanks again. It's my favorite.
I wondered if you'd like to get coffee sometime. Maybe next week?
Well, great. Not only did she have to say no, but she had to do it after he did something nice for her. Just what she needed.
Thank you for asking, but I don't think so.
One excuse after another lined up and got ready to fly, but Panda Marie held her ground. She smiled, thanked him for getting the ice cream again, and moved to the table. And he didn't argue. Not only that, he didn't leave. He just came back, sat down, and stayed until they left. Alyssa pounced the moment they got in the car.
What did he say?
After describing the awkward moment, she added,
I mean, he didn't argue or take off. I felt kind of bad about saying no after that. I mean, he's even nicer than I thought, but come on. First, I'm just not interested. And then there are the other strikes against him. Blonde? Okay, fine. No big deal. Tall? Not my preference, but whatever. Shy and introverted? Well, at least he asked in person, right?
Are you trying to talk yourself into it?
No.
She stared out the windshield.
But come on. No dessert? I just couldn't.
13. Overheard in Greenville.
That dog won't hunt.
Tuesday, April 28th, Cherryfield, Maine. At night, Milton put Atticus in the warmest room of the house, covered his cage, and let him be. The little guy needed a good 10 hours of beauty sleep or he got grumpy. So, Milton often awoke and went out for a walk before coming in, making a cup of coffee, and scrolling through the Instagram accounts of bookstores he followed. Benny from Red Wing stood holding a book about a superhero dog and lisping his way through a missing front tooth and sharing how much he loves reading it.
They're all good, but I like Power Pup meets Riptide best because they're in Hawaii, and I want to go there.
Anne, over in Indiana, had just discovered the Miss Read books and was gushing about them. Someone brought in several for store credit, and I read one. I am now officially obsessed with domestic fiction. Load me up with all your recommendations. I need more. Milton had to type out a comment on that one. Have you read The Lark by E. Nesbit? My aunt is enjoying it. It's a personal favorite. These days, however, his heart was in Greenville at CrossWords. Some people had a natural ability to make reels feel like a personal conversation between you and the creator. Panda Marie was one of those people. Yesterday's reel showed the apartment upstairs with a voiceover.
We're almost done with our bookish getaway, but we won't have time to get it on Airbnb before the Iris Festival. So, if you're looking for a unique place to stay while you're here, reach out to us for more information. There are 2 spaces that are open to guests, one private and one semi-private.
She panned a lovely room that would make any bibliophile's heart sing.
This room is where we hold book clubs and Bible studies. Guests are welcome in here any time it isn't in use.
She added in a mock whisper,
which is most of the time.
Opening a door, she began to show off the seating area and kitchenette of the apartment.
You have your own private sitting room, and a kitchen and dining area as well. Of course, there are books everywhere with something to interest almost everyone. 2 bedrooms.
Milton nodded his approval, as if Panda Marie and Shiloh could see him. How silly. As she showed warm but bright spaces, and everything looking beautifully cozy. After watching the reel 3 more times, Milton sent a message.
If you get someone else requesting the apartment for the festival, let them have it. I can come afterward, but I want to reserve it sometime in the near future as well, as long as Atticus is welcome.
After checking out their independent bookstore day reels, he checked out the account for Honey Pot's Bakery in the tiny town of Noel, Missouri.
Hey, y'all. See, I'm getting my semi-southern on. Anyway, guess what? In between baking more cinnamon rolls than this county should be capable of eating, I've been reading a book. No joke. Joshua, over at Heart of Noel, got in a book with my name on it. Literally. It's called Welcome to the Honey B&B. I mean, come on. I had to read it, right? One of the main characters has my name, and she's such a sweetie. Great book. It's by Melody Carlson. Will I like her other books? If so, what should I read next? Because this is right up my galley kitchen.
She waggled the book out in front of her, and the reel ended. Only after he'd watched it for the second time did Milton realize that he could hear faint strains of Jimmie Rogers' Honeycomb. His coffee was getting cold, so Milton popped it in the microwave and pulled it out just before it would have beeped. Aunt Callie wasn't a light sleeper, but microwaves always sounded a bit too much like an alarm clock to him. After another sip, he checked out Spines and Leaves in California. Nothing new. For several days. That wasn't normal. He'd call later just to see how things were going. As he heard Aunt Callie stirring, he began frying bacon. Today was the day. He'd tell her about his plan to return to Greenville for the Iris Festival and see how she responded. In the past 3 weeks, she'd gone from being able to do most things by herself but getting tired quickly to being able to manage everything but driving. He couldn't tell if that was a mental or a physical thing. The physical therapist leaned toward mental, but that didn't change the fact that she refused to drive.
And I can't leave if she won't get herself to the therapist's.
That was the problem, of course. She needed him to leave. They both knew it, but neither had broached the subject yet. Until he was convinced she'd go to those appointments. Then again, maybe if she knew that was keeping him here. Everything came to a head when he brought up the magazines again. Yet another pile toppled, and Milton lost his temper.
Aunt Callie, we have to do something about these. You'll end up with the other hip-in pieces if we don't.
They're mine. Leave them alone.
Ignoring that, he plowed on.
You insisted that they don't take up much room, that they're small and fit neatly in piles. Remember? Look how many are stashed everywhere.
She stood at the sink, washing the breakfast dishes and probably trying to avoid the conversation.
There's not that many. You're being wicked stubborn.
Without arguing, Milton grabbed a pile of magazines and carried them from the room. She hollered at him not to throw out her things, and he promised he had no intention of it. But he did move every magazine he could find, well, except the ones neatly boxed or piled in closets, into the living room. That took far too long to do. By the time he returned with Atticus, the bird's newest toy obsession, and the final stack, moving in the living room had become more than difficult. It was a hazard to life and limb. Aunt Callie sat in the chair, pulled back so small he'd almost missed her.
What's all this?
Most, but not all of the magazines around the house. Obviously, I didn't pull out the ones filling the closets, but
I didn't realize there were quite that many.
She shrank a bit more.
That's a lot.
Maybe it was ruthless, but Milton couldn't help but add,
There are more, far more. You could read 1 or 2 a day and not get through every one in this house." When Aunt Callie swallowed back a retort, Milton caved. "Look, I'll be honest. I considered pulling out some of the oldest ones and recycling them. Trust me, you never would have known."
No deer staring down headlights had ever looked more panicked.
"But I won't do that to you. This is your property, and I refuse to take away your right to make your own decisions."
When she relaxed, he added,
"But we do need to make some decisions soon, because we add more to these nearly every day, but I haven't seen you finish even one."
In a moment of frustrated foolishness, Milton kicked at the pile nearest him, and like dominoes, several stacks sprawled out. A few unsavory words he'd never indulged in using tried to tempt him, but he shoved that temptation aside and knelt to pick up his mess.
"Hope I didn't damage anything. Sorry."
Instead of lashing out at him, Aunt Callie said,
"Wait a minute. That one, the quiet page. You can get rid of all of those. I thought I did."
Before she changed her mind, Milton gathered all the ones he could find.
"You've read these?"
"I read one. They had this whole article about how gardening was some old lady hobby. Got so wrathy that I canceled my subscription that very morning. Thought I'd tossed those in the garbage."
It about killed him to do it, but Milton had to explain.
"They call hobbies that went out of fashion but are popular again. Things like knitting and crocheting, baking and gardening, grandma hobbies. It's meant as a compliment. Things our grandparents used to do are popular again."
"Well, I don't like it. Just get rid of them."
He had to look, really look, and make sure he'd read her right. But the way she glared at those magazines said a lot.
"I'll take them out right now."
By the time he returned, Atticus had dismantled half of his tangled toy and had begun chanting,
"Read it, read it, read it,"
over and over. Aunt Callie had moved her rolling walker to the pile and seated herself on it. She held up a knitting magazine.
"I wanted to like knitting, but I didn't. I tried," she insisted. "I bought all the yarn and needles, lots of different kinds. I thought maybe it was the yarn I chose, but no, just couldn't get the hang of it. And once I did, I hated it."
She smoothed out a crease across the cover of one magazine.
"This one has beautiful patterns, though. Beautiful."
"Don't you know someone who would love to have them?"
The question perked her up. She stared at the cover, still smoothing it. She'd done the same with the candles. She'd enjoyed making them and giving them away to her friends at church and the therapy center.
"She just doesn't want to see useful things trashed."
He could work with that.
"Why don't we pull out the knitting ones, and you can give them to someone, maybe down at the retirement community, or donate to the library?"
When she nearly gulped, he thought he'd pushed too hard and too fast. But she said,
"Maybe find the crochet magazines, too. I can't bring myself to try it after the knitting."
There, this might just work.
"I'll find them good homes, I promise. Meanwhile, let's cancel these subscriptions so you're not paying for something you don't want."
"Oh, I'm sure I did."
Without a word, Milton shuffled through a pile that had been the most recent arrivals and passed one over. Aunt Callie had the grace to blush. Okay, not really, but she did look sheepish, and pull out her phone.
"I'll call."
"Hello, my name is Milton Coleridge, and my aunt is a hoarder. It's been 4 agonizing hours since we got rid of fewer than 50 magazines that she didn't like or want anymore. We both survived."
In the kitchen, Milton mixed fresh cheddar biscuits, peeked in on the blueberry crisp that should come out of the oven just as the biscuits went in, and stirred the fish chowder he'd made from his aunt's secret recipe. 5 minutes before the biscuits came out, he'd add the salmon, shrimp, and hake. But first... The stove chimed, and he swapped blueberry crisp for biscuits and set the timer again. Aunt Callie stood in the doorway.
Why are going to all that trouble?
Sounded good.
It did. She also knew, without him saying so, that the meal was a peace offering. Vocalizing that would only agitate her further.
Well, thank you.
After another minute, she added,
Did you put garlic in the biscuits?
Would they be worth eating if I didn't?
Milton turned and grinned at her.
Of course I did. Want to grab some bowls and plates for us?
He watched her reflection in the kitchen window. The last time he'd asked her to set the table, she'd carried one thing at a time just to feel steady. This time, she stacked their bowls atop salad plates, plopped a couple of spoons and a butter knife in the bowl, and carried it all over without her cane. She grabbed the cane after that, but it seemed to him that she'd carried that thing around more than used it in the past few days.
I've been thinking.
You do that a lot.
At least she sounded amused.
There's the Iris Festival in Greenville. My truck and trailer are there, and I should get them out. Thought I might fly down, see what this festival is about, and bring back my trailer.
Why back? Don't you have work to do somewhere? You're usually right out straight with all your clients.
That wasn't true. Milton had plenty of contracts to keep him as busy as he wanted to be, but he didn't want to be so busy he couldn't enjoy his travels across the country. In fact, since helping out with bookstores, he'd slowed his work even more.
Well, you're still not driving, and if I don't come back, you'll quit going to therapy.
He cut off her interruption before it could begin.
We both know you will.
I'll be ready to drive soon.
But not if you quit going to the therapy that is preparing you for that.
She didn't exactly scowl, but Aunt Callie didn't look happy either.
I could get a friend to take me, just until I can drive again.
You can drive again now.
Not that he'd say it. In her mind, she couldn't, so she was probably right that she shouldn't.
Trying to get rid of me?
That would be some kind of gratitude after you came all this way.
You knew I would, right?
Of course she did, but she needed to remind herself that she'd do it.
You're good to me.
She pulled out her chair and lowered herself into it. It was the first time he'd seen her sit without wincing at the sight of the chair.
I've been contrary. I know you're just trying to help.
That was a bit much. Aunt Callie didn't apologize easily, and that was as close to one as he was likely to get. Milton checked the biscuits as he considered how to respond and decided they'd need another 5 minutes. Perfect timing for adding the fish and shrimp.
As long as you know that I wouldn't do anything you didn't agree to, not with your property. It's one thing to insist you take care of yourself, so I keep you around as long as possible. It's another to tell you how you can live any other part of your life.
The older I get, the more I could need you, boy. Then what'll I do?
You'll call, just like you did this time.
He stirred once more and went to sit by her for a moment.
Aunt Callie, I can stop working tomorrow. I'm not wealthy, but I have enough to live on. And that's so I'm here for you if you need me.
Don't like to be a burden.
Milton kissed her forehead before asking,
What would I do without you?
Hard telling, not knowing.
Ah, those mannerisms. He'd miss those when he no longer had a reason to return there. He loved Maine. He did. Just not enough to live there.
Then let's not find out, okay?
I'll let 'em keep torturing me.
The stove beeped, and the soup probably needed stirring. But Milton gave her one more kiss before hopping up again.
I love you. She'd be uncomfortable with that, but she needed to hear it. Sure enough, she said nothing through most of the meal. Only when he'd buttered another biscuit and she snatched it from his plate did he speak again. They turn out all right?
Finest kind.
It couldn't get better than that.
14. God never gives you more than you can handle. An idea that deserves an alpaca's stinky side-eye. Saturday, May 2nd, Greenville, Tennessee. Instead of studying for finals, Judah had spent the last 2 weekends at home, interviewing everywhere he could. At this rate, he'd be doing it again next weekend as well. He exited Applebee's wearing discouragement like shackles and, after climbing into the old Jeep, flung his head back against the seat. If there was anywhere in town that he hadn't interviewed, okay, save the fast food places, he didn't want to know. Also, not true, he needed to know. Now rather than later, please. And Applebee's had been a bust. They wanted him as a dishwasher/busboy. Not possible. Not at all. Between his height and the accident, no way could he stand hunched over a sink and tables all day without ending up in the ER begging for something to take away the pain. When he caught himself thinking, at least there's the store, Judah nearly pounded the steering wheel. All right, no nearly about it. He totally smashed his fist on the thing, both before he got the call from the Applebee's manager offering him the job, and after he had to turn it down. No, the guy didn't audibly call him an entitled jerk, but Judah heard it nonetheless. Then there was the guilt when his parents didn't push him about the whole God thing. They hadn't even pushed to keep him in town until after church, not with guilt or even the promise of Sunday dinner. Should stay this week. After all, if they made the effort, so could he. A call came through from Daniel.
Hey man, can you come here? There's a great party tonight.
Sirens stopped him from going on a green. 2 police cars approached the intersection, slowing enough to be sure no one would pull out onto the highway before speeding through and off to wherever they were going. But the noise gave Judah time to talk sense into himself.
Can't afford it. Time or money?
Daniel would offer to pay for his gas to get him there and back to school. Not happening.
Neither. I haven't studied enough, and if I don't find a job, I'm going to have to listen to all the Jesus talk just so I can have tires to get me from one worthless interview to the next.
I'd do it anyway. Why throw away your money? You know what they'll say. Just let them say it and get free tires. Win-win for everyone.
Yep, that's exactly what Daniel would do. His dad had money. A lot of it. Most people never realized how much, because the Bibles lived like anyone else in town. They had a nice house, but nothing spectacular. Nice used cars and didn't throw money around on clothes and other things. Mr. Bible even fixed their electronics when they broke. But if you paid attention, you saw things. Daniel never realized that the money differences between them wasn't that Judah's father wouldn't give him everything he wanted, but also that he couldn't. Daniel couldn't comprehend that sending Judah to Milligan was a sacrifice for Judah's parents. It also meant that Daniel didn't get why he refused to manipulate circumstances to get what he wanted. Free college? Who cared if it included chapel and singing about Jesus? Free tires? So let some guy drone on about Jesus for an hour or two. Judah could hear him now.
It's like earning $300 an hour. Where else are you going to make that kind of money unless you start dealing drugs? Judah? Sorry, just thinking. Look, I've got to go. Maybe I'll get some studying in. Have fun tonight.
Be more fun if you were here. I met a senior with a sister.
I'll bet you did. One more reason going wasn't a good idea.
When are you going to drop the puritanical ideas about women? You drop Jesus, drop his stupid rules.
They'd never agree on this one.
I don't have to sing about Jesus on Sunday to treat women with respect on Monday.
He said it every time, and he didn't even know if it made sense, but for some reason, Daniel accepted it.
Whatever. You'll get rid of your hang-ups eventually. See you next weekend? Yep. Have fun, but not so much fun you miss your final on Monday.
At the corner, he cut off his phone and turned. Almost home. Almost time to admit he'd failed another interview. Almost time to hear how he needed to call Aunt Shiloh. Mom looked up. Wait, was she hopeful? That didn't make sense, but one look at her face when he walked into the kitchen gave it away. She hoped he'd gotten the job.
Did you get it? Yeah.
That's great. Nope. Despite her words and the obvious way she tried to mean them, Mom most definitely wasn't thrilled that he'd gotten it after all. Odd. Well, she'd be thrilled that he hadn't taken it then.
Had to turn it down.
He dragged out a chair and plopped down.
They wanted me for a busboy. Not so bad, but then I had to do the dishes. The sink.
Mom dried her hands and came to hug his neck.
I'm sorry. I know you were hoping.
Dad came in, hands filthy, and went straight for the sink.
Get the job? They wanted him to wash dishes. The sink.
He stared at Judah even as he scrubbed.
Don't tear up your back at your age, son. You only get one, and it's had enough damage.
As if he didn't know.
Yeah, turned it down and got a silent earful about entitled kids who are afraid of work.
He gripped his knees.
I'm not afraid of hard work. I just don't want to take a job that'll mean I can't work tomorrow because of the work I do today.
He looked up at his dad.
Does that even make sense?
In an echo of Mom's movements, Dad grabbed the kitchen towel and dried his hands.
Perfect sense.
Judah looked up and really took in the scene. Mom had begun stirring what smelled like her famous mac and cheese. She'd put it in a baking dish, sprinkle with more cheese, add bacon bits on top, and bake it until the top became a bit browned and bubbly. The best. Dad, with his freshly washed and dried hands, pinched a few noodles from the pan and popped them in his mouth. Mom swatted at him, but she laughed. Their kitchen looked as old as it was, with its orange oak cabinets, tile countertops, and stove that had to get a new igniter every couple of years. Mom talked about painting the cabinets someday, but Judah knew why it stayed outdated and tired. So he could have a good education. At his age. Nearly 25, and still dependent on his parents. They should be enjoying the benefits of a good job with good pay and a paid-off mortgage. Instead, they had another 10 years to go, and most of their savings went to pay for schooling that should have been over by now. And he'd been an ungrateful brat who didn't like the school they pay for. He swallowed down the familiar objections, all the ones that said his parents kept him prisoner to their beliefs and convictions, and focused on another side of the truth.
I don't thank you guys often enough, but as much as I complain, I am grateful.
Mom must have heard the apology he hadn't made, and the emotion he'd tried to stuff down, because she thrust the spoon into Dad's hand and came to hug him. Again. It's what she did. The Gileses were a long line of huggers. We love you, and we may not understand on the one hand, but on the other, we do. At the stove, Dad turned and nodded.
She's right, and you'll find the right job. God has something for you, son. I'll keep my ears open. Thanks.
True to his word, when Judah arrived home Friday night and began unpacking his Jeep, Dad came out to help and said,
By the way, I think I might have found something for you. Yeah? Al, over at the Packer Ranch, is looking for help. Pay is good, $15 an hour.
Might not be too bad.
nearly double what most places paid. With alpacas? What kind of help? You'd have to shift them into different fields for grazing, help repair whatever needs it, clearing out the manure piles. He couldn't help but groan. Out in the fields, really? Dad shrugged. Don't know, but she's got one of those little mini bobcat things for moving it. And then, obviously, she'll need your help if any of them get sick, and she has to separate them or something. Don't know if it's a thing, but they're real social critters, so if they have to be isolated, you might have to hang out with it. Not sure about that part. It didn't sound too bad, assuming Dad knew what he was talking about. I'll go out first thing on Monday. Al said to come out at noon and wear work clothes in case you'll do. He'd do? This guy would be tough to please, but working outside, with animals instead of customers? Perfect. Monday, May 11th, Al's Paca Ranch, Greenville, Tennessee. When the owner of Al's Paca Ranch walked toward him, mud on her knees and hand outstretched, Judah's first thought was, Dad could have told me Al was a woman.
Al, short for Allison. You must be Judah.
Yes, ma'am. He gazed around him and smiled. It's nice out here, quiet.
Except when the herd starts humming.
That didn't make sense. Humming?
Alpacas hum when they're content, curious, stressed.
But it only gets loud when they're stressed or mamas are calling to their crias. My dad always said, they're humdingers. Of course he did. Without knowing the guy, Judah could picture him. Jeans belted below a bit of a beer belly that probably hadn't had a drop of the stuff in it since he'd gotten drunk at 16 behind his granddaddy's barn. Mustache. The guy had to have a mustache. And probably a denim jacket with a Sherpa lining. What would I be doing? She eyed him before beckoning him to follow. Daily tasks are keeping the watering troughs clean and filled with fresh, cool water. I can't afford automatic waterers yet, but it's in next year's budget. For now, we scrub. Seems reasonable. The look she gave him, Miss Allison was not impressed. Then there's clearing the dung pile. Alpacas are fastidious creatures. They'll all use the same place and don't want it too dirty, so it gets cleaned out and the manure put over there. She pointed to something off in the distance. Judah couldn't be sure what. You'll also have to help load when people come out for a truck bed full. By hand. My insurance don't cover loading with the cat. If they pay cash, you'll have to write a receipt. The way she said it, you'd think she wasn't confident he knew how to do that. Then a second look at her proved that she actually didn't. Great. Sounds simple enough. Dad said something about sick alpacas. If one of them gets sick, we have to keep her separated so she doesn't infect the whole herd. But they get really lonesome, so we have to keep their spirits up while we treat them. It's rare, but it could happen. This time, Judah felt certain that she'd blame him if one got sick, that she expected him to infect the whole herd with whatever was the worst for the things. And my work schedule? If... There she went with that overemphasized if again. I hire you. I'll want you Monday through Friday 9 to 4. If I have to be somewhere on a weekend, then I'll let you swap out whatever other day you want. That shouldn't happen more than once or twice at most, though. She sighed. Look, when your dad told me his son needed a summer job, I thought you were a scrawny teen about to head out to college. I didn't expect a man. Have 1 year left. He'd have explained, but she broke in with all the wrong ideas that everyone got when they compared his age to his educational progress. And that's the problem. This isn't a charity, Judah. I pay well for unskilled labor because I expect hard work. I'm reasonable, but I'm also realistic. Taking 6 years to do 3/4 of a 4-year degree? Not impressive. Doesn't speak to your diligence. No, it doesn't. It speaks to 2 years learning how to walk again after an accident after high school.
Judah met and held her gaze.
Look, I've worked for Mr. Susong every summer since I was 14. I've got his contact information if you want it. He'll vouch for my work ethic. If he hadn't retired and moved closer to his grandkids, I'd be working there this year, too.
He took a steadying inhale and exhaled slowly. This had better have been the right approach.
I'd love the opportunity to work for you, Miss Allison, but if I'm not what you're looking for, I need to get going. I need to find a job.
A long, hard look followed, one Judah didn't think he liked the look of. Then she smiled. That woman had the widest, toothiest smile he'd ever seen. Both of her incisors turned toward the center just a bit, and it actually added a bit of charm to that smile.
I think I like you. Speak your mind. I can respect that. All right, I haven't gotten to scrubbing out the trough yet. Why don't you start with that? We have the shearers coming on Friday, so that'll be the acid test for both of us. If we're both satisfied by the end of Friday, the job's yours.
She thrust out her hand, and Judah, feeling a bit like he'd lost his mind, shook it. He'd taken 3 steps in the direction she'd hinted the trough to be when she added,
It's 1:30. Can you work until 5 this time? It's only 3.5 hours today, but I could use the help if you want it.
That's great.
He stopped himself and turned back to ask,
And when I'm done with the troughs?
We'll get that manure pile moved.
Of course, we would. If we was spelled with an H instead of a W on Al's Paca Ranch. Meanwhile, he'd keep his head down, do the job, prove he knew how to work, go home, take a shower, and finally, after all these months, crack open the book he'd gotten for Christmas. Isles of the Emberdark.
Yep, just me and Sanderson's Cosmere. Oh, yeah.
15. A cinnamon roll a day keeps a bad mood away. Candace Redmond. Tuesday, May 12th, Greenville, Tennessee. A squeal from downstairs nearly made Shiloh drop the stack of fluffy white towels that she so hoped she wouldn't regret buying on the new bathroom floor. Dale, still affixing bookshelves to the wall, shot her a concerned look, but the sounds of footsteps thundering up the stairs told them they'd know what was right or wrong in seconds. Once in the book loft, as they'd begun calling it, Panda Marie raced across the room and thrust her phone into Shiloh's hand.
We got it booked. They want it for the whole week, from Friday night through Thursday night. A whole week.
Now that was fabulous news. Maybe she whispered, "Praise the Lord." Or perhaps she just thought it. But the bookish retreat had been the closest thing to a gamble she'd done with the store since adding new versions to the Bible wall a few decades back. Having confirmation that they'd recoup part of their investment in the first week from someone other than the guy who suggested the venture, a blessing.
We need to get the shelves restocked.
Panda Marie made a list.
And probably need a couple more tea varieties.
Without giving Shiloh a chance to respond, she hurried over to the coffee and tea bar.
Did the new bookish mugs come in? I think they're in today's deliveries. The sheets are washing at home, so I can't make the beds until tomorrow, but that's fine.
Dale, ever the voice of reality, asked,
And we have all the permits and paperwork in order.
We will after tomorrow. The fire marshal will inspect them. Code enforcement's already signed off.
It felt good to have all those ducks in their proper rows and quacking along happily. Or something. What a weird thought. Georgie called for her, so Shiloh thrust the towels into Panda Marie's arms. Had she really just stood there holding towels all this time? Asked for them to be put away, and went to see who had stopped in. Downstairs, Molly McCullen picked over a display of coffee mugs and travel mugs as if they were the most interesting things she'd ever seen. Molly didn't drink coffee or tea. She drank water from the plastic bottles they came in, and only from those plastic bottles. "Hey there, Molly. How are you today?" Tears poured down the woman's cheeks as if someone had turned on a spigot. Shiloh wrapped her arms around Molly and held on as her friend sobbed out something. A dozen possible situations shuffled through her thoughts, but she flipped past each one as quickly as it appeared. Argument with a friend? Not likely. Molly didn't socialize much. Argument with her husband? That would usually make more sense, but Ed McCullen wouldn't argue with a communist at a John Birch Society meeting. He'd just sit there saying, "Well, all right then." Molly tried to speak as she pulled away, wiping at her eyes with her fingers. Her mouth opened, her lips moved, but a strangled groan is all she could produce. Reaching behind the door to the back, Shiloh grabbed a box of tissues from the table. "Can I get you something?" Even as she mopped her face with the tissues and blew her nose before grabbing another one to finish the job, Molly shook her head. So, Shiloh prayed. She asked the Lord for comfort, thanked him for opportunities to share in someone's pain, pleaded for wisdom in how to help a struggling sister. Eventually, Molly managed to whisper, "Hensley moved out and in with her boyfriend. She says we're abusive and toxic, and it's all because we're part of some cult." The words slammed into Shiloh's heart, and she hugged Molly all over, for her sake this time. Judah hadn't used those words, but she'd felt them. Maybe it was just a matter of time before the new ideas transformed into revisionist history as it had for so many kids she'd seen over the years. What parents had meant as teaching them as you walk by the way, grown young adults saw as spiritual manipulation or spiritual abuse. They called it spiritual toxicity and other things that those parents couldn't recognize. Singing along to praise and worship songs or oldie-moldy hymns became indoctrination everywhere we went. A sob welled up in her, and only the grace of God could have prompted Panda Marie to appear with a hug, a bottle of water. Where had she gotten that? And a book.
"I just heard about this book, Miss Molly. Maybe it'll be a comfort for you."
She handed over a novel, one they'd just gotten in. Stronger Than the Storm, by Dina Adams. With that, Panda Marie offered a sweet smile and went over to help a mom pick out books for her kids to read over summer. Did she have any idea what a comfort that had been to both of them? "Might want to give a copy of that book to Carlin."
"Everyone keeps telling me that someone they knew or who is in their family is going through the same thing, as if that's supposed to be a comfort. Who wants this kind of grief for anyone?"
Who indeed? The usual questions followed. What did we do wrong? Hard to tell. Could we have done anything better? Of course, no one got it perfectly right, and even their perfect God was the original prodigal's father. What about Proverbs promising that children raised in the Lord wouldn't depart from their faith? Aside from that being a proverb as well as not what the verse even says. The door burst open, and Summer Hawkins breezed in, already yammering mid-sentence.
"For our anniversary in October. Can you believe it? I'm so excited. Where's Shiloh? I need all the... There you are."
Summer could have knocked half the stuff off the shelves the way she sashayed through, her summer handbag swinging at everything in sight.
"Can you believe it?"
"I think I'll get this book and go home. Can you pray?"
"Right now. I'll just..."
But Molly shook her head and scooted off to pay for the book. Shiloh's heart sank. Summer never meant to bulldoze over everyone in her path, but she always managed to do it and take out anyone on the sidelines while she was at it.
"I'll be right back with you, Summer. I want to hear all about it. I just need to ask Molly about something. Be right back."
Skirting the room, Shiloh went out front and waited for Molly to exit.
"Hey, let's just tuck ourselves over in the corner here and pray for a minute. I'll keep praying at other times, but there's a reason that Jesus reminded us to come together to pray.
She'd thought she needed to do it for Molly's sake, but by the time she'd finished and hugged Molly once more, Shiloh couldn't help but wonder if maybe she'd needed it as much or more.
And Carlin needs that kind of support, too.
Inside, Summer had commandeered Panda Marie and Georgie both, talking about her trip and how she needed to be prepared. When Panda Marie mentioned Tara Lee Cobble, Shiloh knew exactly where Summer and her husband were going.
Sorry about that, Summer. So you're headed to Israel? That's wonderful. You'll love it. It's our favorite place. Panda Marie recommended Tara Lee Cobble's book, Israel, but the recap is so intense, I wanted something to make me a bit familiar with it, but...
Shiloh led her to the devotionals and pulled Israel, Beauty, Light, and Luxury off the shelf.
We keep it here and with gift books because this isn't your usual devotional. This is what would happen if a gifted photographer went to Israel, came home, made a photo book of her favorite places, wrote about a few of them, and those writings pointed you to Jesus. It's more like a coffee table book devotional. These are just stunning.
Page after page earned a gasp, a sigh, or a squeal.
Those don't look too intimidating. Does she tell you what Bible stories go with the photos?
Summer saw the price and choked.
Kinda dear for a devotional, but there are a lot of pictures, and I wouldn't have to take as many. Just of the two of us, huh?
It was a dance Summer did before buying anything. She protested the price, justified the expense, and then purchased with a free conscience, often in the same breath. Shiloh couldn't help but tease just a bit.
Well, Barbara Britton has a lovely new devotional that is all about the Sea of Galilee. There's a fictional story that goes with each one. Oh, where's that?
Before Shiloh could point it out, Summer had Across the Lake off the shelf and in her hands.
I could take this one with me, couldn't I? Has something to read on downtimes. You know, I love me some good biblical fiction. Does Connellan Cosette have any new books?
Yep, Summer was definitely in a shopping mood.
I think you've read Splendor in the Land. It's the latest we have for her. But you told me to remind you to try Tessa Afshar's Queen Esther's Court series. Definitely. Need to grab one of those. And maybe something with some suspense.
The hardest part of her job sometimes, trying to keep up with what everyone loved and didn't love, what they'd already read and what they hadn't. Summer, on the other hand, was one of those people who made it impossible to forget.
You liked Dana Mintig's Fire Mountain, and the next one in that series is out, Raging Waters. Maybe that? Perfect. I'll take 'em all and go before I find anything else I can't live without.
3 greeting cards, 2 bookmarks, 4 in the cards, and a couple of highlighters. Mine are almost dry. Later, Summer breezed back out the door, and Panda Marie dropped onto a stool.
I think I need an iced coffee after that. Want anything from Catalyst?
The UPS guy wheeled in boxes, and Shiloh decided she didn't want to think about it.
No, thanks. I think I'll find those mugs and get 'em washed up and put away. And maybe I'll run home for the sheets.
Wednesday, May 13th, Greenville, Tennessee. A truck made it impossible to make the turn he needed. Unable to get over in time, Milton headed down the highway. If he kept going the wrong way, GPS would reroute him. Gotta love digital Sacagaweas. Someone should start a new brand. Name it after her. What a tribute to an amazing woman. Then again, it might be offensive to some, appropriating and all that. Sad how something meant to honor could come off as something stolen. Then again, the money-hungry jaws of commerce. Yeah, it was a good thing it hadn't been done. By the time he was done ruminating, creating companies, and shooting them down again, Milton had ignored a couple more redirections. So he took a long loop around the outskirts of the city
coming up Tennessee 70 to West Main Street. To say that Milton had indulged in a few uncharitable thoughts about enormous trucks making it impossible to enter a lane one wanted to enter might be an understatement by the time he reached Maine. Even Atticus's "sucker" didn't help. At all. However, his conscience, or was that conscience with a capital C, reminded him that when he traveled pulling his trailer, he did the same thing to people all the time. Bless them and their hearts, or something. Then he saw it. Iris Books and Coffee. All right, Lord. Point taken. Enjoy the journey, and the pit stops will be bookish and caffeinated.
Read it.
Of course, Atticus had opinions. He pulled into the small parking area and checked his phone. Nothing from Aunt Callie. Tomorrow was physical therapy day, so it didn't make sense that she'd have any reason to text him. Yet. Okay, let's go. I'll bring in a couple of red peppers for you. Inside, his soul settled. The stress of leaving Aunt Callie, flying and keeping Atticus comfortable, renting and then dropping off a car and retrieving his truck. No wonder he felt beat. Should have stayed home and relaxed. It'll be good to be in our space, won't it?
Pretty boy.
Okay, now the silly bird just made no sense. Still, he'd wanted to see the new store, and now he had another store to explore. Maybe we'll find a book for Aunt Callie, something nice and domestic since she's on that kick. Walking into Iris Books and Coffee felt like coming home. A mix of rustic wood and industrial with plenty of light offered the perfect ambiance for a bookstore. A man greeted Milton as he entered and smiled at the tiny carrier in Milton's hand. Any objection to me bringing in my parrotlet? I'd rather not keep him in the car if I don't have to. If you wouldn't mind setting him on the floor instead of on the counter or tables, that would be fine. Certainly. Wonderful store you have here. The man thanked him and asked if he were looking for anything in particular. For now, Milton just wanted to browse, so he and Atticus began the delightful experience of making friends with a new bookstore. More than simple bibliosmia, this place offered what author John Koenig called Velicor, that scent that went beyond the physical and embodied the nostalgia of reading as well. What Harper Brevig in Red Wing insisted on calling bibliocore. A section of vintage youth fiction captured him first. He found several mystery series, books by Stretfield, Enright, Lovelace, and one by Keith Robertson he'd never heard of. The Lonesome Sorrel. A perusal of the back was enough to sell him. We found a good one, Atticus. I can feel it. I'll send it to Aunt Callie as soon as I'm done.
Read it.
If the shuffle downstairs meant what he thought, the man hadn't expected to hear sounds from the carrier, but he couldn't have understood Atticus. Once downstairs again, Milton set the book on the counter and kept looking. A display of local interest books and a biography of Andrew Johnson, a brick of a book, but considering Greenville had been his home, the price tag almost stopped him. What do you know about this one? It's supposed to be the most balanced of the biographies on him. Kansas State did a good one back in the late 70s, but this is supposedly better. The guy shrugged. Sorry, haven't read it yet. Don't get it often. Homeschoolers come in for them, use them for a study on him, and then tend not to keep them. Well, he wouldn't keep it either, but maybe buying it and perusing it while here would drop the price for the next family if he brought it back when he was done. It wouldn't be the first time he'd done it. Wouldn't be the last. I think I'll try it. On a low shelf in one corner of the room, he found a few Barbara Pym and D.E. Stevensons. Most of the Stevensons he'd read, but they did have The Young Clementina in a Sourcebooks edition. Aunt Callie might like it, and he hadn't read that one yet. Neither had he read Some Tame Gazelle by Barbara Pym.
A quick look at Goodreads hinted they were reader favorites, especially Gazelle. The door opened and the owner flashed a smile at whoever entered.
Cappuccino, Beth?
What else?
Interesting. He didn't hear people asking for cappuccinos very often. He'd just decided to call it good when a particularly uninspiring copy of Mr. Midshipman Hornblower caught his eye. Milton had been told repeatedly that he loved the series, which always made him a bit skeptical. He'd heard that before. But then Harper had sent him a text after finishing it and wrote,
I am pleasantly surprised. It seems to instruct you in the meaning of nautical terms without feeling like it, and without leaving you scratching your head. Way better than Master and Commander. It's more like short stories to form a prequel from what I can tell. Didn't love it, but I am eager to read more. Thought you'd want to know. Let me know what you think if you decide to read. I'm going to try for the next book and see how it goes.
Sure enough, she'd liked the second even better and had been sending him quick, "Have you started yet?" messages every few days now that she was working on the third. He'd rather have a nice, older copy that had some beauty to it, but if he didn't like it, he'd be glad he didn't pay much for it.
Okay, Atticus. We'll go see what Hornblower and Napoleon did back in the day.
Read it.
This time, the guy behind the counter looked up as he handed over the woman's cappuccino.
Did he really just say read it? I thought he did earlier, but convinced myself I was hearing things.
Maybe the acoustics had let the little guy's voice carry.
He has an ever-increasing vocabulary.
Milton nodded to the woman next to him.
Heard you order a cappuccino. Is that your recommendation or a drink du jour?
He'd known the answer. After all, she'd said, what else? But for conversation's sake.
Best one I've ever had. They have the best coffee in town here. You won't want to go anywhere else after one of his cappuccinos.
Milton added his books to the stack and set Atticus at his feet.
Looks like I'll take these and a cappuccino.
After a glance at the menu board, he added, large. The woman eyed his stack of books.
That's an eclectic assortment.
I like books.
You're not from around here.
He didn't respond until he'd handed over cash and popped a couple of red peppers in Atticus's carrier.
No, just spent a couple of months with my aunt in Maine, so I probably sound like I'm from there right now, but Manas don't claim me either. I'm from away. Probably works for here, too.
Nah, we just call y'all Yankees. Enjoy that cappuccino.
She picked up her cup and headed for the door.
How do you know I needed it to go? See you later.
The door hadn't shut when Milton asked,
Got any recommendations for places for me to camp in my fifth wheel around here? I'd like to get it out of the lazy llama. It's been there for far too long.
A jingle told him the woman, or someone else, had returned. Before the guy behind the counter could respond, Beth said,
I'd check the website for Paint Creek and see if you can snag a spot. It isn't likely with the Iris Festival, but sometimes people reserve and then back out, so a spot opens up. If you're lucky, you might snag it, and it's beautiful up there.
Just like that, she was gone. The bookseller nodded.
She's right. It's beautiful, but it would be hard to get a spot at this late date. Was afraid of that. At least the guy at the Lazy Llama isn't ready to kick me out.
After trying to juggle the books, the carrier, and his coffee, Milton took coffee and friend to his truck and returned for the books.
Thanks. I'll be back before I leave. This is just the kind of store you hope to find everywhere you go, and rarely do.
16. Cleanliness is next to godliness, the alpaca's motto, except when it's not. Wednesday, May 13th, Greenville, Tennessee. Surprisingly, Judah turned out to be good with alpacas. He'd been informed that it was his calm demeanor. The ladies loved him. The herd sires didn't object, which apparently meant something to Miss Allison.
The education he'd received thus far would turn his mother a permanent shade of devil's pitchfork or something equally scandalous. Why the males and females had to be kept separate had reddened his own neck enough to ensure some teasing from Miss Allison. That the males had a castration tooth designed to help them weed out competition, even if it wasn't successful, horrifying. He'd never admit it to anyone, but Judah had considered buying and wearing a sports cup around the fluffy dudes. For the 5th time that afternoon, Judah mentally revisited his interview and determined that not once was breeding mentioned, and why these creatures couldn't have a little privacy for their romantic rendezvous he still didn't get. But once he'd done his morning chores, his job was to bring the right herd sire to the pen and be right there in case Alpaca Nova needed help. Help? Seriously, Judah thought Miss Allison was messing with him until one of the ladies didn't stay in proper formation. That's when she'd informed him to get over there and help. The male's orgling was bad enough from outside the pen, but 35 minutes of him serenading his lady with the worst caterwauling known to mankind? Torture. Only once Judah had finished with his assistance, gross, and had walked the stud muffin out of the pen again, did she admit that she usually needed her father to help with that one.
Didn't think you'd be able to manage it, but that's good work right there. You listen well anyway.
He listened well. What kind of nonsense was that? Thanks, I guess. Still don't know if this fits under cleaning watering troughs or moving dung piles.
It fits under keeping them socialized. We talked about that.
Yep, sure had. Great. Got it.
Bring Fabio when you come back. Laurel wasn't very cooperative last week, so we're going to give them another go.
That was the 3rd time she'd said it about some pair or another. She had a whole system to combine just the right hair type and color to keep everything however she wanted it, and apparently Fabio and Laurel created lovely crias that always brought top dollar. While he retrieved Fabio, Miss Allison brought Laurel into the pen. That's when everything went all kinds of wrong. Judah opened the gate, ushered an eager Fabio into the pen, ready to lead him toward Laurel, when the crazy animal ran up to them, spat full in Fabio's and Judah's face, and took off again. The foul scent hit him at the same time as the green slime, and Judah retched. Allison stood there laughing before leading Laurel away.
Guess she's pregnant.
Judah ripped off his shirt and wiped his face with it before puking all over again. The stink eye the ladies gave him might have annoyed him if her words hadn't clicked.
Pregnant? You had me bring him in for an already pregnant female? Was a good test. It's almost always an indication. If she's pregnant, the female will usually spit on him and refuse to let him near.
Don't blame her. Once more, the stench overpowered him, and Judah retched again.
Oh man, I need water.
Miss Allison suggested taking Fabio back to the pasture they kept the males in on his way.
There are t-shirts in the barn there if you need one.
Disgust and nausea gave way to irritation that blossomed into fury by the time he'd sent Fabio off to lick his own wounds. She'd known this would happen, or at least that it could, and she hadn't warned him. She'd let him get splattered with partially digested alpaca breakfast. Probably knew Laurel was pregnant and expected it. The more he thought of it, the angrier he became. People could probably get diseases from this kind of thing, and all for a joke? Yeah, the money was good, but was it worth being sick all summer? Getting something that delayed graduation even longer? No, not happening. Sure, he'd known alpacas spit at each other, but most of what he'd read said they rarely spat on humans. Not quite true, was it? Well, duh. If humans are in proximity, it can happen.
Thunder in the distance hinted that the rain they'd been promised might just make it in time to dump and blow out before the Iris Festival. That would be good for Aunt Shiloh and the people with booths. It would also be good for guys like him who needed a shower and wouldn't get one for hours.
Gonna stink up the Jeep, too.
At said Jeep, Judah grabbed a clean shirt he'd brought in case he landed in a pile of manure or something. Might as well have. And took off to scrub up at the sink in the barn. By the time he'd entered, he'd decided to quit. Even if he had to drive to Jonesboro or Newport, he'd find something else that wouldn't mean vomiting every time an alpaca got in a snit. Because if Judah knew anything, it was that just hearing those creatures spitting would do him in for the rest of his life. Unfortunately for his future self, he'd talked himself out of it by the time he returned to the stench and grotesqueness of the mating pen. Except she'd moved the lady to a new pen, one without as much stench, not that he couldn't still smell it or anything. 3 more successful conjugal visits later, and Judah thought they were done, hopefully for the rest of his time working there. But looking at her logbook, it was actually an old ledger thing she used to track who knew what all about the herd. Miss Allison nixed that idea.
Oh yeah, I forgot Maggie. She's a roller too. Dad was so worn out from the others that he couldn't help much. Let's finish off with her and make sure everyone is able to shelter before the rain hits.
Who do I get?
Elvis. He's the black one.
I read those are kind of rare.
Miss Allison looked impressed.
Doing your homework. Good. What else did you learn about the black ones?
Only have about a 40% chance of actually getting another black, and less than 1% of alpacas are black to begin with.
But they're gorgeous. Go get him.
To say Judah was nervous when he brought in Elvis redefined understatement. Still, Maggie didn't seem to notice Elvis had arrived. If only he'd known to bring earplugs to avoid that orgling. The sound would be indelibly etched into his audio memory as much as the stench of their spit.
Maybe back pain wouldn't have been so bad.
Maggie walked away from Elvis. Playing hard to get? He couldn't be sure. Elvis, not to be discouraged, trotted after her. Allison's call for him to get away came too late. Maggie's spit hit him full force and splattered onto his lips. Judah puked all over again. Before he knew what he'd done, he hopped the pen and took off.
That's it. I'm done. I quit.
You've gotta be kidding me. Get back here.
But Judah wouldn't stop until he scrubbed. Again. Stripped off his shirt. Again. And got out of there. Miss Allison took care of the alpacas before finding him in the barn, scrubbing again.
Listen, you little snowflake.
No one calls people that anymore.
I'll call you what I want. You're a wimp. Get back to work and quit whining because you got a little slime on you.
He scrubbed at his face once more, still able to smell the gag-inducing mess, and said,
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I quit.
Knew better than to give you a chance.
When he didn't ask what that meant, and it was obvious she wanted him to, Miss Allison kept yammering.
Respected your daddy enough to try, though. There's a kid who wants this job, one looking for experience with them, and I gave you his chance. Just go. I'll mail your pay.
She checked her watch and said,
With today's hours, that's 14.5.
What he wouldn't give to be able to tell her to keep it. Instead, he thanked her for the opportunity, what a lie that was, climbed into his Jeep, which he'd never get the stench from, and headed home. If only Mom would be gone, all would be well. He'd figure out the rest of stuff later, but right now, he needed to shower and clean up and get out job hunting before they found out he'd quit a good one, or so it seemed. Wednesday, May 13th. Paint Creek Campground, Cherokee National Forest, Tennessee. Music pulsated at the soggy campsite, but still woozy from his revolting afternoon, Judah could only stomach it for a little while. Daniel and crew had gotten a space for 2 nights last minute, a tent site, but most of the group would go home overnight, especially since there was more rain projected in the early hours of the morning. Still, they'd cook out and have a good time while it lasted. Half the group had gone swimming in the still freezing water, without even the sun to warm them when they shivered out again just a couple of minutes later. No, he hadn't tested it, but Paint Creek in May wasn't the same as Paint Creek in July. It had to be why people went back and forth so much. As if spurred by his thought, 2 of the girls called to him from the water's edge.
"Come on, Judah, it can't be that bad."
He waved them off, laughing as their squeals told him it absolutely was that bad, and they loved it. Still, walking along the edge, trees rustling around him, the water rushing past. It definitely helped. It also solidified his decision. He absolutely did not regret quitting his job. He regretted taking it in the first place. Now, as long as he could keep his parents from finding out, he'd have a few days to look for a new one. He'd always known that there might be a good chance the week after school let out, thanks to kids who had gotten jobs who didn't show up because they found something better or went on a vacation or whatever. Up ahead, a guy sat on a rock. As Judah neared, he saw a leash attached to one wrist, but there wasn't a dog in sight. But when he came around, there it was. The tiniest little baby parrot.
Cute bird. I'd say ornery bird, but it amounts to the same.
The noise of guests and water made it hard to be sure, but Judah would have sworn the bird said,
"Pretty bird."
That's right, Atticus. Pretty bird, you vain thing.
Judah drew closer just in time to hear,
"Not Finch."
Or at least that's what he thought he heard.
Did he just say he's not a finch? His new trick. He must have thought I was introducing you. He's Atticus, not Finch.
When Judah didn't make the appropriate response, the guy just smiled.
It's from To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, right. The lawyer?
You know your Harper Lee.
He shrugged.
Had to read it in high school. Black man falsely accused of attacking a white woman and the ensuing garbage.
Judah shoved his hands in his hoodie pocket and sighed.
Yeah, I would never admit it to Mom, but it was a good book.
One of the girls squealed louder and started jumping around. When Judah looked over, he found Macy digging around in the water at her feet.
Looks like Jenna caught a crawdad with her toe. Best bait there is for those things, my dad always says.
Dad. What would Dad say about this? It was obvious he'd arranged everything with Miss Allison. Would she tell him? Maybe not. She'd been ticked. That could go either way. For once, his age might work in his favor.
Party getting a little loud?
The guy's question startled him. He'd forgotten the man and his chatty bird were there. That bird dipped down, touched his feet to the water, and flew up again to play in a small puddle in the rock instead.
Yeah, just not in the mood, but my friend arranged this, so...
Sorry to hear that. You showed up, though.
He eyed Judah before adding,
Rough day?
Judah just nodded. What else could he say to a guy he didn't know?
I know it happens to everyone, but sorry to hear it was your turn.
Why that relaxed him, Judah didn't know, but it did.
Thanks. This is helping. Always does.
The guy gazed up and around him.
Someone at a bookstore recommended this place. I was over at Lazy Llama's, but I tried to see if there was a spot, and this place is booked out for months, except for 2 weeks starting today.
You must have signed on right after a cancellation came through, or there's no way you'd have gotten that long of a stretch. Daniel only scored these 2 nights because it's a tent site,
and before the festival. Then what the guy said clicked. Bookstore? CrossWords? No, Iris Books and Coffee. The woman who came in gave me a great coffee recommendation as well as suggesting I try this. I owe her if I ever see her again. That relaxed him. I've heard good things about the Lazy Llama, but a park full of trailers or trees, water, peace and quiet. The blast of music grew louder at that moment. Well, mostly. It quieted down again. That's more like it. Why wouldn't you want to be here? True enough. The guy pulled out something from a pocket and offered it to his bird. Judah just watched, relaxing at watching the little bird devour it before splashing into the puddle again, his feathers ruffling up. Quit my job today. The words startled him. What was he doing telling some stranger about his job? Without looking up at him, the guy said, Sometimes it's just time. That prompted a weak laugh. Yeah, only had it for 2 days. Regretting it? This time, the guy looked up at him, and he seemed to really care about Judah's answer. Maybe, but mostly not. I should have found another job and then quit, but... No way would this man understand unless he told the story, so he did, barely suppressing his gag reflex when he got to the bit about spit on his lip. The guy laughed, apologized, and laughed some more. You're a good storyteller. I can just see all of it. Even Judah had to laugh. It was probably dumb. Good money to move manure and scrub watering troughs, although now I get why they need so much scrubbing. That prompted a couple more chuckles. Problem is, if I don't find something fast, I'll have to work for my aunt, and I really don't want to do that. He took a few steps back and, after checking for ants, leaned against a tree. I should call and apologize and ask for another chance. Maybe now that I know to always stay behind their heads, I'd be okay, but... You sure going back is the best solution? You're probably right. I don't know. Should have gotten another job first, though. This time, the guy stood, and his bird flew up to his shoulder. He took a couple of steps forward, and for just a second, Judah almost expected a hug or something. He tensed, ready to shove the guy into the water, bird or no bird. Look, if you need a job, you need a job. It might not be too late to go back and apologize. Admit you lost your temper because you were grossed out and embarrassed. Admit it's no excuse, but you're laying it all out there. Say something like, if you're willing to give me another shot, I'm willing to learn how to handle myself better. The guy was right, of course, but that didn't make it more bearable. I feel like I should be willing to do that, but... He kicked at a tree root, staring at it as if it held the answers to life's problems or something stupid like that. I just don't know that I am. Well, we should all be in a case like that, but I understand. And I understand that when you need a job, losing a good one is tough to swallow. Didn't he know it? Judah gazed out over the water, watching as it rolled against fallen logs and over rocks. I know. It's good money, too. It's the best money I could make all summer. No one else is going to pay me that well, but I know I'll do it again and... Compromise, then? When Judah looked at him, the guy smiled as if he really did understand. Maybe just work for your aunt while you look for that other job. Yeah, maybe, but I just don't need that stress. Still, the guy had a point. He shoved away from the tree and turned to go. Thanks for listening. I needed to talk it out, I guess. Feel better. Have a nice day. Nice meeting you, and I'll be praying for you. Praying for the perfect job. Of course he would. No matter where he went, Judah found himself bombarded with praying people. Back at the campsite, Judah helped grill the hot dogs and burgers while Daniel kept the fire going and socialized. Macy tried to engage, but he just didn't have it in him. Once the food was done, he climbed into his Jeep, made a 20-point turn, and headed back home. Time to face the music or enjoy a quiet reprieve with Emberdark. He definitely preferred the latter. At the highway, Judah remembered to send Daniel a text. The guy would be mad enough at him leaving early. The least he could do is not disappear. Because that worked out so well for you at work.
17. The right guy is kind with a nice smile. Wednesday, May 13th, Greenville, Tennessee. Claire Holloway is winging it. If airlines had a surge of wannabe flight attendants in the next year or so, they could probably trace it to that book. Angela Ruth Strong had done it again. No surprise there. Would it be even better than Hero Debut? Well, that was up for debate for now, but she'd know before dawn. Was Panda Marie supposed to get up at 6 o'clock for a hike with Alyssa and their brothers? Yep. Would she probably stay up past midnight to finish anyway? Of course, yes. And would that make her grumpy at work tomorrow? Oh, yeah. But sometimes it was worth it.
I'll get a cinnamon roll on the way as preventative grump medicine.
If that prompted her to thank the Lord that Judah Hensley had gotten a job out at Al's Paca Ranch, could anyone blame her? 3 paragraphs later, she stopped and reread. Twice. Growling at the distraction, she did the only thing any rational person could do.
Fine. Hot chocolate it is.
Because seeing the words of a great book transforming into a bizarre picture of Judah's face couldn't be weirder if it tried. Maybe she should pray for him while she was making her drink.
I'll pray for him, all right. Pray he is so good with those animals that he never has time to come into the store again.
That would be a blessing. Yeah, definitely should thank the Lord for his goodness there again. It hit her hard once she'd begun heating the milk. Judah Hensley had walked away from the Lord, and here she was complaining that she... Panda Marie sucked in air.
You want me to pray for him, don't you? This wasn't my idea, it was yours.
At least she remembered to whisper the words so she didn't interrupt the movie playing in the other room. They'd want to know, and... While she stirred, she prayed. While she arranged each marshmallow in perfect formation, she prayed. While she toasted just one to perfection, prayed. Asked God to pursue Judah to the ends of the earth if necessary. And for good measure, she prayed for his mother's heart, his father's grief, and for Shiloh's strength to hold up.
She carries so much, Lord. All the prodigals people bring to her, the church hurt, the cheating spouses and bored ones, those caring for aging parents and spouses with dementia. Thank you for Dale. Without him, who would carry her?
Something about that didn't sit right. Once Panda Marie realized what it was, or rather, who did that carrying, she carried her cocoa back to her room, set it on her nightstand, and climbed under the covers. Rain beat against the windows, making her just a bit annoyed that her cozy reading experience had been hijacked by Judah and his crisis of faith. That prompted her to sit up, stare at her mug, scowl at herself, at least inwardly, but her thoughts usually wrote themselves into her expressions. The guy was turning his back on God, and she begrudged a bit of prayer time? Was a book so much more important? And that was just the problem. She'd say no, but her actions and her annoyance called her a liar. Okay. Panda Marie set aside her book and retrieved her mug. She'd pray through the consumption of chocolate perfection. Yeah, that would do it. But it didn't.
After asking for God to soften Judah's heart and to bring someone who could answer questions, each line became a paraphrase of the last. How many different ways could you ask God to help someone out of his stupidity? Couldn't she just pray some more tomorrow? When all else failed, she drank faster, trying to justify it with the assertion that cold cocoa was gross. And it might be, but yeah, she wouldn't fool herself or the Lord with that one. In the end, she managed a couple of pleas for the Lord to give Shiloh and Dale ideas for how to reach Judah, especially since he wouldn't be working at the shop.
And forgive me for being relieved about that.
Claire Holloway, here she came, again. Then it happened. Claire attended a church for the first time, and the preacher... Whoa.
Okay, Lord, that shouldn't fit Judah at all. So why am I praying for him again? And what do seafood and fresh starts have to do with abandoned faith and bad attitudes?
She winced.
And are we talking about his bad attitude right now, or mine?
It was well past supper when Judah finally pulled into the drive. He'd been tempted to grab something on the way home, but without a job, he knew better. He'd have to save every penny to ensure the next reckoning didn't get him in more trouble. Again, I'm almost 25. That guy being so nice and then ending up being another Christian hadn't helped. Couldn't just once the cool person be someone who said, "Yeah, not my thing"? So, walking into the house after being spat on twice, meeting an understanding guy, a Christian, making it home too late for supper, sandwich for the win, and drenched from the rain now pounding the whole county, so glad he didn't stay at the campsite. Judah wasn't exactly in a good mood. Mom rose from the table where she'd been reading some book and went to pull a plate from the oven.
I saved supper. We have to talk.
That was the last thing he wanted. If she got him talking, he'd let something slip, and Judah still had hopes for getting a new job before confessing that he'd quit. "Mom, not now. I've had a hard day." He almost said he wasn't hungry, but it would be a lie, and then he'd have to go without until his parents were asleep. That wouldn't work.
I know.
She set the plate on the table and retrieved silverware.
And now you don't have a job.
When he gaped at her, she added,
I called Shiloh. She's expecting you in the morning.
Judah dropped into his usual place at the table and picked up his fork. "I was going to find something tomorrow."
No, Judah. We worked with you. Dad helped you find something, and you walked away from it. So now you'll just have to do the horrible, terrible thing of spending the summer with your favorite person in the world. Boo-hoo.
Despite his fork clanking against the plate, Judah heard a hitch in Mom's voice, one he now realized he'd heard before when she spoke about Shiloh. "Mom's jealous of Aunt Shy, or at least jealous of my relationship with her. Whoa. No, Mom, she's not my favorite person. She's my favorite aunt." Before she could see that he'd lied to her, Judah popped a forkful of kielbasa and squash in his mouth. "This is good, thanks." Mom might not have said whatever, but she looked like she wanted to. She clearly didn't believe him, and it ticked him off. All the frustration of the day just exploded inside him. He managed not to yell his thoughts, but that didn't stop him from speaking them. "If you're that jealous of how close we are, why are you trying to shove us together all summer? You'd think you'd want to keep me far away from the big, bad Shiloh." Dad's voice shot out like a sucker punch in the alley. "You're not talking to your mother like that. Not in my house." "Can we not do this?" "You most certainly can. Apologize, that is." He'd never get out of there if he didn't. "Fine. Around another mouthful, Judah added, "Sorry, Mom. Didn't mean to snap." There, that was true enough. Before he said something else he regretted, Judah pushed away from the table and started for his room. "If you're not eating, you can come back, scrape your plate, and put it in the dishwasher. That's how things work around here, remember? I'm not 12, you know." Okay, so he'd spoken a bit more aggressively than he probably should have, and he also probably deserved it when Dad went off on him. "Then stop acting like it. First, you're too good to deal with a little alpaca spit, and now you're too high and mighty to do something as simple as scrape a plate." But Dad cut him off. "You know, maybe that manager over at Applebee's had it right. You do have some entitlement mentality. Well, no more. You'll be at work tomorrow morning when expected, or you can gather whatever you've bought or have received as a gift and get out." "Roger." "Don't interfere, Carlin. I've been patient, but I've had enough of this. We'll see how well our so-called fine son keeps his agreements." Judah scraped his plate with enough force to scrape the glaze right off. He shoved it into the dishwasher, still in one piece, but who knew for how long? And he pushed past his father without shouldering him, no matter how much he wanted to. But just as he passed, he couldn't help a dig. "Bet it felt good to finally say what you really think about me. Well, think about this, too. I'm the product of your parenting. Guess you failed, huh?" Alone in his room, he paced, considered packing, and paced some more. Dad's words rang in his ears. What he'd bought or been given as a gift. So none of the furniture except the gaming chair. The books were his, but not the bookcase. Half those books he wouldn't want anyway. Chuck Black, Andrew Peterson. Well, okay, so he did still like the Wingfeather saga. Who wouldn't? Toothy cows. That was genius stuff right there. He sat on the bed, head in his hands, and tried to think. Go to the store? Unthinkable. He just couldn't. Aunt Shiloh would give him hours she should give the girls just because he was family. Because he was him. That wasn't right, was it? What would happen if he made sure she had to fire him? Could he find a job and then do that? Work 2 jobs so he was never home? Or just leave. I could stay in Daniel's basement. There was another bedroom in the apartment down there. There was just one problem with that. The only thing worse than still being in college and living with your parents at his age would definitely fall under forced college dropout living in a friend's parents' basement. Carlin's text came through at nearly 10 o'clock. "Judah and Roger got into it. Roger says if Judah doesn't show up at the shop tomorrow, he has to get out. He's hoping you won't let Judah move in, but I told him we couldn't ask that. Frankly, I'd rather he be with you than at Daniel's or any of his other friends. But that's not why I'm texting. Please pray. His heart is so hard. I don't recognize my son." Shiloh zipped back a reply that promised to pray and admitted she didn't know what they'd do if Judah asked to stay. Her heart might break if she had to say no, but his soul was more important than her heart. And the Lord is a master heart mender. Just as she'd started to close out her text app, she saw one from Panda Marie. "Praying for Judah. Can't read because the Lord keeps putting him on my heart. Thought you might want to know and pray too. Maybe there's a reason." In the kitchen, the dishwasher chimed. She'd probably melt off her fingerprints, but Shiloh rose and went to empty it. Maybe the nervous energy that welled up in her would dissipate if she moved around as she began praying. The first dish clattered to the floor before she could set it down again. Dale arrived and found her standing there in her bare feet, sobbing out prayers and fears. "I'll get the broom. You tell me what's going on." All she had to say was Judah,
and he propped up the broom against the counters and picked his way around the pieces to hold her.
Thank you for him.
Did he pull away and grab the broom too soon? Absolutely. Then again, morning might still have been too soon. Once he'd swept up everything he could find, Dale brought her slippers so she could move out of the way. She would have mopped to make sure they got every sliver, but Dale sent her back to her chair.
Go work it out with the Lord. I've got this.
18. Hate the sin, love the sinner, equates to hate the alpaca, love the freedom. Thursday, May 14th, Greenville, Tennessee. With half an hour before he had to leave, Judah lay on his bed, shoes ready to shove his feet into last second, and read entranced as Starling found an ancient map. Mom knocked. It had to be Mom. Hers always sounded tentative. Dad sounded like a battering ram.
Yeah.
Mom came in, seated herself in his gaming chair, and gave him a weak smile. I thought it might be time to talk.
About what?
What a question. He had to be an idiot. I just want to understand why you're so against working in the store. All the months and months of keeping his real thoughts to himself crumbled. Judah sat up and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He leaned forward and scowled at her.
Are you sure you want to know?
Anger was probably not the best way to do it, but he didn't have much choice at this point. If he didn't let himself feel the anger, he'd never have the courage to say what really did need to be said. Mom gripped the arms of his chair and blinked. Oh, great. Were those tears?
Not tears. It's so unfair how moms do that.
It's why I asked, Judah. Talk to me. Well, here went nothing. She'd asked for it, and he'd given her plenty of opportunities to stick her head in the sand and pretend things weren't as bad as they both knew they were.
How am I supposed to stand in a store and help people find a Bible or a book or something to support a faith I don't have?
Although she winced, and her face did go a little pale, he could see it. She had expected this. Well, that was good. She seemed to draw herself up, grow a little stiffer as if drawing strength from somewhere, maybe putting on battle armor or something, he didn't know. But once she had herself situated, Mom just said, I was there the day you confessed Jesus as Lord and Savior. I was there the day you told the entire congregation of your faith before you were baptized. I was there the day you received an award for most Bible verses memorized during VBS, and I was there the day that you gave the baccalaureate sermon for youth church. How can you think that you don't believe? We sent you to a Christian college. You're not getting all kinds of anti-God nonsense there. So what do you mean you have no faith? Where did it go? That was the problem. Judah didn't know where it went. So many of his classmates were questioning, seeking. How did he tell his mom that just because it was a Christian university didn't mean that everyone there was a Christian? And then he knew. But it would hurt. But maybe. No maybe about it. It was time. He'd already told her he didn't believe. Dad was ready to cut him off anyway, and if they were going to, he wanted to make sure they did it now, before he had to spend all summer in that stupid store.
Mom, if you think that most of the kids in my classes are deeply invested in some faith, if you think they look forward to chapel every week, if you think that Bible studies are happening left and right on campus on weekends, you're crazy. I'm not the only kid going there because parents said they have to go to a Christian college. I'm not the only kid who said, well, this is the best one that does what I want to learn, and it's the only way I'll get an education without a boatload of student loans. He could see that he was losing her, so Judah went back to the question. You want to know where my faith went? I don't know. What I do know is that I'm stuck at a school that I wouldn't choose because it's the only one I can afford to go to without mortgaging the rest of my life. The moment the words left his lips, Judah regretted them. Mom looked slapped, and really, she had been. After all, they'd taken a second mortgage on the house a few years back. Why? To help cover the rest of his tuition, of course. They hadn't saved enough money for college, not quite. So the house they'd paid off early had another mortgage, one for his future, and now he was complaining that he was stuck with a college that he didn't want so that he wouldn't have to mortgage his future. Ungrateful. He couldn't leave it there. Mom, I'm sorry. That's awful. I know what you did, and I appreciate it. I really do. I just hate having to go to a school that I wouldn't choose because you think it's good for my spiritual life. If I'm honest, it's not because I don't have one. It feels like you wasted your money. She rose, kissed his forehead, turned, and left the room without a word. Judah sighed. Now what? The problem was that he knew what. Pulling out his phone, Judah did the only thing he could do. He began researching student loans and wouldn't have left for work on time if Mom hadn't returned to warn him. So much for being a mature adult who doesn't need his mommy. Thursday, May 14th, Marguerite Falls, Tennessee. Hiking up to Marguerite Falls at 6 in the morning. Whose brilliant idea had that been? Oh, wait. Hers. It had been her idea.
Yeah, but not sleeping because I'm praying for a guy who does not want those prayers. That wasn't my idea.
Oops. It had sounded funny before she'd actually said it. Once the thought formed, not so much.
Come on, Panda Marie. I'm hungry. I'm dragging myself as fast as I can. Lord, how am I going to get through this day, much less this hike? Are you sure that I needed to be doing all that praying?
If she'd been talking to anyone else about the constant, semi-groggy pleas to have someone be able to get through to the guy, she'd have suggested that all she'd done was that vain repetition thing. But telling God that he'd woken her up too much to pray for someone? Yeah, not going there. The hike might be a familiar one, but she'd usually done it in the late morning or early afternoon. This early morning idea, kind of chilly. But arrival made it worth it. Her brother, always turning everything into a moment of praise, began singing, As the Deer. One by one, they all joined in, but Panda Marie choked when they sang of the Lord being the one thing they desired. How long had it been since Judah had sung those words and meant them? His mother's heart breaking, his father wondering where he'd gone wrong. Shiloh watching the man she loved as a son, refusing to worship the God she loved above all else. Tears for a guy she didn't even like spilled down her cheeks. Her brother gave Alyssa a look. Alyssa gave her a hug and answered that look with a mouthed response. Panda Marie saw none of it, but knew it happened as clearly as if she'd orchestrated it.
I'm just tired.
Liar. Trust Alyssa to get to the heart of it. What's wrong? There was no use hiding it, so Panda Marie just choked out.
Judah.
I didn't know you guys were dating. Even as Panda Marie snapped,
We're not.
Alyssa laughed and said, They're not. So what's the deal?
He's walked away from the Lord, deconstructed or something.
Panda Marie rubbed her eyes and tried to steady herself.
It's tearing all of them up.
Her brother's girlfriend came to put an arm around her and said,
"Do you think he's just mad at God about his mom's cancer?"
The question hit like a slap.
"What cancer?" "My mom and Dad were talking about it. Carlin asked for prayer about a wonky pap smear at Bible study. She had cancer back when Judah was a baby, and now it looks like it's back."
Oh no. He wouldn't be the first person to blame God for not protecting a loved one from some horrible accident or disease. Accident. Panda Marie remembered the months, years of everyone praying for Judah and Daniel, especially Judah, as they recovered from the quad accident. For a while there, you couldn't go anywhere without someone asking if you were praying for them. A hawk soared overhead, and Panda Marie caught sight of it just as it flew over the tops of the trees. The falls, the spray, the bird. It should have captivated her, but instead, she couldn't get the picture of a desolate Judah out of her mind.
"What about Shiloh, Lord? Shouldn't I be more concerned for her losing her sister? I already spent one night praying for him. What about her?"
Come on, Panda Marie, let's eat. We'll pray for Miss Carlin, too.
It should have been soothing, but instead, Panda Marie kept a running loop of,
"No, Lord, no,"
on infinite repeat in her heart and on her mind. The breakfast burritos, she didn't taste them. The cinnamon streusel muffin, well, okay. That she half enjoyed, but not nearly as much as she normally would have. By the time they'd decided to hike back the mile and almost a half to their cars, Panda Marie wanted 3 things: a shower, a coffee, and a few hours in bed.
"And someone to take over this prayer thing. Isn't it someone else's turn now? At the very least, can't I just pray about it tomorrow? Haven't I done enough today?"
Thursday, May 14th, Paint Creek, Tennessee. As he listened to Aunt Callie describe her therapy session, Milton checked on the enchiladas he had baking in the oven. It felt good to fix things he loved again, cook them in his own oven and with the spices and condiments he preferred. "I'm sorry you're sore now," he said after hearing about her aching muscles. "What did you have for supper?"
"Leftover soup. And I took those stupid vitamins and an ibuprofen. If I have to suffer, I want relief."
"Don't blame you. Did your therapist like her candle?" The pause answered before she did. She hadn't taken it.
"I'll take it next week. Get Susie to help me remember."
"You don't have to give her one." Milton hesitated before deciding to tease a bit. "You could always bring a stack of magazines for the waiting area." At least she snorted.
Might just do that. How's your festival?
Odd. He'd already told her it started on Saturday, but Milton rolled with it. "It looks like the town is getting ready for it. I'd planned to stop by CrossWords, but instead I found another bookstore. You'd love it in there. I got you a couple of books that I'm mailing tomorrow."
That'll be nice. Forgot to have Susie bring down something to read.
"There are magazines by your chair. You just relax with those until someone stops by tomorrow, okay?"
I just want you to come home.
That was unexpected. Milton shot Atticus a look as if the bird could help him out before saying, "Well, should I get on the road right away, or would Sunday evening be good?"
Why would you get on the road? I want you to get rid of this stuff.
Oops. It wasn't often he misread her, but he'd done it now. "Sorry, Aunt Callie. I misunderstood you."
Don't know how you can misunderstand something as simple as get rid of my stuff.
He couldn't have her getting so upset that she quit talking to him. Doing this over the phone? Not optimal, but he didn't have a choice. "Aunt Callie?"
What?
"Sometimes when you get upset, you say the opposite of what you mean.
I can't see your expression right now, so I didn't realize you'd gotten irritated at me. That means I'll do the reverse of what you want from me. So if that happens, just tell me.
I don't do that.
That stubborn, irascible side could bite you if you weren't watching out for it.
Milton considered dropping it, but decided he'd better not. You've done it your whole life. Dad used to tell stories about how he and the cousins would try to get you upset just so you'd say something funny. It still infuriated him to think about it. That was cruel of him.
I don't believe you.
Well, you don't have to believe me for it to be true. It's just how you are. It's what makes you you, and I love you for it. But I need to trust that you'll tell me if I'm not listening so I can translate what you said correctly.
He checked his phone twice while waiting for her to respond, certain she'd disconnected. In the meantime, he put out pellets for Atticus and pulled the enchiladas from the oven. While they set, he grabbed salad greens from the fridge, washed them, and patted them dry. Atticus flew over, ready to steal a piece of arugula.
Why haven't you said something before?
His relief distracted him, and Milton grabbed the baking dish with his bare hand, nearly shoving it onto the floor in his haste to snatch his hand away again. Cold water soothed, but he couldn't run it forever. Trying to keep the pain out of his voice, he grabbed aloe from his fridge and slathered it onto his fingertips.
Because other people have tried to tell you about it for years and you wouldn't listen, which makes sense to me.
How do you figure?
If you don't know that you're doing something, it'll seem like people are gaslighting you. I didn't want to make you feel like that, so I just translated.
As if determined to prove him a liar or something, Aunt Callie fought back just a bit more.
So why say something now?
Because you're already in a tough spot there. Everything's coming at you from all sides. The accident, the loss of independence for a little while, the pain of therapy. It's a lot, and it upsets you. I just don't want to add to that by not translating your words correctly. That's all.
She didn't respond to that. Things went quiet long enough to make Milton nervous again, but eventually, Aunt Callie sighed and said she was tired.
I'll call after church on Sunday.
Call before then if you need me. And don't let the frustration thing get to you. Just help me if I get it wrong, okay?
Hey, give Atticus a couple of sunflower seeds for me. I love you, but it's good to have myself to myself again, too.
That prompted a smile. It was so very Aunt Callie.
I can imagine. Keep an eye out for the books. I think you'll like one in particular.
An hour later, with his hand still slathered in aloe but feeling much better, a text came through.
I'm sorry I've been difficult. Don't mean to be.
Apologies from Aunt Callie were as scarce as hen's teeth, and a lot more heartwarming, too. 19. Overheard in Greenville.
It's fixin' a gully wash.
Friday, May 15th, Greenville, Tennessee. The text came just as Atticus found the Jingle Bell ball Milton had hidden in the fruit bowl.
Have a question for you when you have time, if you don't mind.
Shiloh. Her asking meant something. He felt sure of it. The woman didn't seem like someone who would ask a relative stranger for business advice. Instead of replying, Milton tapped the call button and told Atticus to wait while he hid the ball again. Shiloh picked up at once.
I didn't mean to rush you.
It was good to hear from you. Atticus and I are just playing a game, so I thought I'd call. How can I help?
The woman came straight to the point.
Sales are low for this time of year, despite the fact that we're getting a lot of new customers just walking in and they're buying. Our Mother's Day sales were decent, but not quite what they usually are. It doesn't make sense.
He could ask questions and probably come to a reasonable conclusion, but I was planning on coming in while I was downtown for the festival, but you'll be too busy to talk then. This gives me an excuse to come in today as well.
I don't want to put you out, but I'd be grateful. Something is off, but I can't put my finger on it. I'm so busy, but that busyness isn't translating to sales like it usually does.
See you in about an hour? When she agreed, Milton disconnected. Atticus flew at him with the ball in his beak. What the bird tried to say, probably got it, his latest announcement, came out a bit gargled. The poor thing sounded like he had a throat full of mouthwash. Ready for a ride? With that ball still in his beak, Atticus might have said anything, but Milton was almost certain he'd tried to sing King of the Road. It was nearly incomprehensible at the best of times, but with that ball? Gentle rain followed them into town and down to Depot Street. Atticus became obstinate and refused to enter his carrier until Milton dropped a couple of pumpkin seeds into it. You're being obnoxious.
Pretty boy.
Once inside, he added,
Sucker.
As he picked up the seed. Obnoxious. Exactly. A quick sweep of the window displays before he stepped out of the vehicle showed new releases, Bible and journaling supplies, and even a few decor pieces all tastefully and artfully arranged. If that didn't draw in customers, he didn't know what would. Looking good from out here, Atticus.
Read it.
They dashed between raindrops, or he would have if that were a possibility, and pulled open the door. The moment he stepped inside, Milton knew they'd done it. Shiloh and crew had taken all the best of the old store and merged it with all the best of the new. A couple of shoppers browsed. The cinnamon roll girl, what was her name? She stood at the counter with a couple of open Bibles before a woman who peered closely at each. At the sight of him, she waved.
Morning, Milton. Atticus should keep Sushi company over by the jewelry cases.
That would be perfect. Instead of the mesh side, Milton set the clear plastic side up next to the bowl so the bird could chatter at the little swimmer. Shiloh must have heard Panda Marie. That was the girl's name. She must have heard Panda Marie call out, because by the time he'd turned around to take in more of the store, the woman strode forward, smiling. Shiloh Scott seemed always to be smiling.
Thanks for coming in. It's kind of you.
Before he could respond, the guy Milton had spoken with the previous day walked in carrying a box. Do these go upstairs, Aunt? He stopped short and stared. I don't believe this. He looked at Shiloh and asked, Did you send him to Paint Creek?
No, why?
Never mind. Do these go upstairs?
Yeah, thank you. Just put them on the shelves in the book loft. As we have time, we'll arrange them, but for now, we just need them on the shelves.
After confirming that any kids' books in there should go in the bunk room, the guy left and Milton raised an eyebrow. We had a great conversation, or so I thought. What did I do to offend him, and is it okay if I go up and apologize?
You'll want to see the place now that it's all done. Can't believe we managed that, but we did.
She seemed to realize that she hadn't answered the question and added,
And I don't know what happened there, but he really didn't want to have to work here, so it probably has nothing to do with you.
Milton scanned the store, a smile growing. I love what you did with it. That warm wood creates such a cozy atmosphere. Did you expand your product lines?
Not much, but you're not the first to say that.
Panda Marie called out,
Nearly everyone does.
When Milton gave Shiloh a questioning look, she nodded.
It's true. Even things people bought all the time, they feel like they're new 'cause they're in new places or something.
For a Thursday morning, the store seemed reasonably busy. So where were sales? Again, I love what you've done in here. Will you show me how the upstairs turned out? The video Panda Marie showed was wonderful, but I know it'll be better in person. Shiloh seemed eager enough to show him, and she had every reason to be. Not only did she have a meaningful business, but she'd also combined it with a complementary side business that needed to generate a lot of money quickly to give her a decent return on her investment.
We have a guest coming tomorrow night. He's exciting and a bit nerve-wracking at the same time.
She stepped aside at the top of the stairs.
Here we are. I think it'll be perfect for Bible studies, book clubs, and things like the prayer shawl ministry.
Shiloh was right. No one who had seen it 2 months ago would have believed this was the same space. From the stairs, it looked like just a large library with a table in the center, chairs around it, a couple of comfortable chairs nestled in corners, and nearly wall-to-wall bookcases that looked a bit sparse. Milton asked if he could let Atticus out of the carrier, set a paper towel in there for the bird to use when he needed to, and watched as Atticus flew about as if a cat with zoomies. From one bookcase to the table, over to a lower case by the window, and back to Milton's shoulder.
Read it.
It is a fine place to read, isn't it?
The young man appeared again, and this time he spoke to Shiloh.
You know him?
He's the one who helped me decide on this building instead of the one over by Ingalls.
Why would you go over there? Those buildings are just boxes. Nothing interesting about them.
Shiloh rolled her eyes and said,
For someone who doesn't want to work here, you sure have opinions, Judah.
She pulled him forward.
Milton, this is my nephew, Judah.
We met yesterday, Milton admitted. But I didn't think about the fact that I hadn't gotten your name until much later.
He didn't say, so this is the job you didn't want, but he knew the guy heard him loud and clear. To keep the moment from becoming awkward, Milton asked who would show him around. Judah took off to get more books, and Shiloh apologized.
He's struggling with the job. He didn't want to be here.
He told me.
That caught Shiloh's attention.
Really? That's good.
Though Milton could see she wanted to say more, Shiloh just showed the public restroom, nothing exciting but new and clean, before leading him into the apartment.
Your idea of putting the bathrooms back to back and piggybacking off the plumbing is the only reason this thing worked. Even still, they had to replace some of the pipes.
The smaller living room and kitchenette was larger and more comfortable than you'd expect from a hotel, but not quite full-sized. While the decor leaned heavily on the bookish theme, Shiloh hadn't crossed the line into overdone. Somehow, Milton just knew that C.S. Lewis would be right at home there with a large cup of tea and a stack of books next to him in that chair. The bedrooms just hinted at the bookish theme, focusing more on a comfortable sleeping experience than an excellent reading one. That would help immensely.
"This is perfect,"
he said as he and Atticus left the bunk room.
We're still arranging the books and things, but at least there'll be something for them to read, even if they can't find things easily yet.
I have excellent organizational skills. I'll organize them for you once we figure out your problem. I have questions.
And he began with the obvious.
What did you sell the most of in the other location?
Bibles.
Okay, and is that by volume? Wait, what?
Judah arrived at the top of the stairs and answered for her.
Yeah, Bibles. Definitely. By volume and dollars.
In a country where the average home already had 4 Bibles, this store sold that many.
Wow, that's amazing. Didn't expect that. Okay, and here? What's been your biggest since moving here?
I'd have to double-check, but I think here it's been more gifts. Decor, some of the jewelry, books and Bible covers. I mean, we have sold Bibles, but yeah, I don't think it's the same.
That was interesting.
I'd like to look around again and see if your layout is affecting that or if it's something else. Getting Atticus into his carrier took far too much time. "I'll leave you in there for good if you don't behave."
Pretty boy. Sucker. Read it.
Judah seemed amused, and Shiloh outright laughed.
He has an opinion, doesn't he?
"You have no idea."
Downstairs, the store had emptied but for one woman who was waiting to talk to Shiloh. Milton first took Atticus over to watch Sushi swim, and the bird went wild. Then he started at the door and walked through the store from different approaches. As he passed Shiloh and her friend, he overheard the woman mention her husband's worsening Alzheimer's and made a beeline for the fiction section. Good. They had it. He considered for a moment before taking Welcome to the Honey B&B to Panda Marie. Leaning across the counter, he murmured, "If she enjoys fiction, this might be encouraging. A woman I know who isn't much of a reader is loving it, and she'll relate to one of the protagonists. Saving Grayson might be a good choice, too."
Thanks. When it gets too much, she gets her daughter to stay for a couple of hours and comes in for a cup of Shiloh.
That was a sweet way of putting it. He could see it, too. Some people needed a cup of liquid caffeine to get through a tough moment. Others needed a few minutes with someone who would remind them to turn that cup right side up so Jesus could fill it.
That's terrible theology, but an apt picture regardless. What is your thought on why the sales have changed?
Panda Marie didn't seem to know, but another girl stood from a cross-legged position on the floor, head slightly cocked.
It's the regulars. What's the regulars, Tirza?
What's with all the Bible names? Taking the Bible Belt thing a bit far?
There's not as many of them. Most of the sales we get when I'm here are from people I've never or almost never seen before.
Panda Marie picked up on that.
You're right. We haven't had as many coming in. Most who have think we have all new stock, too.
He gazed around and thought for a moment.
I wonder if it's just that they haven't followed you over here yet. They're used to going to the other place, probably planned visits to coincide with other errands or something. We need to find a way to get them to come in a couple of times so it resets their habits.
The door jingled and a man came in.
Sorry I'm late, Panda Marie. Went to the other place out of habit. You've got our Sunday school books?
She nodded.
Got 'em right here, Pastor Purcell.
From behind the counter, she hefted a case of books and passed it over. The man just thanked her, picked it up as if it were nothing, and walked right back out of the store.
Interesting. Do you get a lot of church orders?
Oh, tons. All the churches order their books and supplies through us.
The guy hadn't paid, so Milton took a guess.
Prepaid?
No, Shiloh invoices them, when she remembers.
Uh-oh, that could explain a lot.
So the local churches all order on credit?
Sure.
How many overdue accounts do you think you have?
As soon as he asked, Milton realized he had no business expecting her to give him that sort of information. But before he could retract the question, she answered,
Oh, none. That have been invoiced. They pay right away.
The conversation became interrupted when the woman headed to the nonfiction section. Panda Marie snatched up Milton's suggestion and dashed over. 5 minutes later, with one more hug for, or was it from, Shiloh, and the store had emptied again. Shiloh immediately asked if Pastor Purcell had come in for the books. When Panda Marie said he had, she relaxed.
Good. I keep stubbing my toe on that silly box. We are going to have to keep them in the back.
Before they got caught up in logistics, Milton asked,
How many church invoices have you sent out since you moved?
As he went to check on Atticus. The silly bird had begun almost singing,
Pretty boy, pretty boy, pretty boy,
to Sushi.
Do you think he's trying to convince the fish that he's impressive? Or is he complimenting the little guy? Judah suggested it was both as he headed toward them. Are these for upstairs? Without hesitation, Panda Marie grabbed scissors, sliced through the tape, and peered inside.
Yep. I think this one has some classic children's books at the bottom. Madeline, Pooh, Amelia Bedelia.
She thought for a moment.
One called Homer Price that looked kind of quirky.
Got it.
And he was off. Milton wanted to go back up to the book loft and talk with him, but he needed to help them get some of their customers redirected to the new store first. Upon learning that most churches called in orders, he found it.
I'd recommend sending out a postcard that gives them 10% off their next order made in person. That'll get them in for what they were going to do anyway, and once they see things, they'll tell others in the church, which will remind those people to come.
Shiloh had already pulled out her phone and began typing a note into it.
I'll see if Georgie wants to make something for us, and we'll mail it out on Monday.
When Panda Marie joked that the shopper would then say something like, "Oh, look, you're carrying Bibles now," Milton knew he had the solution.
That's what you'll do. Make a list of things you didn't have before your reopening day, and then challenge your followers on social media to come in and find something that wasn't in the old store. Give everyone one guess, and if it's right, give that person a small percentage off one item.
Panda Marie pulled a notepad close and began writing things down.
For when I think of them.
But Shiloh said,
We can just look at inventory and see.
And there went the list. Milton gave the girl a smile before he reached over and turned Atticus's carrier around. The bird protested.
Sushi! Did he just say?
With a roll of his eyes and a sigh that belonged in a melodrama, Milton turned the carrier back again.
Fine. Chat with Sushi.
Sushi!
Back to the topic at hand before he marched out of the store with his besotted bird in hand.
Of course you need to sell books, so how about those book clubs you talked about?
I was waiting for business to pick up before adding another thing.
As soon as she said it, Shiloh practically smacked her forehead. At least, she looked like she wanted to.
I need to start it now. Get them in to get their books to see. You're right.
Make sure you have both a nonfiction and a fiction club. Some people won't do a Bible study that is just a guided topical study, but reframed as a book club, they'll be all in.
Oh, and one's like Angie Heitch's Unholy Mess About Clutter. She's a local author.
Doing book clubs with books from other local authors would be good.
There, Panda Marie laughed at that one.
Can we get Miss Bales to do one with her cookbook? Make all the good food up in that tiny kitchen?
I was thinking about a bookish book for the first one, but historical fiction is so popular and many of the recent releases are contemporary.
Again, Panda Marie had opinions.
Right. The Atlas of Untold Stories, or the next one by Sarah Monson, it's coming out in July. There is one by Rosanna M. White, The Society of Burned Books. Is that the name?
The Collector of Burned Books. It's been out for about a year, though. What about a new one from Heather Tabor's? World War I, Stateside, Alabama, I think.
Ooh, what's the title?
Milton froze. He couldn't remember.
Has books in the title. Books on the Battlefield? No, that's not it.
It took a quick search, but he found it.
In Books and Battlefields.
At the same moment, Panda Marie said,
Oh, but what about those books by Suzanne Woods Fisher, the National Parks ones? The latest is about Yosemite. No, that's the next one. Acadia National Park. That's the one that just came out. That does have the summer vibe people love.
Shiloh looked torn.
I'm always here for promoting Maine books, So maybe just create a split sign-up sheet with times and dates for each one. People sign up for whichever they want, and if you get fewer than 4 people to one of them, it is canceled. That'll give folks incentive to bring a friend.
It wasn't that they forgot all about him or anything, but, well, Shiloh went to do one thing, and Panda Marie went to pull books from the shelf. Chase the Light by Suzanne Woods Fisher. He hadn't read it yet. If he stuck around, maybe he'd attend the book club, if they needed another person to make it go. They didn't have In Books and Battlefields in stock, but he promised to buy a copy if they didn't do the book club with it, so Panda Marie ordered 2.
Another dream fulfilled. I love my job.
20. I think books are like people, in the sense that they'll turn up in your life when you most need them. Emma Thompson. Friday, May 15th, Greenville, Tennessee. Whatever had made her think that adding guests to her already overfilled to-do list was a good idea? Shiloh had gone up and down those stairs a dozen times already, and here she was getting another mini workout as she carried up a bouquet of irises to put on the small dining table. Would she add fresh-cut flowers to every guest's table? Probably not. A plant would suffice or something. But for their first guest, and for the Iris Festival. Judah was hanging a couple of bookish pictures, that one with the old man standing on a ladder in a library, and a large print she'd found in a thrift store and trimmed to fit a frame she'd found next to it. The dog's playing poker thing that had been in the frame had been given a proper burial in the landfill where it would hopefully compost over the next decade or 2.
What books do I put on those floating shelves? Panda Marie never said.
She winced at the sharpness of his tone when he said Panda Marie's name.
I'd say the most decorative books. One with interesting spines, maybe?
She glanced around and went to pull off a 6-book set of mysteries.
And definitely this series. They'll look cool on that wall by the window in the apartment.
Judah picked up the larger print and held it firmly before pressing it onto the wall.
I love these command strips. They take the measuring out of trying to get things at perfect height but adjusting for wires or sawtooth hangers.
She almost hated to tell him.
We got a few boxes of books donated just a bit ago. When you're done hanging...
A familiar voice broke in.
Beat you to it, Shiloh. Panda Marie said you were up here getting ready for your guest, so I thought I'd come help arrange things. Is it okay if Atticus plays out of his carrier?
As much as she hated to ask, Shiloh had to.
What about drop-ins?
He's paper-trained. Does his business on a paper towel.
Boop it.
As if orchestrated to prove a point, Milton produced a paper towel from his pocket, set it on the floor, and Atticus hopped out of the carrier, and there you had it. One soiled towel instead of her floor.
I didn't know birds could be trained like that.
I didn't either. Once I found out, Atticus was a bit older than optimal for training, but he likes a clean cage, so he even has a special spot in there, too. Milton stroked the bird's head. Smart boy. Good job.
Pretty boy.
That, too. Milton just gave Shiloh a weak shake of his head. And so vain.
If the bird had begun singing "You're So Vain," Shiloh wouldn't have batted an eye. He didn't. Milton, however, laughed.
Right, I've considered getting a recording of that chorus to play every time he says it.
From his pocket, he pulled out a couple of little seed clusters and some red bell pepper pieces. Atticus abandoned his paper toilet and went to feast on the windowsill. When a ping to her phone followed the jingle of the door, Shiloh said she'd be back up when she had a minute.
Sounds like a friend stopped in.
She hadn't made it 3 steps down the stairs when she heard Judah say,
"The whole town stops in to bug her, as if she didn't have enough to do without having to hold their hands for every little thing."
The words stung. He had never understood. Maybe she was the vain one. But she'd always assumed he just didn't like sharing her with people he didn't think had a right to demand access to her. But maybe there was more to it. Downstairs, one of the teen girls from church looked ready to cry. Shiloh pulled her into the back room. Maybe they needed to replace the metal chairs with a comfy chair or two, somehow, and asked what was wrong. Leanne's tear-dam bust.
Mom, she won't let up. I can't do anything right. I just want out of there. I wish we lived in a state with emancipation options. I asked Bryce at church about it, and he said they'd have to bring me back if I left.
Did Emily know that Bryce carried that kind of weight? Probably not. He wouldn't want her to have to carry it too. When the girl asked what to do, again, Shiloh decided now wasn't the time to try to help someone not even there. Who's in front of you? How often had she asked herself that question when needs threatened to overwhelm her? What does the Bible say, Leanne? The girl's eyes narrowed and the tears dried up as if someone had cut off the spigot.
It says not to exasperate your children.
Then I pray you never will. But since you don't have children, what does it say to you?
But
Leanne wasn't having any of it.
Why can they get away with all their wrong, but I have to suck it up and deal?
Because you're only responsible for yourself. She offered a weak smile. Right now her words didn't help much.
If it makes you feel better, I wouldn't tell your parents that you have to honor them and they can do what they like. You know that, right? But if they obey the word is between them and the Lord, and witnesses if you want to take it to the elders. Like they'd do anything. They'd tell me to honor my parents so I can live long and prosper, or whatever that verse says.
The misquote of Ephesians nearly made Shiloh laugh, but she managed to stifle it.
Something like that. And you're right. They would say that. But they'd remind your parents of what Scripture tells them, and they'd also work with all of you to heal the breach.
She scooted closer until their knees nearly touched.
Leanne, walking away from relationships isn't a healthy way to solve problems. It only creates new ones and a pattern of running away when things get difficult.
For a good 20 or 30 seconds, Leanne looked ready to jump up and bolt. Then she crumpled.
I'm tired of trying. I'm just so tired of hearing what a failure I am. How I'll end up pregnant before I graduate because I wanted to go out with a nice guy from church. How taking theater will just draw me into the alphabet soup camp.
She scowled again and nearly glared at Shiloh.
I hate that term.
I do too.
The acronym is bad enough, reducing people to a choice rather than people created in God's image. Mocking that further just dehumanizes them. Never thought of it that way.
This time, Leanne flopped back in the chair and folded her arms.
Anyway, wanting to try out for Cyrano de Bergerac doesn't mean I'm going to lose my faith and go all crazy like Judah.
Her eyes bugged out.
Sorry, Miss Shiloh. That came out all wrong.
It came out how you felt. She swallowed hard, her face going all blotchy.
Don't let it bother you. Aunt Shy is just doing her job to impart a good lesson. She'll be telling you something about how nothing can come out of your heart that you hadn't put there. She's probably right, too, but she's not offended. It's just who she is.
Judah grinned at the girl and went to pull a couple of water bottles from the little fridge he'd brought down for them to use over the summer. Leanne looked ready to cry all over again.
I didn't mean...
Behind Leanne's back, Judah gave her a thumbs up and hurried back upstairs. That was the boy she knew and loved. But right now, she needed to refocus again on the girl in front of her.
You just repeated what you've been hearing. Judah's not bothered, but he's right. I'm not offended. I would caution you not to fuel that gossip, though. You wouldn't want people talking about your struggles.
A change came over Leanne's expression. She went from stricken to confused to thoughtful.
That's the difference between you and Mom. You say things to make me think. Mom just says things to make me feel bad. She would have said, "Those who practice such things deserve to die," and then given me a meaningful look as if to say, "And we all know who that is."
Why did parents do these things? They mean well, most of them, but in their fear of watering down the harsher truths of Scripture, they so often stripped away the love and joy of faith.
She's not wrong that Romans includes gossips in those who deserve to die, but we all do, don't we? God's grace and mercy give us what we don't deserve and don't give us what we do. Meanwhile, talk to the elders. That's what they're there for. I'll go with you if you want.
And for the first time in nearly 2 years, Leanne agreed. Poor Leanne. He didn't know why she'd come into CrossWords, but he knew if anyone could help her, Aunt Shiloh could. And now she was probably mortified that she'd been overheard spreading gossip. Milton hadn't said anything, but Judah could see that he wanted to. What? You came upstairs. Lighter. That's the only way I can put it. As he spoke, Milton took a stack of books and moved them over by the stairs. Judah watched before going back to screwing in the last of the floating bookshelves. There's a girl downstairs talking to Aunt Shy. Nice girl. I remember her from when she was really little. So weird that all these little kids are growing up. With the last screw in place, Judah tugged on it to be sure it was secure before reaching for the stack of smaller bound classics. Pride and Prejudice, Treasure Island, Great Expectations, 1984, The Great Gatsby. Sounds like she's having trouble with her parents. Doesn't surprise me. They were always more concerned with looking godly than being Christ-like. I wonder if they would recognize themselves in that statement. It took Judah a second to catch the rebuke. Fair enough. I'd say that everyone who knows them would probably know who I meant without mentioning names, though. Maybe it shouldn't have surprised him, but Milton didn't come back with an argument. Instead, he dropped another book on the pile by the door and asked, "Did you see what I did with the Christian self-help books?" Isn't that an oxymoron? Christian self-help? I mean, aren't Christians supposed to go to God for help? The guy laughed. Full-out belly laugh. That's good, and you're right. Along that vein, I know an author who says one guy asked if Christian fiction was just her writing lies about God. The guy had a point, maybe. What'd she say? She said that's her new way of describing her job badly. She says, "I graffiti tree carcasses with lies about God." It gets people thinking anyway. That little bird took a dump on the paper towel and then flew to the stack by the stairs. He screeched, danced, and then began tearing at the cover. Milton laughed. Wondered how long it would take him to see it. He's destroying that book. And the world will be better off for it. That caught Judah's attention. Yeah? What book is it? When Milton told him 50 Shades of Smut instead of gray, he nearly dropped the stack of books he'd grabbed. Who brought that? As if she'd heard them, Panda Marie thundered up the stairs. Just got a call. She landed in the middle of the room like a tornado in jeans. Just got a call from Miss Tammy. She said Mikey put his cousin's secret copy of 50 Shades of Grey in her box of donated books. She's mortified, so keep... Judah and Milton had begun laughing so hard that all Judah could do was point to where Atticus stood, systematically shredding the book to pieces. Redefines. He choked and wheezed, unsure why he found it so funny. Devouring books. That just set them off again. Panda Marie stared, scowled, and then fought a smile. Who needs shredders when we have Atticus?
Eat it.
You got it, boy. Milton grinned at her. Have a friend who always says it's best to eat romances and read bonbons. healthier for mind and body. Before Panda Marie could respond, Judah had to tease a bit. Just leave cinnamon rolls out of that or she'll be at you.
Cinnamon rolls are superior to bonbons, of course.
She moved back to the stairs.
At least some of us share when we get them. Did I ever thank you, Milton?
You did.
Whereas others,
she continued with a mock scowl in Judah's direction,
eat cinnamon oatmeal cookies and torment others with the delicious aroma.
He'd bring in some tomorrow if he had to make them himself.
In my defense, I didn't have permission to take all the cookies.
Humph.
Before she could get any more eloquent, Judah picked up the box that had included the contraband book and carried it to the shelves.
Better get these sorted.
Just as he pulled When Children Walk Away from Jesus from the box, Georgie pounded up the steps and into the book loft. She pulled Panda Marie aside, and the whole store could probably hear her panicked attempt at a whispered,
"She also said she put a book in there for Judah. Said we should make sure he unboxes that one after someone removes temptation."
Oh, brother. There was nothing tempting about dark romance as far as he was concerned, but targeting your donations as a way to preach, that was a new one.
Got it, right here. Do I put it with Christian living or Christian romance?
He'd obviously said the right thing. Panda Marie relaxed and even gave a half giggle. Georgie's panic-stricken face turned just a bit pink, and she raced back downstairs. Milton just eyed him and said,
"Or you could take the dare."
"Manipulation is more like it." Milton just watched him, didn't say a word for the better part of a minute. Panda Marie left, probably expecting an explosion or something, but when Judah didn't get it, the guy finally stated what should have been so obvious.
"Isn't that what a dare is? Getting someone to do what you want them to by manipulating their desire to come out the winner?"
True.
It's weird how you know that kind of thing in your head, but you never think about it until someone points it out.
Milton and Judah must have sorted books on shelves for hours, turning some flat on their backs to create bookends. They left bottom and top shelves empty, planning to fill empty spaces as Shiloh and the others found things. Then Judah got a text from Aunt Shiloh.
"Guests arriving in 10. Can you clear out anything not done?"
Looks like time to go.
In seconds, Milton had his bird in the carrier and a book in hand.
"Take that book." "It's not going to change my opinion."
"No, it won't," the man agreed.
"But is understanding what your aunt and your parents are going through worth it to you?"
Judah took the book. He wouldn't read it, of course, but if it made everyone feel better that he did.
"Fine, let's go."
The text arrived at just past 9 o'clock. "There are a lot of religious books here, but do you have anything that isn't? I've read all the Agatha Christie books and the classics. I was just hoping for something more recent." Shiloh stared at the post. Religious books. What did someone expect at an Airbnb over a Christian bookstore? Before responding, she created a group text with Milton and Judah.
"Guests want books that aren't religious or classics. Got any recommendations from what you know's upstairs?"
Milton responded almost right away.
"What genres do they like?"
She relayed the question and tried to think. If they wanted thriller that danced the line with horror, Jamie Jo Wright was a definite. Straight-up thriller, Jessica R. Patch, no doubt about it. Cozy mystery? What about... Oh, wait. She'd read Agatha Christie, so maybe Juliana Deering's Drew Farthering mysteries on that floating bookshelf. The problem with the others is that she didn't know what books had been donated. When Judah responded with,
"Why did they choose a bookish retreat in a Christian bookstore if they don't want Christian books? That doesn't make sense." Milton answered for her. They probably saw the availability and snagged it without reading closely. Didn't want to lose it to someone else. As for books, it's Christian fiction, but I saw Angela Carlyle's secondary target on the shelf. If they like suspense, I think they'll forgive the Christian elements with a good story there. More than a book buyer would when he finds out he should have read the description. And if they like it, they might buy the next one. A ping told her someone else had replied. It was her guest. Like suspense, mystery, time travel, and books like A Man Called Ove. Love funny older protagonists. Shiloh fired off the list and waited. When a also like sci-fi came through, she forwarded that information as well. Maybe Gabrielle Meyer's Timeless series? Definitely not Sarah Hanks' Braving Strange Waters. That had a strong faith arc. But so did The Extraordinary Deaths of Mrs. Kipp, and Shiloh had a powerful desire to share that one. She asked if there was one on the shelves. Judah said no. Milton agreed, but said he'd seen one in the little free library. He'd stop and see if it was still there in the morning. As she typed out a few recommendations, another ping came through, this time from Judah. Mom says that for quirky older people, see if there's a copy of Snow Angels by Kathy Swanson or Love Overboard by Shannon Sue Dunlap. She also says a guy might like the Ryan Steck books. I saw a couple of ARCs on the shelves. Once Shiloh had texted back all the suggestions and a promise to go through the shelves with them the next day, she leaned back and closed her eyes. Dale chuckled. Didn't know you'd become an after-hours librarian with this move, did you? Without opening her eyes, she threw a pillow at him. After all, it was in the name, right? She also said, Just for that, you're taking me for a ride on Monday. I'm gonna need it. 21. The right guy is not charming. No way. Saturday, May 16th, Greenville, Tennessee. Iris Festival days usually started out slow and then got bustling after everyone had checked out the classic car show, shopped the craft fair, and had a good meal or two. This year, the shop buzzed from the moment the doors opened. Georgie manned the fiery furnace, making coffee after coffee for folks who didn't want to wait in the lines at Catalyst. Shiloh wouldn't like that, but there wasn't anything Panda Marie could do about it. Milton had crept upstairs just as they opened and had gone back out again. What he'd been doing up there, only Shiloh knew, but she was busy talking to customer after customer who forgot all about you being down here. In between sharing their joys, Jamie is engaged, and woes. Marv lost his job. No one will hire him at his age. Just before noon, a woman Panda Marie didn't recognize begged for help as soon as she'd finished helping Miss Beth find a gift for her friend. She'd known that tea towel would be a big seller. The woman held up a copy of Angela Carlyle's Secondary Target. This kept me up all night. Do you have the next one? It says it's called Shadowed Witness, and if there's a third, I better get it too. So, Silent Menace doesn't come out until Tuesday. It should be in today's or Monday's boxes, but we have Shadowed Witness over here. She led the woman to the fiction wall and pulled off their last copy. That gal snatched at it like someone might try to rob her of it. It was so good. I didn't know they wrote religious novels. It wasn't too religious either. It was more like the person's life rather than trying to convert me or something. There's a reason it's called Christian fiction. It's fiction written to encourage Christians. Well, most of the time. Panda Marie realized she hadn't actually spoken, probably a good thing considering the snarky edge, and decided to tone it down a bit. You'll find that is common in Christian fiction. Some might have a strong conversion story, but most are written with Christians in mind, so they aren't really trying to convert people who are already converted, you know? I like it. Shiloh said something about a series that has... Oh,
She reached up and pulled Nancy Mel's Mind Games off the shelf.
I like that title. I hear such good things about that book. Haven't read it, but a regular who comes in says the last paragraph will make you desperate for the next book, but not because you don't get all of the story in this one. It just pulls back a layer of something you didn't see coming after the story wraps up.
I'll take it. Do you have the next one? Panda Marie winced.
I can order it, and it'll be here Tuesday, most likely.
We're here until Thursday, so let's do it. As if seeing the store for the first time, the woman turned and took it all in.
This is a cool place. Upstairs is awesome, but this... And to think, all these books down here are just begging to be read while we're upstairs.
Before taking the woman over to the counter, she asked,
You said something about Shiloh recommending a series?
Oh, yeah.
She said something about a series where some woman lives in 2 timelines at the same time until she has to choose one.
Uh-oh. Shiloh hadn't read that series, but people loved it. Unless they hated it. Handing over a book with a character married in one timeline and kissing someone else in another? Not exactly what some people expected from Christian fiction. And that was the milder version of things. She'd had complaints about forced marital intimacy, and the problem was, Panda Marie hadn't read the books for those reasons. For all she knew, they might not even be valid complaints.
You don't look convinced.
Instead of answering, Panda Marie took out her phone, looked up the book on Amazon, and moved to the reviews.
All the reviews are 3 stars and higher, but you might want to read the 3-star reviews to make sure it's for you.
There, that was diplomatic enough. 10 minutes later, the woman went upstairs with just the other 2 books and an order for the next Kaylee Quinn book winging its way to the distributor. She rushed to put back Book 2 of the Scout and Barnaby mysteries and grab Book 3 instead, while Judah explained the presence of the sarcophagus in the store to yet another person. 10 minutes later, they nearly slammed into each other when they heard a woman asking about the move, and Shiloh said,
Well, Daddy originally opened the store on Depot Street.
She blinked and mouthed,
Did you know that?
to Judah. He shook his head.
Feels like coming home somehow.
Judah moved closer and murmured,
Don't you think we should have known that?
That was rich.
It's your family's business.
And I'm the heathen, remember?
Like some odd moment in a movie when the world moved around the characters in a blur, leaving them alone and discovering something important, Panda Marie forgot the customers, the festival, everything. Instead, she prayed for the right words and wondered why God couldn't have sent something better than,
But you weren't always one. Didn't someone ever say anything?
Not that I know of.
And then the stupid guy just grinned at her, one of those big twinkle smiles popular in stupid cartoons.
And thanks for not getting all worked up about my heathen joke.
How was she supposed to respond to that? The sun beat down on him as Milton wandered through the vendors at the Iris Festival, and he decided leaving Atticus home had been a wise choice. The poor bird would have been miserable in a carrier, meaning he couldn't stop and peruse the offerings. One booth offered turned bowls and vases, another hand-thrown mugs, bowls, and pitchers. Milton took pictures to send to Aunt Callie. She'd have loved to see it all. When he came up on a booth selling candles, he hesitated before deciding to send a picture and a teasing text. Maybe you have a cottage business in candling. A booth of wreaths didn't capture his interest, but a guy playing the hammered dulcimer made him wish he had room for one in his trailer. He'd always wanted to learn an instrument, but the ones that appealed to him took up so much space. At the sight of hand-lettered signs and book art, he remembered Sherry Fannier in Indiana. Her hymn art would be perfect for CrossWords. Without hesitating, he zipped Anne Montgomery a text message asking for Sherry's contact information. It came just as he found a stall selling iris bulbs. If only he were going up to see Aunt Callie soon. Still, they'd take a lot of autumn garden prep work to survive up there, so best that he just send pictures and leave it at that. Between admiring soft-as-butter leather goods and hand-painted pictures of places like Marguerite Falls, Davy Crockett's birthplace, the Big Spring, and more of Greenville's beauty, Milton sent Sherry a text. In it, he requested a sampling of her work to be sent to CrossWords and the invoice to him. It would be his store-warming gift, and he had no doubt their customers would love the woman's work as much as he did. The sweet aroma of kettle corn mingled with tangy, spicy scents coming from a taco truck, until his stomach practically gurgled. He needed to grab something to eat, and soon. Maybe something a little further away. Then again, if he left the area, he'd never get a parking space again. Another rumble told him he'd better risk it. Since he was parked up past CrossWords, Milton decided to stop in and get a recommendation. Surely they had a restaurant they could recommend, one far enough away that they could be losing customers to the festival. He'd go there, if he could get a word in edgewise with any of the employees. The store bustled with customers. One woman raved about the new location, saying she hadn't been in yet, but now that it was practically on top of my bank, she'd be back even more often than usual. A few others agreed. Then the door jangled and a woman walked in with 3 kids. The 2 boys looked to be in their teens, but their younger sister couldn't be much more than 10 or 11. As if in an obstacle course, they weaved their way through the crowded store to the fiction wall, and the shorter of the 2 boys pulled a book down almost before he'd arrived. Milton moved closer to listen in. Kids that eager to read always thrilled his soul.
"Look, Carter, they still have it."
Carter nodded his approval, even as he pulled another book from the shelf.
"They got in book 5 of Highwater. Those were pretty good. I always meant to finish the series. I thought we were going for Echo Nova."
This time, Carter hesitated. Even from several feet away, Milton could see the indecision. That's when the girl spoke up.
"You can get it. I'll reread The Lizard Garden, or something else, and get Verbenia Treasure next time."
The shorter boy would have cheered, but Carter protested.
"You can't do that, Rosie. I brought my money. I think I'll buy it."
He pulled a book off the shelf and passed it to his sister.
"Get your book. You've been waiting just as long as we have." "Aw," she said. "Come on, Johnson, don't be like that. You can't keep taking advantage of her."
At this point, the mother arrived, hearing the offer, and put her foot down.
"Roosevelt gets her book, period."
She tossed the shorter boy an exasperated expression.
"You'd think my eldest son would know better than to take advantage of a little girl's generosity by now."
Johnson nearly shouted his protest.
"I know. She never offers to do stuff like that for me."
Mom shushed the kid, but Milton heard Roosevelt. Was that really her name? Say,
"Because you'd expect it. Carter never expects me to give up my stuff just because I'm younger."
Behind him, Judah said,
"That one's a firecracker," as Grandpa would say. "So much fun."
"Is her name really Roosevelt?"
"Yep."
Judah dropped his voice.
"Oh, and some folks think they might as well be Yankees and top that off with a heartfelt bless their hearts. Johnson wasn't named after our Johnson, but L.B.
Milton couldn't help but ask,
"And Roosevelt is Franklin rather than Theodore?" "You got it. Can you imagine them moving up from a place like Asheville to here with kids named after those presidents?"
A woman who obviously knew Judah whispered as she passed,
"What were they thinking, calling her Roosevelt? It sounds like Rose is svelte. Not what I'd be wanting people to say about my daughter."
Apparently, the mother had been able to hear every word. She turned, and with more grace than most people would have shown, said,
Roosevelt is a lovely name and honors a lovely man. I can't help if people hear sounds that aren't in her name.
They're unique names, but ones people are familiar with. That doesn't happen often. Milton hoped that might soothe any ruffled feathers. The more he considered the conversation, the more like gossip it sounded. Rosie piped up.
Mama might say I'm named for FDR, but I say Teddy. At least he misused his position to give us national parks instead of social programs that tax citizens to death.
Rosie!
The woman looked mortified and shot Milton an apologetic look.
My daughter, well, she moved here young enough to be influenced by local politics. We joke that we're living that 80s show with Michael J. Fox. Drives my mama nuts.
Something told him it was time to ask about a good place to eat and go. But first, Milton caught Carter's gaze. Will you let them know if that's good? Echo Nova? I've wondered about it.
Sure.
So, where would you all, y'all, recommend me going for a late lunch? I'm thinking somewhere away from this area just so...
Wooter Maze!
All three kids spoke up at once, and Panda Marie called out,
And you can stop by Peggy Ann's for cinnamon rolls.
He hadn't planned on dessert, but something told him that Panda Marie wouldn't tolerate that, especially when in close proximity to a cinnamon roll. Three people began giving him directions at once. Milton begged them to slow down. I take Main Street to Tusculum, to Snotsbury Road, and... He didn't get any farther than that because the whole store erupted in unchoreographed laughter. Judah tried to explain the problem and failed. Panda Marie might have, but between laughing and trying to input prices into the point-of-sale system, she was useless. Rosie finally gave an exasperated huff and said,
It's snaps, like on a jacket or a baby onesie. Ferry, like a boat. And from there you'll see the sign. But Panda Marie is right. Get cinnamon rolls and bachelor buttons from Peggy Ann. Eat one for me.
As he watched her move to get into line at the counter, Milton had the insane desire to say, And a little child shall lead them. 22. God moves in mysterious ways, kind of like how alpacas hum alpacapella. Very mysterious. Thursday, June 4th, Greenville, Tennessee. One of the most amusing jobs he had at CrossWords was being the semi-regular official cameraman for social media posts. Today, his heart wasn't in it. What he'd done wrong now, he couldn't hope to guess, but Mom had said she needed to talk to him when he got home, and that was never good.
That should be perfect.
Panda Marie came to snag the phone and check out her latest skit, and scowled at him when nothing played.
You just took a photo. Come on. All you have to do is keep me in the screen. That's it. I have to do the rest. So just pay attention, Judah.
I've got more to do than stand around here and play paparazzi to your 3.5 fans.
Uncalled for, Judah.
Aunt Shiloh sounded a bit distracted, and when yet another customer came in to chat rather than shop, Judah shot Panda Marie a look. Come on, do something. And she did. The girl marched over to the printer, snagged a piece of paper, and wrote, Do not talk to her. She needs to finish her work. She loves to talk. A lot. Judah decided not to point out that the last one should be 2 words. A lot. The girl was already ticked at him. Why antagonize her further? Panda Marie snatched up the first tape she found, electrical, of course, and taped a sign to Aunt Shiloh's back. Then she turned around and told their boss to stand still as if she had that right. The girl had guts. When she taped an X across Aunt Shiloh's mouth,
The customers laughed. Aunt Shiloh tried to look put out, but even she had that twinkle in her eye that said she was amused. Panda Marie snatched back the phone and took a video going full circle around her and uploaded it then and there.
Now, let's get some work done.
She turned to their latest customer and said,
What can I do for you?
With a longing look at Aunt Shiloh, no joke, the woman smiled at Panda Marie.
Things have just been so much lately. I'm totally overwhelmed and need something to point me in the right direction. Got any ideas?
Yeah, how about that Bible you claim to believe in?
He'd never say it. Aunt Shiloh might just kill him, or make him wish he were dead anyway, but he thought it.
Oh, I have just the book for you, over here.
And from a shelf of spiritual growth books, Panda Marie pulled off The Well-Watered Woman.
It's a really popular book. Ladies who've read it highly recommend it. Sounds perfect.
Sure, just read about how Jesus is the answer to everything, and there it is. All problems solved.
By the time the woman had left, and Aunt Shiloh had removed her muzzle, Judah had worked himself into an epic grump. Then, as if giving him permission to lose what was left of his self-control, Aunt Shiloh grabbed her keys and a stack of folders and took off, promising to be back before closing. So, when Panda Marie thrust the phone back at him and said,
Let's try this again,
Judah didn't even try not to blow up.
Why? People will come in for their vaccine against the evils of the world with or without your stupid...
What is your problem?
Panda Marie stood there, still holding out her phone, but with the attitude of someone with both hands on hips and ready to fight.
You've been in a mood all day.
He'd hear from everyone the minute he opened his mouth and let the words fly, but in the moment, Judah didn't care.
Let's see. I'm working a job I hate, selling stuff I think is worthless, and also I can keep going to a college I wouldn't pay a dime of my own money for. When I get home, I get to have a talk with my mom, so I've obviously done something wrong, again. What isn't my problem today?
He'd run out of steam at the way her features crumbled when he mentioned his mother. Panda Marie stepped forward and put her hand on his arm.
Judah, I'm so sorry. I forgot about your mom's cancer. This must be such a hard time for you. We're all praying, you know.
Cancer? He just stared at her. When his eyeballs screamed for moisture, he finally remembered to blink. What was she talking about? Her lips kept moving, but he couldn't hear the words. Cancer? Mom? Somehow, once upon a time he'd have said it was the grace of God, he managed to swallow the lump in his throat.
Praying ever since I heard. Why don't you go get a coffee and take a walk for a minute? I've got this.
When she didn't ask for one for herself, Judah decided it was real. He bolted for the door, flung it open, and nearly bowled over Shelley McLeod. At the last second, he dodged right and slammed into the brick building but kept going.
Judah Hensley, were you born at a barn raisin?
Crazy woman never did get her Southern right. She might have lived there for over 30 years, but her malaprop Southernisms would keep her in Yankee status indefinitely. Meanwhile, he jumped in his Jeep, the one that still needed tires, and drove. Out to Paint Creek first. He sat on the rock where he'd talked with Milton that first day and wished the guy was there. He'd gone to Traveler's Rest to help some company there, but he was coming back any day now. Of course, Judah could always text. He shoved that thought down and instead focused on why Panda Marie knew something so personal about his mother that he didn't know. Why hadn't she told him? It had to be bad if she hadn't, right? If it were just some melanoma that needed to be removed, she would have mentioned it in passing at the least, so... Then he remembered something. The week after the Iris Festival, Dad had asked Mom if she had everything arranged, and when she'd seen Judah come around the corner, she'd shushed him. He'd assumed it was about his birthday in July, but what if? That did it. He pulled out his phone and started to send Milton a text, but stopped himself just in time. Why would he text some guy he hardly knew? A guy who would just tell him that this was all God's will somehow. God had numbered his mother's days before the foundation of the world, and if her time was up, tough toodles to Judah.
Did I really just think tough toodles?
He'd been around little old church ladies far too much of late. Daniel would get it. The guy picked up on the first ring.
Hey, I thought you were working today. I was, just walked out.
Great, we're swimming over at Sevierville. Come on over.
He yelled something at one of the others.
Oh, and can you bring some beer? I think we're getting low. I'll pay you back.
Daniel, I just found out Mom has cancer. I'm not going on a beer run for a lake party.
Daniel's laughter cut off.
Cancer? What? When? How? Is she going to be okay?
Don't know. She's going to tell me tonight. I only found out because Panda Marie got mad at me. Justified, I suppose. And then felt sorry for me and apologized as if...
As if what? It was okay to be a jerk about things when your mom might be dying? No, Mom wouldn't die. People survived cancer these days. Thrived, even. That's what one woman at church had called herself. I'm a thriver, not a survivor.
Look, don't beat yourself up because somebody feels guilty for being healthy when someone else isn't. It's normal.
And that right there was why Daniel had been his best friend since swim team in middle school.
Just grab the beer and come on over. It'll take your mind off things for a bit.
And that is why sometimes Judah wanted to pound the guy.
Not coming. Have fun.
His ringtone blasted almost as soon as he disconnected. Daniel. Not answering. They'd be fine once Judah got past this, but right now...
Beer. And the lake. Okay, the lake would be great if it were just the two of us, but all those people laughing and swigging that nasty stuff? Nope.
Daniel said a dislike of alcohol was in his religious DNA, and Judah had never bothered to explain that some people just didn't like it and didn't want to acquire the taste. Why would you? It was an expensive habit just to fit in. That was in his DNA. The Giles frugality. Maybe some Gileses liked alcohol for itself, but if they didn't, they certainly didn't try to like something that would just cost them a lot of money.
We're not stupid.
Once more, Judah considered calling Milton, but again, why? 10 minutes later, he called anyway. Thursday, June 4th, Valdez, North Carolina. The trail of faith that wound through the Waldensian community of Valdez captivated Milton and his friend Meredith as they saw the original and recreated buildings of people of the book. He'd known some of the Waldensian story from a little gem of a children's book written at the end of the 19th century, Paula the Waldensian. But he knew nothing about this community of immigrants who had crossed the ocean for religious freedom over 200 years after the first pilgrims.
The way they've preserved their heritage is amazing. It reminds me a bit of the Moravian community in Pennsylvania.
Wish I could see that.
Meredith stood in the little church and closed her eyes again. She'd done it several times, and each time, Milton swallowed hard. Falling for Meredith would only hurt both of them. Him because it wasn't going anywhere, and her because she'd lose a friend. Call him weak, but despite trying to convince himself he could, Milton wasn't the sort of man who could keep a friendship, just a friendship, if he ever opened his heart to the idea of more. As it was, Keeping his heart closed and locked was hard enough.
She's too young for you anyway.
Did you say you'd found a contemporary book that featured them?
Well, not quite featured.
Talking books. A lifesaver right then.
But Donna Wickelman has a suspense duology with part of it taking place in the Waldensian area of the Swiss Alps. She added a bit of them into it.
I've got to get those books. Meredith's eyes popped open as she whipped out her phone. What's the title?
Light Out of Darkness. Wichl, Man.
A few seconds later, she squealed. It's got murder and an art heist all wrapped up in a riddle. Sign me up. It'll be here on Saturday. He wondered how many people knew that independent bookstores could get books in almost as quickly, sometimes faster. Sure, you had to go into the store, but you supported a small business who might have what you needed today.
And then places like Amazon still exist for the independent authors to have a global marketplace they couldn't manage on their own. It's a win all around.
His phone buzzed, and since Meredith was already reading the synopsis of Book 2, in case she wanted to add it to her order, of course she would, he answered. Judah calling might be important.
Hello, everything okay?
Maybe it was his imagination, but Milton could have sworn he heard the guy sniffle.
I don't think so.
Milton muted the phone and told Meredith he'd meet her at the car.
Judah's in trouble. Pray.
He almost forgot to unmute the thing before saying,
Want to talk about it? Want prayer? Want someone to sit with you at that rock at Paint Creek?
That earned him a laugh.
How do you know I was here? Heard the water and took a chance. Things go south with your parents? Sorta.
Judah took a steadying breath that came through the phone loud and clear.
Mom's got cancer.
Did he hear right, or did Judah whisper? Again. It wasn't the Christian thing to say, perhaps, but Milton went for honest.
I hate cancer. Me too.
Another steadying breath.
I can't lose my mom, Milton. I can't.
Flying on instinct and an unspoken prayer, Milton spoke truth.
Not saying you'll have to. Not at all. But if you do, you do. So encouraging. Do you want me to lie to you? Tell you that God wouldn't let a lovely woman like your mother die? Only all those other people who've dealt with this have to do the hard stuff, not you. Why did I call you?
If the word hadn't ended on a sob, Milton might have second-guessed his approach. After taking a moment to pray this time, Milton kept going.
Because you knew I wouldn't play games with you. Don't know how you knew it, but you were right. I won't. Now, what kind of cancer is it?
Prayerfully, he'd be able to give some comfort. A nice, localized melanoma, or even stage 1 breast cancer. Those had high survival rates.
I don't know. She hasn't told me yet. She's telling me tonight.
Again, the man choked.
I don't think I can go home until I know she's in bed. I can't deal with this right now.
Once more, he spoke the hard truth.
Imagine how she feels. She's probably gearing up for months of treatments, surgeries, and recovery. Do you think this is why Dad's been so immovable about me working at the shop? He knows things are about to get expensive. Do you think they can't afford my tuition? I mean, I could take out a loan for at least part of it.
Interesting. It sounded like Judah wanted someone to take his mind off things more than to talk about them.
You have just 1 year left? Yeah. And I get a grant and a scholarship, so it cuts costs in half. $20,000 for 1 year isn't unbearable. I'll talk to Dad. Let him know he doesn't need to worry about tuition.
Milton hadn't met Judah's parents, but he thought he knew Shiloh well enough to know that if they were anything like her, this was the least of their concerns. But if it helped them see that their son did care, hadn't abandoned them.
I'll just make one suggestion. Offer if you think it's the right thing to do. No doubt about that. Just don't insist. I'm starting to wonder if they forget that you're not a kid barely old enough to get drunk legally if you want to.
At least Judah laughed at that. A bit mirthless, but it was a laugh.
That's a hard no for me, but they may not realize that. They probably assume I'm into sex, booze, and death metal or something now. It might help them to accept your decisions if they knew things like that. Sometimes we assume that people abandon their faith because it feels too restrictive. Knowing it isn't that might help.
Only the sounds of the wind in trees and the water rushing past, okay, and occasionally through the phone mic, told Milton that Judah hadn't disconnected. After far too long, the kid, man, whatever, said,
That's exactly the kind of thing that infuriates me. They're so worried about what everyone thinks about everything. Say the right things, do the acceptable things, don't give the appearance of evil doing. I don't know how anyone sticks it out for a lifetime. My granddad, he loves the Lord so much it almost hurts to see it, in a good way. If I had that.
Before Milton knew what had happened, Judah disconnected, leaving him wondering what about the conversation didn't fit the picture he had drawn of the situation. 23. Overheard in Greenville.
Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
Friday, June 5th, Greenville, Tennessee. A man greeted Milton the moment he stepped into Tipton's for breakfast. Everyone had told him it was the place to go for breakfast. When he'd mentioned lunch, Milton decided he'd just suggested something as heretical as using the baptistry for a koi pond. Nah, catfish pond. Did they have catfish up there? He didn't know. The entryway felt narrower than his fifth wheel and twice as crowded. A line of folks he assumed must be regulars looked over, nodded as if auditioning for the Barstool Rockettes, and went back to sipping coffee and eating plates of steaming food. Steaming, mouth-watering food. No foolin' the Yankee on this one. He'd gotten good advice. A man asked if he wanted a stool or a table, and when Milton asked if he could put Atticus on a two-person table's chair, the guy nodded.
Sure enough. I can take him over to the bookstore if you prefer, but he's quiet.
Atticus popped off a
Sucker.
Mostly.
That's cute.
The guy whipped out an order pad from his apron and asked,
What can I get you to drink? Coffee? Milk? Juice? Water?
I'd love a glass of water.
Without missing a beat, the guy asked,
Regular or diet?
Regular or diet what?
Had he asked for the juice?
Water.
Then the guy slapped his thigh with the order book and hurried off to retrieve, well, presumably the diet water. Or had he asked for regular? Neither. Who knew which one he'd get? Milton popped a couple of mango bits into the carrier and said,
I like him. He's got personality.
Eat it.
A plate with a sausage gravy-topped biscuit appeared alongside a glass of water.
I didn't order these. I mean, I want them. Definitely need to order them, but if...
They're like a breakfast appetizer. You know what you want?
Before Milton could point out he hadn't been given a menu, the guy disappeared and reappeared with it.
Sorry, left my head in the freezer or something.
While he looked at the menu, Milton told him what nearly everyone had recommended.
I'm supposed to get a honey bun.
Surely. You figure out your order and I'll put that in.
Someone had claimed that honey bun was fried in melted butter. It sounded deliciously decadent and a bit much for first thing in the morning, but sacrifices must be made. Then he saw it. Sausage, egg, and cheese donut. They even spelled it out. DOUGHNUT. It also sounded decadent for an early morning meal. Okay, for a breakfast. It was nearly 10 o'clock. The prices? Ridiculous. $5.50 for a bacon and egg sandwich. He'd paid nearly that at some fast food chains. That donut sandwich? $7. A side of biscuit and gravy? $1.50, as was the honey bun.
Figured out what you hankerin' for?
There was another one for his commonplace book. He'd hoped someone would ask him that, somewhere. Hankerin' for. Well, I want a few things, so how about I tell you what I want, and you just do it however you like?
Works for me.
I'd like a couple of eggs.
What kind?
Odd way to put it. Usually, folks asked him how he wanted them cooked. Must be another colloquialism.
Let me help you out there. The right answer is hatched.
The guy about busted a gut. He laughed even harder when Atticus piped up.
Eat it.
How could something that technically wasn't all that funny make your day? Good one. Definitely want hatched eggs. Maybe cooked over easy. Hash browns, bacon, and sausage. And a cup of coffee, please.
We just have plain coffee. None of that fancy stuff.
He could get used to this. Just how I love it best. After adding onions to the hash browns, a great suggestion, and a couple of tomato slices, another delicious idea, he decided that would be more than enough. The man would have taken the menu, but Milton asked if he could keep looking at it. Thoughts began to swirl in his brain. Analogies. Regular or diet water could work for coffee, too, he supposed. Calf and decaf. He cut a forkful of fluffy biscuit and sopped a bit more of the gravy on it before taking a bite. Atticus, people can argue about how bad this food is for you, but when I think about all the people back in the hollers who lived into their 90s eating this stuff every day, it makes you wonder.
Eat it.
As Milton cut another bite, he said, Better believe I will. These weren't the drop biscuits he made. Someone had folded that dough several times to get those layers. And the result? Perfection. Absolute perfection. The food arrived much faster than he'd expected for such a busy restaurant. The tomato slices? Ripe. Eggs? Perfect. Hatched and everything. That thought brought him up short again. What about that hatched eggs kept him digging through his thoughts to find the right one? Experience said it was one of those moments where his mind would jumble together things people said, things he'd read, and ideas he'd considered and create connections that made sense to no one but him. His phone pinged with a text from Shiloh.
Meant to tell you to feel free to check in upstairs whenever you'd like. You don't have to wait till 4 o'clock.
Shiloh's weekend booking had canceled last minute, so she'd offered it to him, and Milton had jumped at it. So far, the 2 reviews she'd gotten were good, but if he could spot something that might put off guests and prevent it, it'll be better than a couple of nights at the General Morgan, for me, anyway. He'd have dinner at the restaurant there. Brumley's. For that, Atticus would have to stay home. A restaurant like that wouldn't allow emotional support birds. The idea made him smile. Strange how what sounded completely normal to one person, weren't all pets some form of emotional support, would be offensive to someone else. And that's when everything clicked. If Judah showed up at work today, he'd test his new theory. Either Shiloh hated her, or her boss thought making her work with Judah would somehow translate into a reconstructed Christian nephew. Neither option set well with her. I can barely stand the guy.
Panda Marie winced again for 2 reasons. First, because that just didn't sound very Christ-like to her ears. Second, because her brother had insisted that she protesteth too much when it had come up at family pizza night last night. She absolutely did not protest too much. You couldn't protest too much about something like that. If anything, she hadn't protested enough. Right about then, her thoughts lined up and blew raspberries at her. One shouted,
For someone who can't stand Judah, you sure are giving him an awful lot of mind space right now.
An order of books and Bibles arrived, so Panda Marie moved Sushi from the Bible counter over to the bookshelf that Judah had retrieved for her that day. Yeah, that day. The one where he'd gone off on her for wanting to get the store set up right.
What do I do with all these Jesus shirts?
Did Judah have to get all snarky just as she grabbed a box cutter? Did he? Really? So tempting to do just a little bloodletting.
I don't know. Perhaps put them where the Jesus shirts go.
There isn't room for more.
I will not yell at him. I will not use a box cutter to give him a tattoo. I will remember that his mother is sick. He's probably still hurting.
It should have helped, but it didn't. Not even a little bit. Reminding herself to pray about that tomorrow, Panda Marie indulged her frustration.
Well, whenever I need to add to a display, I remove other things that are taking up the space I need and put them somewhere else. Maybe try that. And using a brain cell or two.
Did that feel good?
Not as good as dumping this box of books on your head would feel.
She blinked. Had she really just... Considering the guy chuckled and said,
I'd say do it if it makes you feel better, but you'd probably get your pay docked to replace the ruined books.
And went right back to scowling again. God's blessing shone down on them at that moment. Mr. Winkleman entered, his little white tufts of hair that usually looked like a poodle's tail puff all askew from the wind she didn't know was blowing.
Morning, Mr. Winkle.
He liked that she shortened his name once, so she did it all the time now.
How are you?
Hello, Miss Panda Marie. I thought I'd come see if you had a nice Southern Gospel CD for Leona.
He came the first Friday of every month to buy a gift for his neighbor. She didn't know his name, couldn't remember him from one day to the next, but like clockwork, he bought her a pretty gift all the same. Always something small but meaningful, and always gift-wrapped.
I think she'll love that. Let's see what we have in stock. I think we have Kingdom Air's 40th anniversary CD. Think she'd like that?
You'd know better than me. Her home assistant says she's always happier when there's music playing.
While she wrapped the gift, he perused every encouragement card they had and finally brought one to the counter. Just like every month, he pulled out his billfold, counted the dollars in actual bills, rummaged in his pockets for exact change, and wished her a blessed day while smiling at her over his little glasses. He couldn't have been cuter if he'd been made to order with those glasses, the little white mustache that always rippled when he huffed, and his pot belly. The guy wasn't any taller than she was, but what he lacked in stature, he made up for in heart.
So glad you came in to see us. I'm sure Miss Leona will love her gift.
I hope so. See you next month.
His opposite appeared not 5 minutes later. Perfect timing to keep her from yelling at Judah for making a mess of the t-shirts. She flew in the door, gazed around her, and then her expression clouded.
What I come in here for?
Hey, Melissa, did you need a new book?
It was usually a new book or 20, so that seemed like a safe guess.
Oh, right. I've lost my ever-loving hormones again. Stupid.
She lowered her voice.
Change? It'll be the death of me.
From her purse, she pulled out a book she'd bought a couple of weeks back and nearly slammed it on the counter. Confessions of a Decluttering Junkie.
Got this home and saw the fine print.
That made no sense.
Fine print?
Melissa tapped the cover.
It says right there in black and peach, a novel. I was looking for practical help.
I believe there is a lot of practical help in the book. You learn from Kay what to do and what not to do both. She declutters her house and her life. I've heard good things about it.
Panda Marie tacked on that last bit to forestall the obvious, "Did you like it?" After staring at it for another moment, Melissa put it back in her purse and retrieved a list written on a grocery shopping pad with "Buy some fridge and groceries" at the top. Panda Marie tried not to giggle. Her mother would have kittens. Between snickers, that is.
Okay, I heard about some local authors you might have.
Speaking of local authors, did you know that Angie Heitch writes on decluttering and organizing? Also, in September, we'll have tickets to a play she wrote called Packing Up the Past. They're putting it on this fall in Kingsport.
By the way the woman perked up, Panda Marie knew she'd have to remember to encourage Melissa to buy tickets as soon as they got them.
That's great. Now, there are a couple of mysteries. I'm looking for To Love a Falcon by Nancy Williams.
She followed as Panda Marie headed for the fiction shelves.
And another mystery by Laurie Hurlick, Waylaid on Whidbey.
There's another one by her, too, if you like Waylaid. It's called Peril in Potter Valley.
Great. I heard about a few others, but I thought I'd start there. Buying local authors from a local store is like a twofer.
While she rang up Melissa's purchases and bit her tongue over Judah's mess, Milton came in, saw Sushi on the bookcase, and promptly put Atticus's carrier there. The bird squawked,
Sushi!
If that bird tries to eat my fish...
I doubt that'll happen. I think Atticus is in love.
With lunch? I don't doubt it.
Okay, Panda Marie felt certain she'd heard Judah snicker when she said Atticus wanted to eat sushi, but this time she had no doubt.
If you help Atticus go fishing, Judah, I'll drown you.
Pretty boy.
She glared at Milton.
So help me.
He can't get out of the carrier, and he doesn't know how to fish. But I'll take him up to his cage if it'll make you feel better.
Sushi!
See what you've done? Judah came over with one arm covered in t-shirts.
Poor guy is already pining away for his true love.
Something about the look he gave her sent Panda Marie over the edge.
What would you know about it?
Probably as much as you.
The guy just stood there, daring her to argue. Problem was, she couldn't. So Panda Marie grabbed her wallet and headed for the door.
I want Woodermays for lunch. If you want something, text me.
The first ping came before she reached her car. 24. Life is 10% what happens to you and 90% how you react to it. Charles R. Swindoll.
I sent Roger out. He gets so tense that the whole room becomes oppressive.
Shiloh squeezed Carlin's hand.
When a guy can't fix something, he doesn't know what to do with himself.
Maybe saying something wasn't a good idea, but Shiloh decided to do it anyway.
I expected Judah to be here. Thought he'd call out for sure. He didn't get home in time last night, and we had to be here so early that... You had weeks, Carlin. Why didn't you tell him?
Carlin's fingers picked at the sheet as if there were answers woven into the fibers.
He's already so angry about anything God-related. Can you imagine what he'd do if he found out there could be cancer again?
It looked like Carlin might say more, so Shiloh just sat and prayed. Sure enough, a whispered,
It'd be worse if it was you.
Whenever Carlin felt vulnerable, her confidence in Judah's love went out the window.
Good thing we're not gamblers, or you'd lose that one.
A nurse came in and told them that Shiloh only had about 10 more minutes. While she fiddled with whatever she fiddled with, Shiloh sent a text to Roger.
She goes back in 10. Come back in, but remember that she needs you to be calm and trusting in the Lord's care.
His reply, short and not so sweet.
Right.
It could mean anything from, I'm on my way, to yeah, right, like that'll ever happen. Shiloh chose the former.
Roger's on his way in. If something goes wrong, you'll watch out for them.
Assuring her that all would be well wouldn't do Carlin any good. It probably wasn't a lie, but it could be. On the other hand, focusing on the problems that could arise, not helpful.
How about we just trust Jesus on this one? If he wants me to take care of them, he'll make it clear. But I have a feeling you're not getting out of your responsibility that easily.
At least Carlin smiled at that. Roger entered and added,
She sure ain't.
The reality of what was happening must have hit right about then, because tears slid down Carlin's cheeks.
I should have made sure I told Judah. What if I didn't get to say goodbye? I didn't think about that.
Shiloh immediately tried a video call to Judah's phone, but he didn't answer. Must be busy. Next up, video app. She put the phone in selfie mode and held it up for Carlin.
Tell me when you're ready and I'll hit record.
Would she ever have to give it to him? Probably not. But if it calmed Carlin before surgery, it would be worth it. Roger stood holding her hand while his wife tried to leave a goodbye message that, Lord willing, she wouldn't need. The words were so sweet that Shiloh had to fight back her own tears. Seriously, if that didn't snap the boy out of his "God's not good enough for me" kick, nothing would.
I want so much to tell you to do things for me if I die today, but I won't. I know how you feel manipulated already, but I won't ever stop praying for you to love Jesus again, and I won't ever stop loving you.
She reached up and tapped the stop button.
There. I hope you won't need to show it to him, but I feel better now. Will you bring him by later? I can explain then.
Sure,
I'd better go and let you guys have a minute.
Shiloh hugged her sister, whispered promises to keep praying, and hurried from the room. Fled was more like it, because right then, Shiloh could have happily told her sister off, royally. Uncle Dale had made 4 end caps for their center displays. One customer had called those things gondolas, and they'd all giggled. Right up to the point where Milton said,
Actually, that's what they're called. Double-sided shelving that creates an aisle. A gondola.
Google proved him right. The weird things you learned sometimes. Still, with display end caps cut, stained and sealed the same as the wall shelving, it should bring cohesion to the room.
And more room for t-shirt displays. These stickers and pens and junk can go on one.
Panda Marie entered carrying more plastic bags than a college student who forgot his laundry basket at home. He pulled all the pieces of his project close and leaned them up against the end of the gondolas, still so weird, ready to eat the Reuben he'd ordered. Before he'd risen, she appeared at his shoulder.
I'd like to speak to you in the back.
Uh-oh. Now what?
Now.
This wasn't how he'd thought things would go. The girl seemed ticked. Why?
Everything okay?
She didn't answer until she got to the back room. There she whirled on him.
What do you think you're doing paying for everyone's food?
That was her problem?
I think it's called treating your friends.
And since when are we friends?
Maybe it shouldn't have been funny. But Judah struggled to keep a straight face. Even she'd begun to realize how ridiculous she sounded.
Since apparently not yet, but still, come on. I've been difficult today. Yesterday, too.
Panda Marie just folded her arms and raised her eyebrows.
Okay, since I had to come to work here at all. The point is, I just wanted to show I'm sorry.
By spending money you don't have? I know about your tires, Judah. My brother was talking to Daniel.
Of course he was. And Daniel probably tried to get...
This wasn't the time to be thinking about that.
Can you just trust that I'm not stupid? If it bothers you so much, fine. Throw my gift back in my face. You know your total. I don't.
Okay, now he was headed right back into being a jerk territory.
But I wish you wouldn't. It's the only way I knew how to say sorry and show I meant it. Let it lie, okay?
The way she eyed him should have made his skin crawl. Instead, his palms got sweaty, and he had the ridiculous urge to stammer.
And I'm not even talking.
Okay. Thank you.
She bit out the words as if squeezed until she cracked. Then she choked, took a sip of a Coke, and seemed to do the stage reset thing before saying,
I mean it. Thanks.
Then she really looked at him, really looked up at him. At least he didn't have to worry about her going sweet on him being tall and all.
How's your mom?
Don't know. Didn't see her last night. I think she's avoiding me.
And he did, too, but he'd avoided her as well. Didn't need to admit that. Aunt Shiloh came in through the back door and stopped short.
Judah, just who I needed to talk to.
Everything okay?
Sure is, but...
Well, everything might be okay or it might not, but it sure didn't look it. Panda Marie suggested the book loft.
Everyone's going to want their food while it's hot.
She handed Judah his sandwich and fries and asked if Aunt Shiloh wanted half her talkin' turkey sandwich. Aunt Shiloh's "no thanks" morphed into "yes, please," before she had a chance to turn away.
You sure you have enough? I got the banana pudding dream cake, so I wasn't planning on eating both halves anyway.
When Aunt Shiloh practically salivated, Panda Marie grinned.
You can have half of that, too. Oh, and thank Judah for it. He paid.
Uh-oh. He'd hoped to keep that to himself. Aunt Shiloh wouldn't run to tattle on him, but she wouldn't hide it if it came up.
Thank you, Judah.
That was it. Just thanks. Now he was nervous. Upstairs, Milton was playing with Atticus, hiding a ball and teasing the bird, accusing him of cheating and looking. The silly bird just kept saying,
Sushi!
as if repeating it enough would get him a date with the cute fish downstairs. Animals were weird. Milton took one look at them and said,
I'd better grab my lunch.
He scooped up Atticus before the bird knew what hit it.
Come on, Atticus. Kale in the crib, as no one ever said.
Eat it.
Better not tell Panda Marie he said that just after saying that.
Aunt Shiloh gave him an odd look, but just settled into a chair at the table and unwrapped her half of the sandwich. He sat down too, right across, ready for the worst. His best guess, he was fired. But maybe, just maybe, Mom had figured out he was avoiding that talk and had sent Aunt Shiloh to do her dirty work. It wouldn't be the first time.
Doctors say you may not walk again if you don't put forth more effort. Your muscles are atrophying from underuse.
Seeing his mom's feet under the curtain had told him everything. Just before Judah took a bite, he asked,
What's wrong?
She wiped her lips and told him to hang on. She needed water. Once seated again, she took a swig and said,
This shouldn't be coming from me, but...
So it was cancer.
Mom has cancer again.
That stopped her. Aunt Shiloh stared at him before saying, "They don't know that. Not yet." What should have been a relief just pressed against him even harder than pressure he didn't realize he'd felt since Panda Marie's unexpected revelation.
What do they know?
She had a screening that came back abnormal, and they decided to do a hysterectomy just to be certain. She's fought against it since the first round and every other problem that might have been alleviated with one, but this time she agreed.
When's the surgery? And why didn't she tell me?
You know how Carlin is. If she can avoid confrontation, she will. You're already fighting against the Lord. She probably kept hoping something would come back fine so you wouldn't have one more thing to resent God for.
Would he do that? Blame God for something that happened to everyone in some way or another? Not likely. That would mean there was a God, that Jesus probably had been divine. Sure, he knew Jesus really existed, but where was the proof of his divinity? It wasn't the time to get into it. Instead, Judah focused on Mom.
When's the surgery, Aunt Shiloh?
It was this morning. Should have been outpatient, but Carlin hemorrhaged a bit.
When he jerked upright, she hastened to add,
Nothing too serious.
I'd call hemorrhaging serious.
After washing down another bite of sandwich, Aunt Shiloh reached across and squeezed his hand.
I meant that they aren't concerned now that they've taken care of it, but they're keeping her overnight. I said I'd take you down after we close.
Judah pushed his sandwich away and started to rise.
I'll go.
After we close. She's resting right now.
Aunt Shiloh pulled out her phone and toyed with it a bit.
She made a recording for you, in case something went wrong. She felt so bad about putting off talking to you.
One finger swiped the screen.
I wasn't supposed to show you unless...
Unless I never got to say goodbye to my mother? Really?
Which is why I'm about to do something that'll prompt the hissiest fit ever hissed, but I think you need to know just how much your mama loves you and what she probably wanted to tell you and didn't know how until it was too late to call.
That's when he remembered her call that morning.
Your video call. I thought it was an accident and ignored it.
Someone might as well have sucker-punched him. Judah fought for air and lost. A sip of his drink only made it harder. He choked and sputtered.
You are not to blame for this, Judah. Even if you thought something was up, it was Carlin's responsibility to tell you, and she didn't. She meant well, but she was wrong. Now, do you want to see this or not?
He thought for a moment before pushing the phone back to her.
Can we wait until after I've seen her? Then you tell me if there's more I need to know but she didn't share.
The look that came over her, he knew that look. It's the one Aunt Shiloh had when she was extra proud of him.
I always tell folks that you're wise beyond your years, and here you go, proving me right again.
She rose, grabbed the rest of her sandwich and her bottle of water in one hand and phone in the other.
I don't know how much of a comfort it'll be to you right now, but you know I'm praying for her. Jesus loves your mama far more than you or I do.
As she passed his chair, she had to take the long way around to do it, but that was Aunt Shiloh for you. She gave him the world's most awkward hug and a kiss on his cheek.
Love you, Judah.
He sat there, staring at his hardly touched sandwich and wondering what came now. Was he supposed to eat his food and go downstairs and build end caps like nothing had happened? Probably. How did Aunt Shiloh do it? Milton peered around the banister.
Mind if I come up? Even if I did, and I don't, you're kind of a guest here. Doesn't matter what I want.
It does to me. He took another step. If you're sure. Of course he was sure. Milton had that something that Aunt Shiloh had. A calming presence that he couldn't describe. As Milton set down his half-eaten Reuben, good choice, he watched Judah.
Mind if I ask if you're okay?
And it all spilled out. How Panda Marie had let it slip, and he'd avoided home to punish his mother for not telling him.
I didn't realize that was what I was doing, not consciously. I thought I didn't want to hear it, and I didn't, but...
I know what you mean, though. It's so easy to convince ourselves that we think one way when we actually think another.
Odd. He'd swear Milton was doing exactly that, saying one thing and meaning another, but he couldn't figure it out. Not at all. Instead of asking, like a rational human would do, he instead said,
You know, when you first told me you'd pray for me, I was ticked. When you walked in here, I wanted so badly to believe that this whole thing had been some setup by my dad concocted to show me how wrong I was about God.
He stared at the last bite of his sandwich, willing himself to eat it. He probably wouldn't feel like eating after seeing Mom. After a bit, he picked it up, looked at Milton and said,
I'm glad I was wrong about you. You're real, like Aunt Shiloh. I never feel like you're trying to show me how Christian you are.
I feel like there's something behind that, although thanks for saying something. I hope you'd tell me if I did come off as performative instead of authentically Christian as well.
Now that you've said that, I would.
Judah's laugh sounded hollow, even to his own ears, but this time he held Milton's gaze and said,
Still don't believe prayer does anything, but if I'm wrong, I'd like to know I asked you to pray for Mom.
Won't stop until you tell me I can.
The guy would, too, and that was a bigger comfort than it should have been. 25. The right guy is a surprise gifter, because it means something to him, not just me. With the taste of banana dream cake still on her lips, Panda Marie washed her hands in the employee restroom and hurried out to help with whoever had just entered the store so the others could finish their meals. Georgie made exaggerated hand gestures, but she waved the girl off.
I'll get it. Just eat.
She turned toward the counter, and her stomach dropped. Austin Cutshaw stood there looking one part miserable, one part hopeful, and one part that mystery ingredient that either makes or breaks a recipe.
Hey, Panda Marie, I was over by Peggy Ann's and knew you loved cinnamon rolls, so I thought I'd bring you one.
Why can't I fall in love with you right now?
She'd do it, too, if she could. Who wouldn't? His quadruple threat should have been wiped out by the whole godly guy who was obviously one of her favorite things. A surprise gifter. Maybe she just didn't know him well enough. Maybe she should give him a chance. Maybe she wouldn't care if he was introverted, if he could open up to the right person. Maybe if she knew his heart, she wouldn't mind looking up to him. Maybe if...
Wondered if maybe you were up to that coffee I asked about a while back.
And as if her mouth had declared its independence from rational thought, she heard herself say,
I'd like that. When? Say next year. Maybe I can get married by then, or convert to some sect that doesn't allow dating or marriage. Wait, that's probably a cult, not a sect.
Maybe before work some morning. I could take an early lunch and we could meet at Catalyst.
Right then, it occurred to her that she had no idea where Austin worked. Maybe this would get her out of it.
I wouldn't want to get you in trouble with your boss.
I have flexible hours. As long as I don't have an emergency, I'm good.
It took everything in her not to ask what he did. She should know this.
Great. I don't work Monday.
Why did she tell him that? She could have canceled when she... what? Lied? Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Maybe Tuesday. Mondays are heavy days anyway.
Well, she'd have to ask now. How do I not know what you do?
Caseworker over at DCS. I'm not on call this weekend, supposedly, so Monday will be busy for sure. Thanks, Panda Marie. See you at, 9 o'clock? Don't you have to be here at 10? What, he'd stalked her now? Her expression must have showed her thoughts because Austin laughed. It was a good laugh, too, whatever that meant. No, I'm not stalking you. The store opens at 10. If you aren't here for opening, we can make it later.
I need to be here at either 9:30 or 10. Then Austin said the absolute right and wrong thing in one thoughtful sentence.
Well, if we meet at 9 and you regret it, it'll only be half an hour of misery.
He even laughed as if he meant it. Before she could respond, and probably make an even bigger mess of things, a woman stepped through the door, gave the room a cursory glance, and hurried over to Panda Marie. Excuse me, but do you have a St. Joseph? I'm selling my house and my neighbor swears I need to bury a St. Joseph upside down in my yard. Oh, and do I leave his feet out or just... Panda Marie had to do something fast before Austin lost it. The guy's face had turned purple from trying not to laugh. I'm so sorry, but we don't carry those. I'd recommend talking to someone at your church. Oh, seems like a good seller for a store like this. Lots of people sell houses here. Maybe you should suggest it to your realtor. I'll pray your house sells soon for exactly what it should. The woman had turned to go already, but she looked back. How about you pray that it sells for more than it's worth? I mean, if you're going to pray, let's get some mileage out of that prayer. They managed to control their laughter until the woman left, she hoped. Austin, having restrained himself for so long, nearly had to wipe tears from his eyes as he wheezed out, Do they dig up poor Joseph when they move, or... Milton appeared and leaned against the counter. Does that happen often? More than you'd think. To Austin, she added, I have no idea. And you know, most of the people who come in for one are so sincere. They're just sure St. Joseph loves to hang around upside down in the yard so much that he pushes along the sale of their house as a thank you. Austin had the next question that set them off. Do you think some folks try to cheat the saintly system by burying a St. Joseph by the light of the moon in the yard of the house they want to buy? Okay, Austin had 3 things going for him: Christian, super gifter, and an unexpected sense of humor. So why was she so relieved when he left? And why did she already dread Tuesday? Judah appeared out of nowhere. What happened to him being too tall, introverted, and blonde? Panda Marie shot a panicked look at Georgie. The girl threw up her hands. Don't look at me. I tried to warn you. Why do you say you'd go? I don't know. I opened my mouth to say no thanks again, and sure popped out. Maybe that sweetener sweetened more than your coffee. She glared at him, or tried to, but when Panda Marie saw him standing there with a canvas bag covering his dark hair and squatting almost to her height, she couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing wrong with knowing what you like in a guy, with knowing what you're looking for. But who makes a checklist for Mr. Perfection? Why would you? Because someone asked and I thought about it. And then I realized that if something mattered enough for me to write it down, maybe I should consider that before just going out with someone because there wasn't a reason not to. When he looked skeptical, she threw out, There are a lot of great Christian guys who love the Lord with everything in them who aren't right for every girl out there. Knowing what doesn't interest you saves everyone heartache. Maybe it had been in her imagination, but she could have sworn Judah muttered, In theory, before returning to the abandoned end cap assemblage. It was no credit to her that Panda Marie might have followed him and demanded to know what that meant, but she was mercifully saved by the doorbell. A woman ushered her daughter into the store and,
ignoring the girl's obvious misery, hauled her up to Panda Marie.
Sawyer likes romance, but most of it's just too explicit. What do you have that would interest a girl of 14 that won't make her slam it shut and throw it across the room? Mom! Well, you do, and I don't blame you, but we've got to quit having to replace library books. It's cheaper to buy something new than do that.
Wasn't that the truth? Panda Marie had spilled hot chocolate on one once. It had cost her 3 times the retail price.
So, you like no-spice romance. Don't blame you. It's my favorite, too. We have lots of options, of course, but there are a few new YA books you might like. Let me show you. YA stuff is worse than adult stuff,
Sawyer muttered.
It's like they're trying to give people a how-to manual. Sawyer! Well, it is.
So much for meek and mild Sawyer.
I'm with you. Now, do you like sports? Jamie Jo Wright just came out with Love and Baseball because her daughter, Chloe Joanne, had the same problem you do. So she asked her mom to write one with her. Funny thing is, Jamie Jo doesn't like romance, but she did it.
Panda Marie thrust the bright pink book into Sawyer's hands.
Now, no surprise there. Pepper Basham, who is like besties with Jamie Jo and writes really fun rom-coms, also wrote one. I think Jamie Jo dared her, like that was much of a dare.
Sawyer accepted the Cinderella plot and flipped it over to read the back. Instinct told Panda Marie that the girl was most interested in Cinderella, but she'd focus more on baseball. Sure enough, she tucked the pink book under her arm and gave the other one a skeptical look.
Not sure about something inspired by a fairy tale.
Just as Panda Marie, and obviously Sawyer, expected, the mom took both books and carried them to the counter. Catching Sawyer eyeing the shelves, she took a chance.
Don't know if you like superhero books, but Amber Gabriel has this cool book about a world where they have a supervillain rehabilitation program. This guy enters, and it's hilarious.
She pulled the rubber bandit off the shelf and said,
Here, try it.
She'd made the right call. Yeah, Sawyer liked romance, but her mom liked it even more. A palate cleanser would be a good call. Thankfully, Mom was so glad for 2 clean romances, she didn't bat an eye about another book being added to the pile. All the warm fuzzies that came with finding just the right thing for the right customers went out the door with Sawyer and her mother when Judah said,
Seriously, do they have to teach kids to be scared of sex?
Georgie stiffened and scowled. Tirza looked ready to bolt, and Panda Marie, ticked off that her warm fuzzies had turned into ice frosties, went at him.
What is your problem?
I don't have a problem. That mom does. The kid would either read the book or not. But now she's got it in her head that sex is somehow bad, and she'll be an even bigger mess than her mom is already creating in her.
I don't like to read stuff like that either.
Though Tirza barely squeaked out the words, she stood there firm and resolute.
I don't even like to read about people kissing. I wouldn't read Pepper Basham's book. She's obsessed with kissing.
Before he could crush Tirza with his scathing sarcasm, Panda Marie bolted toward him, grabbed his sleeve, and dragged him through the back and out the back door.
Look, you don't have to love Jesus to show respect for the consciences of those who do. Do you really want to give Tirza the idea that she has to put up with uncomfortable sexual situations anywhere? Really? Tell her it's no big deal if it makes her uncomfortable in a book, and what's she going to do when some guy makes her uncomfortable somewhere else? Decide she has to get over it? Really?
How long he stood there staring at her, she didn't know. But by the time she realized he'd moved past her and into the store, Panda Marie's heart began racing. She chased him down and barely stopped him in time to hear him say,
I was wrong about that, Tirza. Don't ever let anyone make you feel like you have to put up with anything that makes you uncomfortable."
And just like that, he went back to work.
That's a whole new level of, I don't get it.
For places that needed to keep people from being killed by germs while they rested and recuperated, hospitals always smelled funny and were way too loud. A doctor's page competed with an alarm in one room, followed by some guy yelling as if they were chopping off his leg in another, which, for all Judah knew, they were. And there went a woman mopping floors. She kept cleaning and cleaning, and it still wouldn't take away that funny smell. When Aunt Shiloh led him into a room, Judah ordered himself not to say all the things he wanted to. This was about Mom getting well, staying alive, not getting dead.
Stupid cancer.
Okay, so he wanted to say a bunch of other things about that cancer, things with teeth and grit, but not around Mom or Aunt Shiloh. The little boy in him teased that he didn't want to hear Dad complaining, but Judah stomped that kid. Dad could just deal. She lay there against a half-raised bed looking pale, far too pale. If he hadn't seen her chest rise and fall, he might have yelled for a nurse. Why did he feel like a little kid who just needed his blankie and a good thumb to suck?
Maybe because this sucks.
Mom's eyes opened as if she just knew he'd arrived, and her smile.
"Hey, Mom, how you feeling?"
Better for seeing you.
Great. She looked like she would cry any minute now. He had to do something, but what? Aunt Shiloh sat at the end of Mom's bed and tucked the sheets around her feet while he said,
"So, when do we get to spring you from this place? It's crazy loud. Don't know how you'll get any rest." "Maybe you'll listen to him."
Judah hadn't even seen his father in the chair there. He'd been riveted on Mom, trying for a bit of levity.
"You know, if we agree, it must be so."
At least Dad chuckled.
"Ain't that the truth?"
He rose and gestured for Judah to sit.
"I'm going to get me a coffee. Be right back."
You'll never sleep.
"Wouldn't anyway, Carlin. Not till they decide you're safe at home."
Dad didn't add where you belong, but Judah heard it. And for the first time in years, he didn't hear a patriarchal possessiveness in his father's words. Was it because it wasn't there this time, or because it never had been? Now he just sounded betrayed, as if the hospital had failed to get his wife home safely. That probably wasn't fair either, but at least that Judah could understand.
"I can stay, Dad. You go home." "Thanks, son, but I'll go when she's ready to leave and not before."
A slight squeeze to his elbow told him what Aunt Shiloh thought of him arguing, so Judah just nodded and took the chair. Time to deal with things.
"Sorry I didn't make coming home a priority last night. You shouldn't have had to come in wondering what I'd do when I found out."
You shouldn't have had to find out from Aunt Shiloh. I'm real sorry, Judah. I can't explain myself, but I'm sorry.
Right there, he decided he'd watch that video. The rest of the visit lasted only 20 minutes, him hearing how the doctor had sent everything for testing. Mom made it sound like just a precaution, but the way Aunt Shiloh tensed told him it could be hopeful thinking. She just said,
We'll get the tests back and work from there, but you need to rest if you're going to get out of here, so we'll go. I promise I'll make sure Judah eats.
"I'm not 5.
But hadn't he just felt like it only half an hour ago? When he kissed her cheek, Mom held fast.
I love you. God's not done with me yet, so don't you worry.
She'd started to ask him to pray and choked it back, obviously struggling between what she thought she should do and not antagonizing him. Had he really been that awful about their faith? They could have it. He didn't care.
He just didn't want it for himself. All the unspoken rules. Oh no, they weren't really rules, not most of the things that bugged him. You didn't have to make a casserole for someone whose great uncle 4 times removed died, but you'd be judged, silently and thoroughly, if you didn't. You didn't have to like praise and worship music, but someone would have you on their prayer list if they found out you didn't. Again, judged. Bible journaling? How many women had come into the store asking for supplies because it's what everyone had decided was godly this year? The rush to get to church on time so no one knew that they'd had a blow-up over something stupid before leaving the house. The pressure to date a nice girl, or to skip dating altogether, because really godly kids waited until they were old enough to get married and then joined the set me up with a good one lottery. Okay, his church wasn't into that, but he knew kids at Milligan who had gone to pick up a girl for ice cream and walked out of that house practically engaged, and without any ice cream to soothe the blow. Lost in his thoughts, Judah didn't realize they'd made it out to their respective vehicles until Aunt Shiloh pulled out her phone and handed it to him, ready to play.
You need to see this. I don't think she avoided talking in there, not intentionally. I think she was just still a bit groggy from the anesthesia.
That made sense. He hugged her before hitting play.
Thanks for that. It helps.
The message broke him. He stood there, held fast in Aunt Shiloh's arms, and wept.
I can't lose her.
I don't think you will, but I won't pretend I don't think she's refusing to see the possibility that things could go south.
How do you stand it?
You know the answer to that, Judah. Jesus. He's how. Because no matter how much I hate this, and no matter how much I want to tell him how to do his job, he's God, not me. I have to trust that he knows best.
Of course she did. He just couldn't.
I don't know how you can stand it.
Once more, she gave him a quick squeeze.
Judah, I don't know how you can handle life without that confidence in him. It would kill me.
The problem was, he believed it.
Love you, Aunt Shy. Thanks for being here.
With a quick kiss to her cheek, Judah got in his Jeep and backed out of the parking lot. As much as he wanted to go over to the Gentry and get a pizza, he'd already maxed out his entire summer's discretionary money. Besides, Mom had probably left something in the fridge for him to reheat. Maybe he'd feel better if he had that. And she had. While he ate bite after bite of a pulled pork sandwich, complete with her amazing slaw on it, Judah tapped out a message to Milton and debated about sending it. Just as he rose to carry his plate to the dishwasher, he tapped send.
If I had what Aunt Shiloh has with Jesus, maybe I'd be okay with him.
A reply came about 10 minutes later.
Let me know if you ever want to talk about that.
26. Overheard in Greenville.
Lord knows she can't help being ugly, but she sure could stay home.
Sunday, June 6th, Greenville, Tennessee. Leaving Atticus playing in his cage, Milton went downstairs and out the back door. He'd heard about an old cemetery not far away and needed a walk to think, pray, and ruminate. Between being certain they had all, including Judah, misjudged Judah's faith crisis, Panda Marie, who had begun to act a bit panicked about her Tuesday morning date, and a great lesson in 1 Corinthians at First Christian Church, FCC to the locals, which amused Milton. His mind felt ready to explode. A nice walk through a 200-year-old cemetery might just be what the Lord ordered. Old Harmony Graveyard. The historic marker said the graveyard had been there since 1791 and named some of the people buried there.
Valentine Sevier,
Related to John?
A man walked past him walking a corgi. A couple of feet past, he turned back and said,
Younger brother of John Sevier. Do you know the story?
Milton nodded.
How he saved Bonnie Kate during a Cherokee raid. Yes, I don't think I'd have recognized that name if I hadn't been over to Elizabethton. Sycamore Shoals, isn't it?
Elizabethton, yes.
The man's dog marked the brick retaining wall for the second time.
Better get Lizzie home.
Thanks for the information on Mr. Sevier.
The afternoon was warm but not stifling. All that rain should have brought humidity and mosquitoes or something, but under the shade of trees as he made his way around gravestones, it was pleasant enough. The names appealed to him, and eventually he began snapping photos and sending them to Aunt Callie. Finding little Minnie and little Willie McGaughey's graves, each living only a day just 3 years apart, broke him. Then he found little Hannah and more. He called.
How did they get through such loss over and over?
You know the answer to that, Milton.
What if they didn't know Jesus? How could they possibly face another loss over and over if they didn't have the Lord to hold on to?
That sign you sent a picture of says they were Scots-Irish Covenanters. You just have to trust and pray that they did. It's all you can do.
She sighed.
Whenever I wondered if I'd been too stubborn about not getting married and having children, I'd think about the grief of one of them not loving the Lord or not surviving some childhood illness or injury.
Like your nephew taking a dive out of a hay hole?
Like that, yeah. It was enough for me. I knew I'd made the right decision, but I didn't think about how I'd have to lean on you.
That apparently still bothered her.
Well, Mom and Dad didn't need me, so it looks like God had a plan all along. He's good about that.
Milton turned toward the road. Time to go back.
Everything still going well there?
Yeah. Picked some early strawberries with Janice the other day. Delicious. She made me a pound cake for them. Whipped some cream and perfection.
If she'd been out in the yard with Janice, it would only be a matter of a week or so, and she'd be out there as much as she could stand. Maybe he should send a glider rocker and get a handyman to put it together for her. He'd do it. First thing.
I'd better go. Atticus is at the apartment and probably getting irritated at being left behind. You'll call if you need something.
Something about that question bothered him.
Or if you want to talk.
I'll call, boy. I always do.
Boy. He'd be 90, and if she were still alive, she'd still call him boy.
I love you, Aunt Callie.
Good to hear. Take care.
For her, that was close enough to an assurance of undying love and affection. Still, he ruminated on the thought of her calling if she needed him versus calling because she wanted conversation.
We do that with you, Lord, don't we? Come to you for help, but not for fellowship. Teach us how to open up freely. Help me to see when my prayers become reactionary instead of relational.
Tuesday, June 9th, Greenville, Tennessee. The door jingled and Judah looked up from dusting. Yep, that was today's thrilling job. Dusting. Every last thing in the store. He'd been working for exactly 6 minutes when he decided that God had called him to be a minimalist. He'd deal with the whole don't believe in God part of that problem later. Panda Marie looked extra nice. Since no one knew his thoughts, he didn't mind confessing to himself that yes, he had thought about it, and he'd assumed she'd dress up a little for a date. That top looked great on her. He couldn't think of the word, but it rippled and kind of billowed a bit when she moved. Exactly the color of her eyes. They really were nice eyes.
white skirt, sandals.
Why are you inventorying her outfit?
That was another problem for later. Much, much later. Never later would work.
How was coffee?
What are you doing here? I thought you came in at noon.
Mom conked out again after breakfast, so I decided to come in. I sent you a text so you could stay longer on your date.
Right there, Panda Marie turned pink.
I'm late as it is, thanks to that date.
She didn't say stupid, but he heard it. And his relief could dive into the to-do file until he had time to shred the contents.
But that was my point. It wouldn't be late if I took over that part of your shift.
As they'd been chatting, she'd carried her purse to the back and shoved it into the cabinet that doubled as employee lockers. Now she turned and nearly ran into him.
What's it to you anyway? You're the one who didn't like that. I didn't like that he wasn't... Whatever. You know what I mean.
That he didn't fit some list of the perfect guy? Yeah, I know. And yet here he is. A guy who remembered your favorite dessert, who didn't push but didn't give up, whose biggest flaws are genetic things he didn't get to choose.
With every word, some part of his brain ordered him to shut his mouth before he convinced her to run off with Austin to wherever people eloped these days. The Bible counter, still a mess from his dusting, pulled her to it like a magnet.
So, because he might be interested, I have to be?
Might be. Yeah, right. Nope.
He'd surprised her with that. It showed in the way she nearly dropped a journaling Bible on those exposed toes.
Well, thanks for permission to live my own life.
A safe response didn't exist. Not one. Judah just picked up the cloth and went back to wiping shelves. Panda Marie, however, struggled to keep from justifying herself.
He's a great listener. Won't pretend he isn't. But conversations are supposed to work both ways. He just keeps you talking. I didn't come away knowing anything more about him than I did when I showed up, except that he drinks sparkling water instead of coffee or even tea.
Might want to put drinks coffee on that perfect guy list.
Until that moment when her eyes bugged out and she looked away, he hadn't believed there was an actual physical list. Now he knew. There most certainly was one. And being tall, he'd never make the cut. Okay, being tall and not a Christian. Who knew what else was on it? Probably something about recognizing the mental health benefits of cinnamon rolls. Working side by side with Panda Marie might not have been the best idea at that moment. His hyper-awareness of her made every move awkward and miserable. Unfortunately, and to his relief at the same time, one of the regulars, whose name he couldn't recall to save his life, stormed the Citadel. Well, that's how it appeared anyway.
I forgot all about y'all moving over here. I was over in the land of Giles, but of course you weren't there. So I had to have brunch at Woodermay's to soothe my nerves.
She set down a box from Peggy Ann's.
They were already out of cinnamon rolls, Panda Marie. Sorry. But I got their salted caramel bachelor buttons. You can't go over that way and not stop at Peggy Ann's, right?
Panda Marie didn't seem daunted by the verbal assault.
Morning, Miss Kidwell. That's so kind of you to bring us treats. But no cinnamon roll. I remember you saying that you loved them all day, every day.
She pointed to the fiery furnace.
Can I get a latte? It's been a harrowing morning with you guys being gone from the village, and coffee is my emotional support beverage.
Milton entered just as Mrs. Kidwell, yea, a name, saw the llama Bible cases. He'd avoided them, too closely related to alpacas.
Well, gast my flabbers. Llama tell you about Jesus. That's cute.
Milton laughed, and she just stared at him. The guy didn't skip a beat and said, "I collect colloquialisms." Mrs. Kidwell stared at him until he swallowed hard and then burst out laughing.
Just kidding you. I decided that some of the best sayings got left behind as too old-fashioned, so I'm repurposing them. Gaston flabbers and shining monkeys and such.
Shining monkeys?
Well, you know.
She winked at poor Milton. Actually winked. Judah shot a hasty look at her left hand and found it empty. But surely Mrs. Kidwell. Or did Panda Marie say Ms.? He'd never paid attention to her appellation, as his Grandpa Hensley would say. Oops.
Some kid gets up to all sorts of naughtiness, and someone might could have said that they're getting up to all monkey shines. Well, I started saying that they're shining up those monkeys. See?
After all that, Judah had been confident that she'd want a nice, fluffy romance and that stupid llama Bible cover. Nope. She bought the IVP Bible background commentary and something called Mama Bear Apologetics. For someone as silly as she seemed. At the door, she froze.
I forgot. Did y'all get in more of the Getty hymnal?
We did, and they sold out again. They're expected on Thursday. How did Panda Marie remember all that stuff? Aunt Shiloh did too. Names, family members, what they'd already read, what they didn't like to read, all the things. Judah was lucky if he remembered to thank them for coming in. The store grew quiet again after she left. Panda Marie snagged a bachelor button and bit into it.
They are good.
Of course, Judah had to grab one too. And she was right. They were delicious. He offered one to Milton, but the guy wanted coffee instead.
Atticus and I took a drive, ended up in Jonesboro, so I ate breakfast at Old Town Pancake House there, but I saw someone take a sip of the coffee when I came in, and the wince made me decide against theirs.
Sure. Panda Marie got right on it.
Your usual? And I'll bet the coffee was just really hot or something. I can't imagine that they don't have great coffee. It's Jonesboro.
Milton agreed to the usual and conceded that she was probably right about the too hot.
I didn't think about that. I started to stop by the creamy cup when I passed, but I keep forgetting to ask opinions on that one.
I'm surprised you didn't go get a cappuccino from Iris.
They all knew he'd been back several times since returning from Maine.
And the creamy cup is wonderful. The owners are some of the kindest people you'll ever meet. So generous to the community, too.
The door opened, and a guy about Judah's age stepped in. He looked out of place.
Probably wants to know where the sewer plant is. Can I help you?
I'm looking for a study Bible. A glance over at Panda Marie showed her and Milton deep in conversation about coffee, restaurants, which ones had the best cinnamon rolls, of course, as well as who knew what all else. Aunt Shiloh hadn't gotten back from checking on Mom. He totally should have gone. And now, this.
Well, do you have a preferred version?
Pulling out his phone, the guy began reading off. I need to look at ESV or NASB. It says that if you have a Berean study Bible, that might be a good option as well. It was recommended that I skip thought-for-thought translations until I know more about the Bible. Great. New Christian or a seeker?
What have you been reading up till now?
NKJV, but I haven't read that much. I've just been looking up stuff while I figure out this Christianity thing. The guy thrust out his hand. Sorry, I'm Mason.
Judah, nice to meet you. Okay, so I don't know if we have a Berean. I'm not familiar with that one, so unless Panda Marie comes over and tells me otherwise, we'll just move on from there. NKJV is technically also a word for word, but it's even more clunky than the NASB.
Off he went on sharing everything he could remember about the differences.
So I guess it depends on if you want the most literal or lean toward a more comfortable read.
Which do you read? The urge to say the First Nations version or Hawaii Pidgin Bible might have finally gotten him fired, but Judah realized he didn't want to be fired anymore. Daniel kept accusing him of actually liking his job, and aside from helping a guy fall down a rabbit hole of Bible acquisitions, he did, mostly because of the people. He'd taken too long. The guy looked concerned.
Actually, I don't anymore. When I was in high school, I liked the ESV.
Why don't you read it anymore? Here went his job.
Because I don't believe in that stuff anymore.
The guy actually laughed. He leaned against the counter and laughed.
Good one. I'm totally serious.
This time, Mason watched him before responding.
You grew up Christian?
It was too much trouble to explain why that wasn't technically a thing.
Yeah.
So how can you know that much about Jesus and not?
By now, Panda Marie and Milton had given up their conversation altogether. Judah considered his position. If he answered. But Mason stood there just waiting, calm, unruffled. Though not proud of himself for it, he wanted to make the guy squirm.
I grew up enough to realize we needed proof for this kind of thing. Just believing it because we're told to isn't enough.
My parents are atheists. They're not exactly happy about my conversion. What kind of proof do you need?
Show me the proof that the Bible is actually the Word of God, and I'll start reading it again, because that'll mean he's real.
When the guy looked ready to lay out an argument, and he was ready fast, Judah had to think even faster. No way would he be caught in a sword of the Spirit battle.
If your parents are atheists, what made you look into the Bible?
Saw a guy reading a book called The Case for Christ, and I asked him about it. He told me it explained why there is scientific evidence for God.
When Judah sniffed, Mason laughed.
Right? That was pretty much my response. The guy just handed it to me and said, "See for yourself." I was in an airport and they'd called his flight. Didn't have anything else to read, so I started it. The scientific evidence part wasn't enough for me. The more I read, the less impressed I was, but... He shrugged. I wondered if maybe the author just wasn't a good researcher, so I found another book, Evidence That Demands a Verdict. That one had some things I couldn't ignore.
One of the guys at school had recommended that one. Judah even had it sitting in a box in his closet, a gift from the guy. It was foolishness to do it, but Judah found himself asking,
Name one.
There's more evidence for Jesus than Homer or Plato.
I don't argue Jesus as a historical figure. Even secular historians acknowledge his existence.
And after learning that, Mason continued, discovering the historical evidence of the resurrection of Jesus made ignoring his claims impossible. If he lived, was publicly executed, and then seen by over 500 people after his burial, who or what else could he be but God? If he's God, then you have to take him at his words, and...
Mason tapped the NASB Judah had pulled down.
And his word.
Well, I walked into that one.
27. Faith is to believe what you do not yet see. The reward for this faith is to see what you believe. Augustine of Hippo. Friday, June 12th, Greenville, Tennessee. Lunch at the tannery was always a treat, but their outdoor seating, if you could get it, took it up to a new level. A slight breeze teased Shiloh's hair as she took another bite of her turkey sandwich, and she flung it out of the way. Don't need the extra protein. Emily Correll had begged to meet up, and Shiloh knew things had to be rough if the girl was willing to ask for babysitting help and someone to talk to. Here she sat, listening to the hard side of cop life told in whispers between bites, the pressure that job put on men, and the terror it added to their wives' lives. She'd known, but she hadn't, too. And this was Greenville, not exactly a hotbed of fast-paced crime. The problem was, Emily had read too much about boundaries that Bryce didn't have the freedom to set. Frustration set in. She blamed him. He got sick of being the bad guy all the time, and things went downhill fast. And like with Leanne, Shiloh could only help with Emily's part. Still, she could ask Dale to put a word in with Bryce, remind him that a little understanding would go a long way on a hard day. When Emily hugged her neck, thanked her for saying the hard things and being there to help do them, Shiloh let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding. She watched the young woman walk down the street, looking a little less wilted than she had when she'd arrived. Another bite of her sandwich, another chip. Too often when trying to help someone, she didn't get a chance to eat much, but Emily had done most of the talking this time. Behind her, a woman said,
Becky was so excited when that orange shirt looked good on her, or she thought it did. Said she'd never been able to wear oranges and yellows, but then the shop girl said she thought it would look good, and it did.
Another voice popped up.
Either that youngin's got the jaundice, or she done ate too many sweet taters.
Must be the youngin's meemaw. Sounded just like something local grandmas would say. She felt rather than saw Milton standing there.
Mind if I sit for a minute?
Sure. I wanted to talk about the apartment anyway. How is it?
Milton pulled out Emily's chair a bit more and settled into it.
I've tried using it in as many ways as I can imagine, and there isn't much I'd change. I slept on those bunks, surprisingly comfortable. I prefer the queen bed you have in the main bedroom, but it's good to note that adults can sleep there comfortably. That musty smell it had when we walked through is gone downstairs and up, so either paint killed it or a good scrub must have.
Probably both. I know my nephew, Jeremy, did a lot of scrubbing before they painted.
She quirked an eyebrow at him, or at least she hoped she did.
So, what would you change?
One thing and a bonus. For sure, I'd get a countertop oven. It's the only thing I miss having. The electric skillet was a brilliant idea, but being able to pop in a frozen pizza or bake a couple of chicken legs if I got back from hiking and didn't feel like going out would be perfect.
Made sense. She could probably find one on Facebook, but maybe not fast enough. She'd have to see, though.
And the bonus?
You might need a couple of decor pieces here and there, but be careful. You don't want it to become too cluttered. But if it looks too minimalistic, it'll lose that cozy, settle in with a book vibe. That'll be a tough balance, but I think you'll strike it. Right now, it's on the edge between too little and just right.
Really, it was a relief. They'd finally gotten it up on Airbnb, and a few weekends booked already. Milton had through Tuesday reserved since no one had asked for it. He'd insisted he liked having a bit more space for Atticus in summer. It made sense, but a part of Shiloh wondered if he'd just been a bit too generous.
Stop that train of thought.
She stared at him.
What train? And this is Depot Street.
I'll concede that, but no. I'm not just trying to offset your expenses in getting the place going. I'd planned on a few nights at the General Morgan, but I'd rather be here. Or rather, at your establishment.
He hesitated before adding,
And I have a theory on Judah I wanted to run by you. Did you hear about the guy who came in the other day? Mason?
Her heart sank. She had, and Judah had been livid.
Yeah?
Well...
The tension between Panda Marie and Judah had sizzled since the first day he'd met them. It hadn't been the tension great rom-coms or romances were made of. Not then. These past couple of weeks, though, something had shifted. Milton could see. clearer than a glass of spring water, that Judah was aware of it and fighting tooth and nail. Panda Marie, on the other hand, still hadn't realized that she baited him, deliberately. She liked their banter, but Milton didn't know if she realized that yet. Currently, he stood in the back room, listening to the familiar argument.
Just saying that no guy wants to feel like some girl custom ordered him from God's romance department.
And there he goes, acknowledging the existence of a creator.
Don't think that's the problem. Have you ever, just once, questioned whether you actually believe all the stuff you think you do, or do you outsource your thinking to the church?
Yep, to the former, of course.
She pulled a book off the shelf and handed it to Judah. If it was the one Milton thought it was, this could get interesting.
And you shouldn't be eavesdropping.
Good thing he'd left Atticus upstairs until he found out if Sushi were there.
The deconstruction of Christianity. What does that have to do with anything?
Judah's bark came with a bite this time. Ouch.
When that came in, I wanted to see what this deconstruction thing was all about. Read it. Realized I hadn't actually investigated why I believed what I said I did, if I really believed it. So, I started looking at other books.
She went on to say how she'd read a lot from evidence that demands a verdict.
Not all of it, but like Mason from the other day, I didn't like the case for Christ at all. Too much circular reasoning.
I liked him.
The words were spoken so quietly, Milton only assumed that's what Judah had actually said. As she moved a bit closer to the back of the store, Panda Marie called out,
You know, I think he meant it when he said you could call if you wanted to talk.
Talk? Why are girls so obsessed with talking? Like it solves anything.
Says the guy who won't shut up about my daring to have preferences in who I date.
Judah's voice drew nearer too.
Because you're reducing people to a resume.
Time to step out and make himself seen before they found him standing there. But when Milton entered, Panda Marie just said hello and went back to making her point.
So, you don't have something that bugs you about girls? Something that makes you go, yeah, she's not for me? Like maybe she dares to have opinions and preferences?
Before he could answer, she turned to Milton.
What are 3 non-negotiables in someone you'd date or marry, and 3 things you don't want as well?
He didn't bother to protest against being drawn into the argument. He wouldn't win.
Christian, loves books, loves birds, or at least mine. Don't want? Someone who hates travel.
He thought about Meredith and decided he needed the reminder.
A large age gap, and someone who wouldn't want to take care of my aunt with me if or when the time comes.
At first, Panda Marie looked a little deflated, but then her head started bobbing and she began smiling.
Yeah, I have some of those. I said I wanted someone adventurous. That works with your wanting someone who likes travel, so that's not too shallow. And loves family, taking care of your aunt.
She spun around and did that hands on hips without moving her hands thing that personified Panda Marie.
See, it's not just me.
Except he said he didn't want an age gap. You're out of luck.
The argument raged. Seriously, it had become almost a flirtation. He wandered through the store, paying attention to where things had been rearranged to make room for new items or to hide the removal of others. Business had picked up. He could see it in the displays. The door opened and a woman walked in.
3 books each. That's it. Mom!
The girl who said that shot a look at her brother.
He doesn't even like to read. Why can't I have his? He can have my Legos. Don't want 'em. Mom!
It's like Judah and Panda Marie 15 years younger.
The woman smiled at Panda Marie as they neared.
We have a wedding on Long Island, so we need books to keep them occupied on our way up and back. What do you have for us?
Lacey likes mystery, right?
Yes. You have the new Chosen Kids? They're in Manhattan, Mom. It's almost next door to Long Island.
Panda Marie reached for them.
Did you get the one about Iowa? I don't remember. No, I need both.
Lacey tugged at her mom.
It's the same series, so it counts as one book, right?
No.
Mom!
You can add 15 more syllables to my name, but it ain't changing my mind. The lobbying began with her brother.
You'll like these. The main kid is a boy. They go on adventures and stop evil beings from doing terrible things. You want it, right?
Don't care. That kid would be a man of few words, out of self-preservation if nothing else.
Great. I want those. Now.
Panda Marie cut in again.
Well, there's the new mystery, Nights in Manhattan. You read Another Side of Sunshine, right? Reen and Joni head to New York, too.
By this point, Milton had made it to the front and turned to get a good look at the store. The new end caps. Perfect. They really tied together everything and made better use of the space. But instead of making it seem fuller, something was missing. But what? Judah passed, a couple of empty boxes in arms.
Looks weird without her, doesn't it? She's been part of the store ever since I can remember.
Gladys, where is she? Did something happen?
The haters happened. Aunt Shiloh couldn't stand to see people bothered by her, so she's gone.
What made him think of the crazy Californians who would miss her in that moment? Milton didn't know, but he did. Hopefully they didn't visit often. Just as he would have asked about a makeover for her or something, Lacey called out,
Mom, they have this road trip rescue book. There's 3 of them. And Kimmy goes to New York, like me. Oh, wait, look at this. Squad Rising.
And she was off. 8 books and a promise to pick up the dog's poop for the rest of the summer later, a harried mother and her 2 opposite children disappeared out the door. Panda Marie dragged out another box.
We've got to get these Christian Living books on the shelves now.
Judah was right there, ready to help and to challenge.
Did it ever occur to you that if you need this many books to help people figure out what God wants from them, then it's not working? Isn't that what the Bible's for?
Did it occur to you that everyone is different and has differing life experiences that blinds them to the truth in Scripture? If someone has learned something from the Word and can share it with others, why is that bad?
Poor girl. She'd missed that he was just teasing. When she saw Judah trying not to laugh, Milton expected her to throw the box at him. She might have, too, if it hadn't weighed at least 20 pounds. Just then, Milton's least favorite worship song came on, and apparently it was Judah's least favorite, too.
Why can't they write something with varied lyrics? There's a reason people call these 7-Eleven songs.
Better to have "The Lord God is One" repeating in your head all day than a lyrical manual for how to get an STD in 3 easy steps. It's just to help you meditate.
Judah wouldn't let that go.
Nah, someone was too lazy to bother with a second verse. It's like that song my mom tried to teach me when I was a kid. Something about second verse, same as the first, a little more louder and a lot more worse. It's like someone took that as a how-to manual or something.
Time to intervene. Cute had gotten a little too serious for safety.
Hey, Judah, got a minute?
Sure, it'll give Panda Marie time to figure out how to respond to that.
She might have said something right there, but Panda Marie caught Milton's gaze, and he just gave her one small shake of his head. Okay, she did say something, but at least it wasn't what she'd probably been ready to say. He had no doubt about that.
More like give him time to find something else to complain about.
Upstairs, Milton chose one of the chairs by the window. Judah took the other.
What'd I do?
If you think I'm complaining about the floor show, you're wrong. You guys crack me up.
She just gets under my skin.
That's apparent.
Judah jerked his head up, ready to argue, but Milton didn't back down. Judah did, however.
Can't believe, miss, I won't settle for less than perfection.
He couldn't finish. Of course he couldn't.
Stole your heart?
Whatever. Is that why I'm here? 'Cause you don't have to worry. I wouldn't ask her out. Might not believe this stuff, but I remember the rules. She'd definitely get demerits for unequally yoking herself to a heathen boyfriend. Wouldn't do that to her. Not that I'd fit her stupid list anyway.
That'd work.
You both have the same problem, you know. You're set in your ideas, and you're both wrong about what those really are.
The guy might be fuming now, but at least Milton had gotten his attention.
What's that supposed to mean?
I noticed something when Mason came in. I've been seeing it for a while, but that visit solidified some ideas that had been percolating. Want to hear them?
Do I have a choice?
Don't be immature.
Milton just swung an arm out, gesturing for Judah to feel free to go.
Sorry, you didn't deserve that. What is it?
Milton leaned forward, forearms resting on his knees, hands clasped before him. After waiting for Judah to really look at him, he said,
You didn't lose your faith.
Judah would have protested, but Milton shook his head.
No, really, you didn't. You never had it. You had Bible knowledge, but no belief. You saw family identity and culture as faith. I just don't believe you ever had it. You knew information, but you never knew Jesus.
He'd either said exactly the right thing, or he'd blown it big time, because Judah stared at him for a good, long minute, and then walked out. 28. Pride goes before a fall. You'll find that in 2nd Alpaca Expectorates, 1-2. Saturday, June 20th, Paint Creek Campground, Cherokee National Forest, Tennessee. For all he knew, Judah didn't have a job. Again. He'd skipped work Saturday afternoon and all week since. A now battered copy of Evidence That Demands a Verdict sat on the rock at Paint Creek, and his Bible lay open on his knees. He guzzled water, listened to kids playing in the water, and stared at things he knew people believed, but he'd eventually have to face it. Judah Hensley did not want to be convinced. Since his accident, he'd built his entire identity on being intellectually superior to those who fell for the Jesus is God and God's not dead myths. But what if they weren't myths? What if his so-called intellectual honesty turned out to be merely a mask for personal insecurity? What if? Why he bothered to look at his phone. No cell reception out there. But Mason had agreed to come out and explain. To listen. And something about the guy.
He's not too tall, he's not introverted, and he's not blonde. If he buys dessert, especially cinnamon rolls...
Okay, so Panda Marie had sung his praises a bit too loud for comfort.
But he's a new Christian. She wouldn't...
Judah had that advantage anyway, if he did change his mind. If Mason actually did convince him. Because that was the thing. He knew stuff. He knew who wrote what book. He had huge passages memorized. He could argue almost anything if it required biblical support only. Proving that Bible right now, that was the problem. Something deep inside poked him, challenged him to pray and ask God to show him. He knew the verses. James chapter 1.
Now, if any of you lacks wisdom, he should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it'll be given to him. But he must ask in faith, without doubting, because he who doubts is like the wave of the sea, blown and tossed by the wind. That man should not expect to receive anything from the Lord. He's a double-minded man, unstable in all his ways.
That, of course, was the problem. That whole ask in faith thing. The book was written to believers. They had it. And Milton was right. He didn't. About the time he gave up on Mason coming, the guy just appeared out of nowhere. In truth, he'd probably called out, waved, all sorts of greetings, but Judah had been focused on not trying to pray.
You okay?
Not really.
Why's that?
He lowered himself to the rock and passed Judah an Italian sandwich from Subway.
Called the store and Panda Marie said you liked these?
Gratitude would have choked him up if he'd let down his guard at all.
Thanks. Forgot my lunch on the counter.
He held up his water bottle.
At least I remembered this and my bug spray.
Mason slapped at his neck and held out his hand.
Mind if I bum some off you?
Some stupid author would write something like, "The guys bonded over sandwiches and bug battle stories like a couple of old codgers out fishin' for the big one," or something. And maybe it was true, but Judah still thought it was dumb. Regardless, he knew he'd found a new friend before they ever cracked the topic of faith. And Judah didn't just crack it. He blew it out of the water with more C4 than a movie villain trying to take down civilization.
What's the worst thing you've noticed about Christians?
Really? If you called me out here to try to rescue me from faith, we're both wasting our time.
No, but I need an honest answer.
Mason looked at him, stared out over the water, drew his knees up closer to his chest, and wrapped his arms around them. When he finally spoke, Judah sucked in air.
It's probably the way some Christians, a lot of them actually, seem more interested in converting people to their personal theology than to the Christ who died for them.
In that one statement, the answer to questions he didn't know he had slammed the book and pronounced that verdict.
That is exactly what my friends and I are pushing back against.
Doubt it.
What?
Who did Mason think he was?
You might be, but most of the people I know who've walked away from God are tired of the constant assaults against them. Society says that you have to affirm every choice everyone makes, even illegal ones. Murder someone? Well, you don't know what trauma they had to prompt it, so it's okay.
Judah protested.
People don't say.
But Mason pushed back.
But don't they? It's that way in everything. If I vote for this guy, I'm a fascist pig who hates everyone not just like me. If I vote for that guy, I'm a libertine who wants to corrupt everyone not as corrupt as me. Two sides, same coin. Add Jesus and his holiness to the mix and it's exhausting.
He finally looked at Judah again.
But you, I saw it in the store that day. You said things that made me think you were just sick of performative Christianity, so you rejected the Redeemer instead of the redeemed.
Say that again, another way.
It's like saying you want nothing to do with the American Constitution instead of condemning the people misapplying it.
Or not bothering to consult it at all.
Mason didn't say that too, but Judah heard it nonetheless. They went over and over the proofs of Jesus' divinity. The eyewitness accounts, those who had died for daring to preach Jesus crucified and resurrected, the fulfilled prophecies, all of it. Then Mason said it again.
All that eyewitness testimony, which, of course, is not exactly reliable sometimes, I know that. But how many eyewitnesses are willing to die for what they claim they saw? Why would they unless they were eternal stakes?
And if it's true, then Jesus has to be God.
That's how I saw it. Someone pointed out that he couldn't be the good man, even guys like Gandhi say he is, and be a liar. That wasn't proof by itself, of course.
Mason finally ate the last bites of his sandwich and washed it down with the rest of his water.
But on top of the rest, I decided that I'd reached the point where I had to step out in faith or step away.
You chose faith.
He nodded.
I chose faith. And despite the fact that my parents and most of my friends and family have all but disowned me, I'd do it again. The more I learn, the more pieces fit into the biblical puzzle. It's the biggest book of foreshadowing and fulfilled promises that I've ever read.
Judah must have been quiet for far too long, because Mason stood, brushed sand off his legs, and gazed down at him.
I'm always here to talk, but I think I should go. Call, though, even if it's just to go shoot some pool or something.
He'd made it a few yards before Judah called out.
Can you call my dad when you get service? Tell him where I am.
Sure. What's the number?
Every time he opened that book, Judah slammed it shut again. The sun lowered into the treetops, and still he sat there. Kids screamed when a crawdad nipped at them. Dads carried their kids on shoulders and then fell into the water, just as his dad had done. And eventually, the scent of roasting hot dogs and burgers filled the air. Judah's stomach growled. To his disgust, he found himself humming words of the word. The more he tried to push them away, the more the lyrics intruded. I heard the words of the Lord through the word of the Lord. He gave me faith. The word made flesh, broken body, spilled blood for my sin. I believe. Turning around, following him. Nothing in life is worth condemnation. I repent. With my lips I praise. With my heart I commit. With my soul I cling to him. I confess. Wash me now, wash me clean. Purify through the blood shed for me. Dead to sin, buried in baptism, raised in newness of life. He gave all. I yield all. Praise his name. Praise his holy name.
Didn't know you remembered that song. Don't hear it much.
Judah's head jerked up.
Can't get it out of my head. Earworms are like that, but it's never been one I've had a problem with. It's usually something insipid like that. The Lord God is one, or someday. Better watch out. Panda Marie would tell you that you're not appreciating the meditative qualities of those songs.
Dad snorted.
Sounds like she pulled one over on you.
He shot Judah a sidelong look before pointing to the Bible and that book.
This about her, or that?
Not about her, although I'm sure she's been praying for me a lot more than she wants to be.
Felt good to say that.
Told your mom you'd gone sweet on her, but she didn't believe me. She heard Panda Marie's been dating Austin Cutshaw.
One date,
he shot back.
Not a successful one either.
Right there, Dad picked up a rock someone had balanced on top of another one and tried to aim it to skip across the water, but he pulled back. Too many people moving about to make it safe.
Like I said, knew you'd gone sweet on her.
He turned his attention back to Judah.
You can't pursue it, Judah. She's a Christian. Don't make it any harder for her than it already is.
Why does it have to be so hard?
Dad didn't exactly laugh, but it sounded a bit like it.
Why not? Considering how we took his perfect world and made a mess out of it? Considering he had to leave his perfect world to come down and straighten out our mess? We think that just because we get grace and mercy that we don't have to live with the consequences of our actions? Come on, boy.
That word, boy, stung. He'd always known his dad still thought of him as an irresponsible kid. Bringing him out here had been a really stupid idea.
Don't get all worked up about it. There are old-timers at church who still call me boy.
He jerked, stared at Dad, scowled.
Howd, you think you're the only one that gets mad about this stuff? My dad told me how to change my oil every time he knew I did it, until the day he died. If I hadn't been so gutted at losing him, I'd have been out there changing it that last day just to see if he'd rally enough to say it again.
Dad choked.
One more time.
It could have been a Hensley thing, or maybe it was just a man thing. But Dad never showed emotion well. He'd asked Mom about it once, and she'd said, "A lot of men stuff it down because they're terrified that if they ever let it loose, they'll never have control again." Right there, Judah decided she'd been right after all.
Milton and Mason both say I never believed. I just assimilated a faith culture instead of an actual faith.
Been wondering that myself.
Why didn't you tell me?
This time, Dad laughed. Big, deep belly laughs.
Son, I am the last person you wanted talking to you about Jesus. Not that I blame you. I've never been good about sharing my faith. It's personal.
He scrubbed one hand over his jaw and sighed.
I just kept praying you'd let someone talk you through whatever it was.
Right then, he pulled out his wallet, counted out $600 bills.
We said we'd pay for those tires if you talked to someone. I thought your mama was nuts when she came up with that one. But she was right. Crazy woman always is.
Didn't do this for the tires, Dad.
The need for money nearly overrode his need to know in his heart that nothing had influenced him.
I don't want it. I need.
Dad just put the bills back in his wallet and said,
Yeah, I see that. We've got it, if you change your mind.
They sat, unspeaking, among the muffled squeals and laughter of people eating around their campfires and in their campers. Trees rustled overhead. The water rippled past. The sun dipped low enough that shadows crept close. Without a word, Dad rose and, after squeezing his shoulder, made a slow, awkward climb down from that rock. He wasn't as young as Judah remembered. He walked about as far as Mason had when Judah called back, never taking his eyes off the water.
How would I know if it was real, if I believed? How would I know I wasn't just trying to something?
The only thing that assured him that his father had heard was the lack of retreating footsteps. Then the answer came.
You believe that God is one. Good for you. Even the demons believe that and shudder. What verse comes before that, Judah?
But someone will say, you have faith and I have deeds. Show me your faith without deeds, and I'll show you my faith by my deeds.
He shook his head.
Dad, it's not enough. You can't tell me I didn't have so-called fruit before. Everyone saw it.
Did you?
That knocked the wind right out of him. Had he seen it? And what did it even mean? The crunch of Dad's footsteps told Judah he'd have to sit with that for a bit. He'd have to be as honest with himself as with God.
Okay, Lord, I hated performative Christianity, and I was the biggest performer I knew. Now what?
29. Overheard in Greenville. They put the polish on that. Saturday, June 20th, Greenville, Tennessee. The Capitol Theater on Main Street had intrigued Milton from his first wander downtown. A chance meeting again with Beth at Iris Books and Coffee had earned him 2 more recommendations: the choir concert at Tusculum University and the 1776 musical at Capitol Theater.
Be sure to go early and wander around campus. It's beautiful. I bet you'd love their library.
And he had. She had not exaggerated. Despite the lovely campus and the delightful concert, the library still had his heart. He'd gone back twice since, just to sit there and be among the books as he prayed for Judah. Several times that week, hearing how many people were praying for him, Milton had imagined that scene in It's a Wonderful Life where the whole town prayed for George Bailey. The lobby of the theater, disappointed. Why he'd hoped for something straight out of the 20s, Milton didn't know, but he had. Program in hand, he inched his way between clusters of chattering friends, the familiar ache that always hit at moments like these, pressing hard into his chest. Meredith had meant to come, but a blowout on Highway 208 had killed that plan and left him outside the theater trying to convince someone to take the ticket he couldn't use. One old woman beat him away with her pocketbook, convinced he was trying to scalp the ticket for more than the standard price. Most had said, "Oh no thank you," as sweet as their tea and as skeptical as a one-eyed snake. In the end, he'd stood in line, passed over the ticket, and begged the girl to give it to someone as a prize. She'd informed him that they didn't refund tickets. Even now, Milton didn't know if anyone had gotten that free ticket or not. May God bless and keep their hearts, as one woman had said that afternoon. She'd also said to butter her biscuit and call her a butt, so she obviously wasn't quite up on local vernacular.
Milton, you came! Come meet my husband.
Beth parted the theater-goers with the finesse of Moses and that sea. A man followed, just shaking his head.
I'd told him you'd come, but he thought you were just humoring me.
The men shook hands, and Beth filled him in on the renovations they'd done a few years back.
Wait till you see the theater itself. It's great in there. We've done a lot of plays in there, and it's so nice.
That theater, it was everything Milton had hoped the whole place would be. Lovely walls with disguised sound absorption, beautiful molding, wonderful seating, and a stage that looked like everything you could want. But how was he supposed to know if that were true? He sat in front of Beth and her other half, certain that if there was anything interesting to hear, she'd be sure to say it. She did not disappoint. Before the first dimming of the lights, Beth leaned between the seats and held out her program.
Okay, so the young man playing Richard Henry Lee, that's Carter, and he'll be a stitch, I promise. The kid is brilliant on stage. You should have seen him and his mother in Tarzan. He played Tarzan, and his mother, with a broken ankle, played Tarzan's mother. Can you imagine? It was phenomenal.
Would have liked to see that. So I'm looking for...
Tall, dark, handsome, but he'll be funny, and that'll make him stand out. His mother's a voice actor, narrates audiobooks, actually.
That interested him.
I've listened to a lot of audiobooks on the road. Atticus likes them too.
Well, if you hadn't listened to the agency files, you should.
I have.
Then what she said clicked.
Wait, the narrator's son is in this play?
That did it. She passed over her phone and told him to get a picture of the 3 of them.
I'll send it over to her. She'll love it. Wish she were here tonight. I'd introduce you.
After the second dimming of the light, Beth shoved her phone between the seats again. It was probably a blessing that no one had decided to sit by him.
She said for you to see this.
It was a screenshot, A text from Shiloh.
Judah and Roger talked. It was good. I'm waiting at their house in case it was real good. Keep praying.
He would. He definitely would. Except he didn't. Once the play began, he forgot all about praying. The Continental Congress began singing, joking, arguing, and, well, declaring their way into the hearts of the audience, and Carter, as Richard Henry Lee, pulled off a brilliant performance. Not until he stepped out into the night air, thanked Beth and her husband, and took off toward his truck did Milton remember Judah and think to check his own phone. There it was, a text from Shiloh.
Please pray. I'm hopeful. Just pray for him. I am.
Panda Marie lowered her voice a bit before adding,
I'm just saying that there's no reason he can't at least call and let them know he's all right. Shiloh's worried sick. I can hear it in her text.
Alyssa eyed her from the other end of the couch.
I think Panda Marie is worried sick and projecting it onto her boss. That's Actually, of course I am. What if he still hardens his heart? It'll kill her.
Kill you is more like it. Scowling, Panda Marie slammed her book down and snapped.
What's that supposed to mean? That you're setting yourself up for serious heartbreak if you don't quit pretending you don't care about the guy and pray for him. He's tall. He's sarcastic. He's charming. He's probably a flirt. He's not a Christian.
Alyssa broke through her tirade with a laugh that cut to the quick.
And yet you met a guy who appeared to fit every single thing on your precious list, and you still say you're not interested. Austin did not. I meant Mason.
Panda Marie readjusted herself and stretched before settling back in again.
He's got a girlfriend. Well, he had. She might not ever love Jesus, so then he wouldn't, but he's still a baby. It wouldn't work.
Once more, Alyssa spoke her mind.
And yet you didn't even think about him until I said something. But with Judah, protest-a-thing all over the place. You sound like you've developed a lisp. That's what little sisters do to you.
She aimed a throw pillow at Alyssa.
You deserve it after saddling me with Panda Marie. I was one. How was I supposed to know the difference between my favorite toy's name and Amanda? Blame the parents. They did it. Kept their word. Let you name me. After a fat vegetarian wouldn't touch a cinnamon roll bear.
That got them laughing. It always did. As it should. What sane parents tell a 1-year-old that she can name her baby sister? A 1-year-old who can say about 5 words, one being Panda. Here's the options of Amanda Marie, Candace Marie, or Anna Marie. Of course, said baby is going to say what she thinks she heard. At least they didn't name you Panda Mommy. It could have been worse. Because that's what Alyssa had said, over and over and over, until their parents felt obliged to keep their word. She'd have called you that until everyone else did anyway. They weren't wrong, but, for the record, you didn't distract me with your panda attack either. I still say you're falling for him. And I still say, Panda Marie retorted, that it doesn't matter. He's not a Christian, and even if he decided he believes right now, he'll be a baby Christian. It's still kind of unequally yoked. But is it? Alyssa knee-crawled a bit closer, her eyes piercing Panda Marie's. He's not like someone who doesn't know the basic doctrines. He'll have the knowledge. He just needs to get on the sanctification path. It won't be the same as it would have been with Mason. Who was never an option. Uh-oh. Panda Marie realized she'd just exposed a weak spot. But Judah is? That's it. I'm going to go read in my room where I can ignore your insinuations and that prayer. You should be praying now. I'll pray about it tomorrow. As she passed Alyssa's corner of the couch, Panda Marie could have sworn her sister muttered, "You do that, Scarlet O'Prera." Grandpa's car sat parked behind Aunt Shiloh's when Judah pulled into the drive. He squeaked past them and pulled up in front of the garage door. Dad wouldn't be able to get out for church in the morning. Church. Would he go with them? So far this summer, he'd left the house at the last minute, squeaked into the back in time for the sermon, and bolted before the pastor finished the closing prayer. Well, he could think about that later. It was getting late, and Grandpa shouldn't be driving home in the dark as it was. Maybe Jeremy had driven them. Probably. Sure enough, Jeremy met him at the door.
"Don't hurt him, okay? He's so hopeful."
As much as Judah wanted to ask if he should just lie if that's what it took, he didn't. The angst that held him captive for so long just didn't have the oomph to assert itself right now.
"Thanks for driving them. I was concerned."
Okay, angst got a bit of a second wind at the surprise Jeremy failed to hide. What, because he'd questioned God, he didn't care about his grandparents? Really? Sometimes people made no sense.
More like, we're lucky when they do.
He'd only made it a few more feet when Aunt Shiloh grabbed him and held on. The tears that soaked his neck broke his heart. Every story he'd ever heard about the prodigal coming home had included one point where the father wept on his son's neck. And here it was, his turn. Odd, though. If he were a prodigal, it would be from God, the whole point of that story. He hadn't abandoned his family, just his faith. Then again, in his family, that was almost the same thing. She'd barely stepped back when his mother grabbed him, held on, sobbed. She was still so fragile.
"Mom, sit. This is too much."
"It's not enough. I was so worried." Right then, he realized. The women in his family had been concerned about his soul, sure, but they'd also been concerned for his life.
"I am not, nor have I ever been suicidal, Mom. Not even when it hurt to try to lift my leg after the accident. Not when they told me I might not walk. Not when they told me I couldn't have painkillers unless I couldn't sleep because they were damaging my organs."
"How do you know?"
"I didn't until right now."
He helped her back to Dad's recliner and settled her there.
"Are you okay?"
"Great now." Granddad and Grandmom whispered prayers over him. Grandmom kissed his cheek, and Granddad gave him one more hug. The guy still had powerful hugs.
"That must be where Aunt Shiloh gets it."
Uncle Dale didn't say anything, but he hugged Judah with that quiet, calm steadiness that personified him. That done, he herded the rest of the family out the door and shut it behind them before any of them could start the 20-minute Southern goodbye. Dad stood, gripping the back of the couch, watching. Judah never felt more like a cheesy Sunday school picture than when he crossed the room and flung his arms around his father.
"Thank you, Dad, for today."
"Glad to be there, son."
Maybe Dad needed to hear he was needed as much as Mom needed to hear that he wouldn't chuck her out for Aunt Shiloh. He stepped back, probably looking as awkward as he felt, and forced himself to say the tough words.
"Talking to Milton and Mason helped. It did. But I needed you."
Dad's expression cracked, so Judah excused himself and went to his room. He'd left the book and his Bible in the Jeep, but he hadn't lied when he said he had a half-dozen in his room. Not knowing what to read and what not to, he grabbed the NLT and made himself comfortable on his bed. He didn't open it, though. Jesus as God. Jesus' death on the cross. His resurrection. The indwelling of the Holy Spirit. Judah didn't know what that was like. He knew it. He hadn't backslidden. Nope. He'd followed a formula. Grow up in church, profess faith, get baptized, serve in the church, read your Bible, and all will be well.
Until the moment someone challenges you on it, and then you realize they're words written on the shore and easily washed away when the tide...
Oh, brother. Now he'd gone poetic and analogical. No thanks. He sat like that, just thinking. Or was it praying? He didn't know anymore. Until Mom's soft knock jerked him out of his thoughts.
Come in.
You all right?
She came in and lowered herself gingerly to the bed.
I'm tired, so gonna try to get some sleep.
I'm well.
His phone pinged. Judah and his mother looked at the same time. Mom spoke first.
Didn't know you and Panda Marie texted.
We work together. Or did. I don't know if I even have a job anymore.
You do.
Judah leaned forward and kissed her cheek.
Thanks for not giving up on me.
You're avoiding the subject. Your father said you'd gone sweet on her. Guess he was right.
He said you're the one who's always right. Then he called you a crazy woman.
It worked. The weariness around her eyes eased a bit.
Oh, he did he?
She rose.
Well, good night. I love you. Go find out what Panda Marie says. She's a nice girl.
Who isn't interested in me, Mom. Just remember that.
The moment the door shut, he snatched up his phone and read her text.
Just wanted you to know that I'm praying for you. Everyone cares or we wouldn't bother.
What made him do it, Judah didn't know, but it sure was fun.
But you don't care enough to revise that list. Remove prohibitions against tall men.
Seconds passed, nearly a minute. Then it pinged again.
Are you flirting with me?
Depends. Is flirting on the pro or con side of the list?
Again, the second hand had to be dragged from one to the next. She finally responded about the time he'd given up.
Depends on the guy. Good night.
30. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creation. Alpacas are another story altogether. Sunday, June 21st, Greenville, Tennessee. He called Daniel. Everything in him said to go to the Bible's house and talk face to face, but instead, he went to the Whirlwind Road Park and watched people play disc golf while he called. At first, he thought Daniel would let it go to voicemail. Couldn't blame the guy. He'd avoided talking all week, and it had to be obvious. Hey. Judah took a deep breath.
Owe you an apology.
You think?
It's been a rough week.
Daniel's tone changed. Your mom okay? This was why they'd been friends for so long. People could say what they wanted about Daniel's lack of interest in the Lord, but despite how goofy and irresponsible Daniel could be, and yeah, he totally could be, the guy was loyal, real, and he cared.
Yeah, she's doing better every day. In a lot of pain, though.
How do you know? I know Miss Carlin isn't over there moaning about her hangnails, not like her son. When Judah only huffed a hint of a laugh, Daniel said, So, they sucked you back in? Arguing that it wasn't like that wouldn't do any good. He knew what Daniel meant.
Did some research, really looked into Jesus, and yeah, I actually believe it now.
He swallowed to moisten his throat.
Do you know that a few people figured out that I never actually believed before?
Could have told you that.
Why didn't you?
The sound of a crunching can told him that Daniel was trying to hide his frustration.
Look, Judah, this whole God thing was always yours. I didn't care. It was part of being a Giles or a Hensley. If you didn't know that you didn't really care, that was on you, because I don't care.
Won't pretend that I don't wish you believed, that I don't want you to understand, but I won't push. Not yet, anyway. I heard a guy tell someone that he'd stop hounding people about Jesus someday, but it wouldn't be that day. Probably not the next. Not until he died. For all I know, I'll become that guy.
No, you won't. I'll slug you. You'll respect my right to a different opinion, and then we'll go argue over whether pizza is better with Sprite or beer.
Always Sprite, and you know it.
Ha! You think that. Where are you?
W.T. Daniels Park.
Of course you went there.
Judah heard Daniel crawl out of the leather couch in his basement.
I'll grab the discs and be there in 15. You're gonna eat my wind.
As long as it isn't as pungent as alpaca wind.
Judah leaned against the picnic table and stared at his phone. Jesus said people would lose friends and family when they followed him. But he hadn't. Not yet, anyway. Tuesday, June 23rd, Greenville, Tennessee. Atticus chattered away at Sushi under the wary eye of Panda Marie. The subtle tension between Judah and Panda Marie that few had seemed to notice almost sizzled now. Only Tirza in the corner didn't seem surprised. She worked on rearranging jewelry and, with a small smile on her lips, kept an ear on everything being said.
You remember their banter. It'll serve you well. Even fantasy should have excellent banter and repartee.
The slow simmer that had characterized Judah since the first day at Paint Creek, gone. He hadn't become someone unrecognizable overnight, but that new creature had definitely passed from death to life. Sanctification would be a long, slow journey like it was for most Christians, but he'd travel it well.
What do you think? Should Judah write a book so other kids won't have to go through what he did?
Maybe.
Judah looked ready to strangle him in 101 different ways.
But if he should, maybe he should do it after he's comfortable in his new skin.
True.
Shrugging, Panda Marie pulled out the book she'd been drumming her fingers for.
Well, I need to get this book. It's out today, and if I can, I'll get enough chapters in to do a good reel for it.
Judah turned to him.
She's reading Don't Upstage the Body. Should I be concerned that she's reading a mystery? A murder mystery? How do I know it's not a how-to? And shouldn't we be concerned about Christian fiction capitalizing on murder?
Ha! Says the guy reading the book about alternate worlds and civilizations.
They'd be at it all afternoon, but since the store was empty, no one could complain. He checked his watch. 10:40. He'd hoped to be on the road by now. A new data center in Nebraska had contacted him, begging for help. Fast. Apparently, the bubble in that industry was already about to bust as people realized the environmental impact of it all. Then the jingle of keys and rustling plastic broke through Atticus's chatter and the occasional swoosh of turning pages. Milton strode to the back as quickly as possible. He wanted to speak to Shiloh before the others figured out he'd be leaving. Strange how leaving a corporation he spent 3 to 6 weeks with rarely prompted disappointment, much less grief. But since taking on bookstores, he'd found it harder and harder to go.
Still leaving us today?
Shiloh kept her voice low as if she knew somehow.
Need to get on the road. I just wanted to thank you for letting me be a part of this. I can't wait to see where things go.
Well, you helped us, not just in choosing the right place and with the idea for the Airbnb, getting the regulars to come here. We're having the best summer on record because of you.
I'd say, and so would you, that it was the Lord.
Well, yes. He held out a priority mail envelope.
Going away gift. There's one for each of you in there, and spares. I left Sherry's address on it in case you want to order new ones. Those first ones went quickly.
Shiloh pulled out the hymn sheets in their little plastic sleeves and sucked in air. There. Oh, in Christ alone. That's for Judah, isn't it? Tears spilled out. I can't stop crying over it. So silly. How firm a foundation, that's mine. And of course, Panda Marie. His eye is on the sparrow.
Although her eye is on the parrotlet, she's convinced Atticus plans for a nice sushi supper.
Have you told them?
Not yet.
He gazed around the backroom office space.
Going to miss this place, but I need to go.
She led the way. All right, you guys. Milton has a job in Nebraska, so he's heading out. Before anyone could say anything, she handed Panda Marie her hymn sheet and said as she handed Judah his, He brought gifts. Aren't they perfect?
Panda Marie's eye is on the parrotlet,
Judah quipped. He stepped forward and hugged Milton.
Thanks for being there. Stay in touch. Come back when you can.
Tirzah moved closer, and Shiloh handed her, Be thou my vision. She didn't hug him, but she did smile. I'll remember that when I write.
That was the idea.
Panda Marie, however, flung herself at him, mocking herself for tears and demanding that he come back. I'll buy you cinnamon rolls this time. I'll even let Atticus flirt with Sushi. That note, a perfect one to leave on. He waved, picked up the carrier, and pushed his way out the door before his own emotions spilled over. In his truck, he let Atticus out and onto the seat perch before putting it in gear, peering through the windshield and waving at the quartet standing in the doorway to the shop. A customer approached at just the right moment. Milton checked his side mirror and pulled out onto the street.
Let's get on the road again.
King of the road.
Wednesday, June 24th, Greenville, Tennessee. The door jingled, and Panda Marie expected it to be Milton, returning and telling them it was all a joke. Strange how the shop didn't seem like the same place without him, and it felt like it was back to normal, too. Instead of Milton, a guy walked in. About 15, he looked like he'd rather be anywhere but there. Can I help you? He turned red. Oh boy. Where was Judah? And just like that, Judah appeared.
Hey, Panda Marie, can you do something with those t-shirts? They look worse with every move I make.
To the kid, he said,
Like I'm supposed to know how to artfully arrange shirts. What does that even mean?
Though Panda Marie moved that way, she kept an eye and an ear on the conversation. So, this is embarrassing. I lost a bet. I said that St. Francis of Assisi said, preach the gospel at all times, when necessary use words. He didn't, although everyone says he did. That last bit he tacked on as if compelled.
There are lots of things people say that someone said that they didn't. They even do it with the Bible.
Really? At least he still looked interested.
Sure. Moderation in all things. Aristotle. God helps those who help themselves. Not God's word.
I thought the first one was, but I knew the second one. The guy relaxed a bit. Anyway, I lost, so I have to come in and read whatever book you recommend. He swallowed hard. Even if it's the Bible. The silent plea screamed at them. Please don't choose that.
Do you have one at home?
Yeah, like 5.
Then I will recommend you read it at home, but adding another to the collection isn't any fun. Do you like graphic novels?
I'm not allowed to say. But the kid did shake his head.
Probably not romance,
Judah added. The guy turned a green shade of mostly white.
Okay, I have it.
Judah moved behind the counter and grabbed his copy of Worlds Collide by Clint Hall.
This is cool, because you can't actually buy it. It's not released yet, but I'm reading it and it's good so far. When you're done, if you don't want to keep it, I won't complain if you bring it back so I can finish it, but...
He grabbed a bag and stuffed the book in.
If you want to win a bet next time, stick to the KJV and find a way to use 1 Kings 21:21. No one who doesn't know the good old KJV will believe that word is in there.
He hadn't been out the door for 3 seconds before Panda Marie pounced.
Did you seriously just give him an excuse to crack open his Bible?
Paul didn't care how the gospel was preached as long as it was. I say it's comparable.
She leaned against the counter, her gaze trained on him. Judah leaned down, too.
Can't tower over you. The list forbids.
Well...
What else is on that list? You never did tell me if flirting was pro or con.
She narrowed her eyes and tried to look as stern as humanly possible.
I said that it depends on the guy.
You know, the Bible says you have to love your enemy.
Irreverent flirting, Judah? Really?
Are you denying that you were irritated when you found out I'd be working here?
Panda Marie turned red. Really red. She could feel the heat. Man, if this was what menopause was like...
I'll skip that one, Lord, please and thank you.
For a week in March, and nearly 6 weeks in summer, she'd managed to resist all the little evidences of attraction. No flutters in the belly, no pattering of heartbeats, no breath stolen by killer eyes holding hers captive. None of it. Her resistance failed in one quick moment. His hands, so close. Those eyes.
So help me, if he looks at my lips, I'll smack him.
Way too soon for that, for even thinking of it. He probably hadn't. Nope. There they went. Just as she'd have let him have it, the door opened and they jerked apart.
We weren't even touching.
A guy walked in and took in the whole room. His gaze landed on them, and Panda Marie would have sworn he had no idea why he was there. Stuffing down the welling irritation that her flirty moment, flirting would definitely be moved to the pro side with a caveat.
Flirts only with me.
She forced a smile.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I was looking for the sewage plant.
Epilogue. Saturday, October 17th, Kingsport, Tennessee. The Kingsport Theater Guild's auditorium buzzed with attendees chattering while they waited for the lights to dim. Milton sat in the 5th row with a fine view of the stage and waited. Monday, he'd head over to Greenville, of course, but for now, he had tickets to Packing Up the Past and had been looking forward to it. Especially since Aunt Callie had given up her container collection in favor of garden tools. She thought that he didn't know. After all, she kept them in either the garden shed or down cellar, but he'd had to go down and discovered more hand trowels, divots, and hand rakes than any human needed to possess. This conversation would not go well. Maybe a play about getting rid of the clutter would help. Maybe. His phone pinged, reminding him to put it on Do Not Disturb. A text from Judah.
I guess I forgot to tell you, but you can stop praying that Mom's okay. Her pathology reports came back clear way back in July. It finally clicked that she always was. She had Jesus, even if that didn't look like how I thought it should. Looking forward to seeing you. Panda Marie is too.
Author notes: I was thrilled to discover that you absolutely can take your parrotlet on a flight, and dismayed to learn that the most likely available flights out of Tri-Cities Airport are with an airline that does not allow birds in the cabin. I chose to pretend that they've changed their policy on that. It seems more likely than some more bird-friendly airline becoming the major airline for the area. My apologies for the inaccuracy. Atticus was not impressed. Furthermore, any airline would likely have required a veterinarian's letter of good health. Since I'd already changed one airline policy, I decided I might as well go for two. The factory adventure really exists, as do most places in this book, and it really does have an 80s escape room, and an ambulance one. I so wanted to email and ask what kinds of things people had to do in order to escape, but it dawned on me that it could be a spoiler for locals who haven't done it yet. And totally should. Panda Marie would completely agree with me on that. So, I made up whatever I could think of that I figured wouldn't be a real thing. So don't go in there thinking you have an advantage. As far as I can tell, I don't even have the kinds of clues they offer. Let's talk colleges. After getting thoroughly confused on the Milligan and Knoxville University campus schedules, I came up with my own calendar and let it run and work with what was going on in Greenville instead of trying to keep the dates precise. Let's just say I made a huge mess of things and finally may have gotten it squared away, or possibly not. And on that college note, my apologies to Tusculum University. I hear your concerts are lovely and wanted to share something about your lovely campus and events, so I made sure to put one in. Just about a month-ish late. Sorry. Speaking of things I hijacked, Greenville Theater Guild. So sorry for changing your all-female cast of 1776 to mixed. I kind of needed a spot to let the fabulous Carter shine. You'd do it too if you were me. You know you would. Many thanks to Elevate, a home interior design business, for allowing me to video your store and move it around the corner and down the street a bit. Also, a fun tidbit. The original Christian Books and Gifts, opened by the Cobble family 55 years ago, was on Depot Street. I found that out halfway through writing the book. And that wasn't the only "I can't believe this really happened" moment. Let's talk Sonia. I've portrayed her as Shiloh, saying and doing things she might not have. Where I see her encouraging someone one way, she might have chosen another. If I got her all wrong, I'm sorry. What I tried to convey more than strictly accurate actions, thoughts, and words was her love of people and the Lord, her dedication to speaking the truth of Scripture, her joy in serving, the way the people of Greenville, and a crazy author in California who really does love to go in and see Gladys, or rather did, love, admire, and respect her for all she does and is to them. That was my goal. I know I did it poorly, but if you grasped even the smallest bit of who she is from these pages, you'll see why she is so deeply loved. The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of CrossWords, a Bookstrings novel by Shatona Havig. No part of this production may be used to train artificial intelligence of any kind or in any way. Thank you for listening.